Thank you. We have one board member who will be late. He's at a school event for his child, but we will get going. So I called to order this regular meeting of the Fairfield Board of Education for January 13th, 2015. Present is Mrs. Eileen Lou McCormick, Mr. Paul Fatterbean, Ms. Donna Carnell, Mrs. Jessica Gerber, myself, Philip Dwyer, John Convertito, Mrs. Jennifer Maxine Pinelli, and Mr. John Llewellyn. As I say, Mr. Patton will be late. The light is not all that good. The students are with us as well, so welcome to this Board of Education meeting. If I could have you rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For those who may download the agenda on Friday and did not take note of a slight change on Monday, there is a revised agenda in the back. It doesn't change the substance of what we're talking about so much as it reorders the priority. For those of you who are here for the budget, we put that up further closer to the beginning of the meeting, which was a request that we had from several people. CAVE was on the prior agenda because they wanted to come and give us the award that they had given to us for our budget presentation book of last year, and so they had to reschedule to March, so we will do that in March as the changes, if you will. So let's go directly on to student reports, and which school would like to start first?
We'll go first.
Okay.
All right. So for colleges, as you know, every student that applied early decision has heard back from their schools by now. One regular decision deadline passed over winter break on the 1st, with the other being January 15th, which is coming up. Our annual internships have started the whole application process for those, the first deadline of which was Friday. It's usually a pretty big deal. We apply to these different internships that we have to write an essay for and explaining why you want to do which one. It's always a big deal, finding out which one you get to do. Right now, actually, we're in the middle of midterm week. Midterms start this Thursday and continue until next Wednesday. Thankfully, a Martin Luther King long weekend, in between, which will allow us to study a bit. So the first semester is coming to a close with kids doing their finals for semester classes and starting new ones. So, pretty exciting.
Right before winter break, we had our annual door decorating contest. Miss Myers in Warner House won for a reindeer-themed dorm, and we at Ludlow thought it was a success because, as you remember from last year, we were called a patchouli granola eating school, and this year no reporter from Fox called us one, so we thought it was a pretty big success. On that note, boys basketball had another huge success. They won against our crosstown rival Ward. While unfortunately the girls did not, they put up a really great fight. Cheerleading also won states. They were grand champions this weekend, so we're really proud of them. It's either the second or third time that they've done it. The fencing JV team won a tournament for the second year in a row, which we thought was really great. And also coming up, we have the annual school volleyball tournament next Thursday, in which teams from each PE class that have qualified for the tournament play in a school-wide round-robin style, and the winner gets school-wide bragging rights. So we're really excited for that.
Well, before we move on to Ward, any questions for Mr. Koosh or Ms. Finnerty regarding Ludlow? No? Oh, go ahead. Okay, well, after the Ward presentation, I'll recognize you.
At Ward, our sports teams are also seeing a lot of success. Our girls basketball team is currently undefeated and are ranked 5th in Connecticut. Our wrestling team won the 18-team Ward Invitational Tournament, which was held over the holiday break. Our cheerleaders and dance teams are preparing for several regional competitions. Recently, 31 music students were selected to participate in the Western CT Music Festival, which will be held at Trimble High School this weekend, which is pretty significant because that's by audition only. As well as 3 of our choral students, Evelyn Fulda, Madison Rakir, and Dylan O'Brien, recently selected for the All Eastern Choral Festival to be held in Providence, Rhode Island, which was also by audition only. Our food service students joined with the Ward PTA to prepare dinner for Operation Hope last week, which they really enjoyed. And our school counselors are hosting a presentation for the parents of 9th graders tomorrow morning, 8 to 9 a.m. They'll be talking about preparing for exams, the 2015 and 16 course selection, and using the Naviance website. As they had mentioned, the final college deadline is the 15th, which is this week. So most students already have all their applications in and are just eagerly awaiting responses. As well as our mid-year exams begin Thursday and will end Wednesday of next week, meaning that the final day for the first semester would be Thursday, January 22nd.
Thank you. Any questions for our representative from Ward, Mr. Schuster, or for both? Mr. Fatterbean.
I just have a general question, if you can comment. You obviously mentioned college applications in the process and all the difficulty and excitement that goes along with that. But I was just curious, every year there seems to be certain schools that are more popular than other schools. So I just wanted to see your impression or your feel, which are the schools that a lot of the students are applying for or that are becoming popular or ones in which are desirable to most of the students these days?
I know in Ward, UConn is a very big one. I'd say probably at least 50% of our senior class applies there.
I'd agree. UConn is pretty popular. James Madison is also really popular. And this year it seemed like Fordham was a popular one as well.
Yeah, oddly enough, for some reason, UConn continued to be popular at Ludlow. Also, big this year were BU and University of Michigan. So.
Thank you.
Are you a fan of any of those colleges mentioned?
I'm not any specifically, more so, but I was just, every time I haven't been involved in the college selection process for a while, but I know that they go in cycles, sort of. There are popular schools that kids like for a while, then there's other popular schools they like. So I'm just curious to stay updated which ones currently are being popular.
Any other questions for our students? Hearing none, this is your opportunity. Go ahead. You wanted to make another comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Convertito.
Yeah, I just had a quick comment since I assume you'll all be leaving to start studying for your midterms. We have a presentation on the food service later in the evening. I wonder if any of you'd care to comment on whether you're seeing improvements or not, or and so forth.
Oh, I mentioned this at the first board meeting. I don't eat food from school. I bring my food from home. But my younger brother and sister do, and I haven't heard any complaints recently.
Yeah. As someone who does eat pretty much every day from the cafeteria, I think that there's definitely been an improvement in the variety of food we have. I mean, there have been more choices available. I mean, even in the pizza last year, we had last year, we'd have the occasional pizza day, which is always great. But this year, there's a lot of different kinds, and over on there's the different kinds for the wrap area and the other hot lunch, and so I think there's definitely been more variety available. Although I do tend to stick to the pizza.
I, as well, don't have time for to buy school lunch in my schedule, and I know that that's a very popular theme among the senior class. But from what I've seen from being in there, as he said, there's a much bigger selection and a much bigger variety, which all the students seem to enjoy. The only complaint that I have heard of that seems to be a recurring theme is that students are forced to take a milk and a fruit with their lunch, and most of them do not end up eating that, so it just goes into the trash, and they feel like they're just wasting food. So that's the only complaint that I've heard of.
If there are no further questions, despite your midterms, Dr. Title is assuming that you're going to stay for his riveting budget presentation, but the lights will be off, so he won't know if you've taken off. Okay? Thank you very much. Move on to public comments and petitions. This is the time where members of the public may come up and offer any commentary they want. Our current rules in practice is that we limit your presentation to 2 minutes. So please come forward and address us. Please state your name and address.
My name is Brian Haberly. I live in Fairfield. I figured I would come down and make a public comment tonight because if the public comment proposals that are put through on the board's agenda tonight are passed, I won't be able to come down and make any more public comments. I'm appalled at the proposed changes put forward for the board tonight. The first having to do with public comment and severely limiting what kind of public comment or when it can occur, and the second having to do with severely limiting the powers of the individual members of the Board of Education. This board was all elected by the members of this community. They are all elected officials. To rob the individual members of the board of their ability to request information or documents is outrageous and ridiculous. They all have to make informed decisions as to vote whenever anything comes before the board. And if you strip the individual members of the board of their ability to pursue their own inquiries, to ask questions, to request documents, or ask for data, you rob them of their ability to make informed choices. This is a terrible idea. I can't believe that the current administration, they're no longer content with just winning every argument or debate. Now they're trying to stamp out criticism and debate and comments from people of any kind, which is outrageous and ridiculous. It's not the kind of thing that should ever take place. Even if you don't agree with other people's opinions, they still have the right to be heard, to express their opinions, and this type of attempt of quashing of dissension, public comment, or discussion from others is ridiculous.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address.
Ellen Jacob. I live on Cedar Road. I'm in the RTM representing District 9, and I just have a brief comment. Tonight you'll hear a presentation of the superintendent's proposed education budget for fiscal 2015-16, followed by a vote to approve additional capital spending. Later this evening, you will consider 3 amendments just referred to your bylaws. I'm on the Finance Committee. We count things. But I think it was Albert Einstein who said, "Not everything that can be counted counts, and not everything that counts can be counted." All these agenda items, those 3 agenda items I just mentioned, are closely related in my mind. You see, we in the RTM have to take into account not only the numbers you request for next year's budget and additional capital spending, but equally important, the process, the soundness of rationale and supporting facts behind those numbers. Please ask yourselves, do you think tonight's proposed bylaw amendments inspire public confidence or the confidence of other town boards in your decision-making processes, and thus the numbers you present? Do you think there will be a need for more questioning or less questioning? If you suppress legitimate parental expression and concern, if you tie the hands of your own board members attempting to make honest factual inquiries, what does that say about your regard for the public you serve? If you require only a simple majority to pass such sweeping changes, but a 2/3 vote of the entire board to repeal them, what does that say about your regard for democratic principles?
Excuse me.
Or future boards serving after you?
Thank you very much. If you have more statement that you didn't get to read, feel free to leave it with our clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward and state your names and address.
Good evening, Trudy Durrell, resident of Fairfield, and I'm actually here tonight because my daughter decided she got nervous about speaking to all of you in public. So I am going to read the letter that she wrote for you, and you can see it's definitely not my handwriting. Dear BOE members, my name is Stacy Durrell, and I am a Holland Hill 4th grader. I would like you to make Holland Hill first for the renovations. It's really crowded at my school. Some kids don't get to really finish their lunch some days when the line is long. They have to rush to eat, and they don't have to, what does that say? Oh, they don't have time to relax, sorry. It's not healthy for them to eat this way. In the morning, when everyone is coming in, it's very crowded in the halls, and the students are one big clump, with some pushing and shoving. That's not safe because someone could fall and get hurt. Finally, for our December sing-along, we have to break into 2 groups now instead of being the whole school. When you can hear how the different grades are growing singing-wise. Oh, you said something about she likes being able to hear how the different grades are growing singing-wise, but now we only get to hear the upper grades. Holland Hill really needs more space soon. Thank you for listening to my ideas. Sincerely, Stacy Durrell.
Stacy, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you for allowing your mother to read it on your behalf. Thank you.
And just for myself, I gave you guys a break in November and December and didn't bring it up, but I wanted to bring it up tonight in the event that the bylaw amendment does pass and we don't get the opportunity to do that again until you vote. So I would reiterate what the previous comments, the sentiments in those previous comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the public that wish to come forward on, whoop.
Slow walker, sorry. Jan Weber, Beaumont Street.
The slight chuckle was somebody was coming behind you that you didn't notice.
My shirt tail was out.
Please state your name and address.
Jan Weber, Beaumont Street. I sent you a longer version of what I'd like to read for exactly 2 minutes.
If you could put the microphone fairly close to you so the audience could hear. Thank you.
I'm not used to being on television, sorry. On July 7th, 1779, the British anchored warships off the coast of Fairfield. The soldiers waited for the fog to lift so they could come ashore and punish Fairfield. Once ashore, 2,000 troops, under the leadership of General William Tryon, burned the town. General Tryon made an example of Fairfield as part of a military campaign to end the quest of colonists to cast off the oppression of George III. The general hoped that by burning Fairfield's homes and schools, the desire for freedom of expression would be extinguished. That spirit of tyranny, manifested in General Tryon's flames, is present here tonight in proposed bylaws that seek to terminate the right of open inquiry. What possible justification can there be to extinguish public discourse, especially discourse on topics that include the education of our children and the cost of their education? Proposed bylaw number 2 prevents BOE members from making inquiries of the school administration without the approval of the majority of the board. Bylaw 11 prohibits any petition from the public to be discussed at a BOA meeting unless it is on the agenda. General Tryon's burning of Fairfield was directly related to King George's discomfort with petitioning colonists. Didn't we settle this issue when we beat the British? The totalitarian impulse embedded in these bylaws is most apparent in the last one. It seeks to protect the draconian suppression of public speech and inquiry by requiring a supermajority to undo these bylaws. One more paragraph. The debate about the principle of public discourse was resolved over 200 years ago. It is unfortunate that the proposed BOE bylaws seek to reimpose the tyrannical ideas of King George III. Reference to the freedoms won in the Revolution is not empty rhetoric in Fairfield. We stand on the very ground where freedom was contested.
Thank you very.
One more sentence.
One more sentence.
Whatever the outcome of the vote tonight, the voices of the people of Fairfield will not be silenced. General Tryon attempted that. He failed. So will you.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address, please.
Sure, Tricia Donovan, Fairfield resident. I'm sorry to read, but I have a lot to say. I'm extremely disappointed in the bylaw amendments before you tonight as a citizen, parent, and active PTA member. First, the limits on public comment come on the back of the same board moving public comment forward in the meeting last year to better accommodate the public, and after the same board moved to make communication a priority initiative. What happened to that initiative? Limiting public comment to only items on the agenda deprives the public and grassroots efforts of bringing issues forward to the public that are perhaps hidden to the general population or may be a sudden instance of child welfare, school safety, or educational need. Oftentimes, it takes someone saying out loud in public for others to say, hey, that's true for me too. And suddenly, it's not an individual issue, but maybe a more global one that needs to be prioritized. Also concerning are the amendments and the authority of board members. Instead of rewriting CABE Code of Ethics, why not simply state that you are bound by CABE Code of Ethics, and you could throw in there the town standard of conduct. But where you miss the beat entirely is that your authority comes not from a paid special interest advocacy group like CABE, but from the public who put you at that table, and the state of Connecticut, whose educational interests you have sworn to uphold. Look no further than Chapter 170, Section 10-220 of the Connecticut General Statutes for your duties, and Section 4A, where the educational interests of the state are defined. By following the statutory requirements set out for you, some of which you know you are already non-compliant with, food allergy policy, 8 years out of compliance, strategic profile, several years out of compliance, strategic plan expired in 2013, need I go on? There, your work is set out for you, the schedules, and the necessary data is defined. The bylaws that you have put before us sound like veiled accusations against fellow board members, which is undignified and beneath the integrity of the board we have invested our trust to. By requiring individual members to subjugate themselves to the will of the majority, it sounds as if you were trying to settle some playground fight and establish that only some of you are indeed king of the hill. Stop the nonsense, get to work, and respect the individual perspectives and skills that each of you brings to the table.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address.
Hi, Susie Byrne, Fairfield. I'm also speaking to the bylaws that, oh, sorry.
Yeah, please.
I'm also speaking to the bylaws. I'm commenting on the elimination of the additional public comment and petition section. According to Section 10-238 of Connecticut General Statutes, the Board of Education of any municipality, upon written petition, shall hold a public hearing on any question specified in such petition. Such hearing shall be held at a time and place to be designated by such board, not later than 3 weeks after receipt by the board of such petition. Since the Board of Education is only a board when it is in session, the only time the board could potentially receive a petition would be during public comment. If this board were to eliminate the prior language in the bylaws which allows for presentation of petitions of anything at any time instead of just when the chair decides, it is my belief that this board would be limiting the public's ability to petition the board as well as limiting the board's ability to receive it, in violation of Connecticut General Statute Section 10-238. In that case, it is my further belief that the board would be failing in their duty to uphold the educational interests of the state as identified in Chapter 163, Section 10-4A, by failing to uphold the mandates in the general statutes pertaining to education within the jurisdictions of the State Board of Education. Please do
Thank you very
not
much.
strike that language. How much time do I have?
Until the timepiece, you have 2 minutes, and it's just expired.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Can I just give this to
Please
the
give
secretary
the
to...
full document to the clerk, and she'll make sure that all of us get it. Please come forward, state your name and address.
Bob Smoller, I'm the president of the Fairfield Education Association, and certainly sympathetic to a lot of what I've heard regarding the suspected bylaw change, or the proposed bylaw change. However, if I'm not mistaken, I think a lot of it was driven by the fact that the public forum at a board meeting has been used to individually criticize staff, members of the board, who are all here to serve the children and the public at large. And, well, I think there should be some venue for people to get petitions or other important points onto the agenda. I do think that finding constructive ways to do the business of the school district without individually attacking members of the staff, faculty, board is something that the board should certainly seek to do, because certainly we all want to be constructive in the way that we go about things. So if my understanding is correct, that this bylaw was driven to try to make this particular session, the board meeting, a more constructive process, and also to avoid individual attacks of staff and other members, then I certainly think it's something that needs to be looked at, and I leave it to your good judgment as to whether or not you think this bylaw is necessary in order to keep the process constructive. So that's what I would think.
Thank you. Any further comments? Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Kelly Jacobson, and I'm a Fairfield resident. I'd like to say that I strongly oppose the bylaw changes put forth tonight by Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Convertito, and Mr. Patton. This past summer, my husband and I met with two central office staff to request that the district consider wider implementation of a math instructional model being used at Burr and Dwight, which seemed to be yielding much better results than a model implemented at our home school, Mill Hill. At this meeting, we were met with resistance, and we were told we had nothing to worry about because Mill Hill was doing just fine. To support their point of view, they shared with us very selective data, which in fact showed Mill Hill doing pretty well. And this is what we were shared. What they didn't share with us, however, and what we chose to share with them instead, was a much more robust analysis put together by a group of concerned parents, which told a different story. That Mill Hill performance had been declining for years, and that in recent years we have had some of the lowest scores in the district in some area, and that perhaps a different instructional model for math might serve us well. This is what we shared with the district. As an informed parent wanting the best possible education for my children, I request that administrators please stop telling me that everything is just fine and start showing me that you are making a conscientious effort to appropriately scrutinize school performance, and that you are dedicated to learning from the better performing schools in the district and implement best practices accordingly. Until then, I need to count on my elected leaders on the Board of Ed and RTM to lobby for more transparency and better scrutiny to this end. Lastly, I think it's important to note I currently have 2 children in the Fairfield Public School System, and will have another just starting in 4 years. I think it's fair to say that I'm much more vested in the long-term performance of this district and its individual schools than those who advocate for reduced transparency, but don't even have a children in school in our district, or have children who will be aging out of it very soon. It is my children who will be left behind to suffer the potential consequences of poorly scrutinized policy, programs, and leadership, not yours.
Thank you very much. Please come forward and state your name and address.
No address. Nancy Haberly, Fairfield resident. And by the way, it says right here in your public comments and petitions little blurb, the board will hear no individual personal matters, so I don't know what that person was talking about, because it's stated right there. Last week at Riverfield, the heat and HVAC system was not working. The temperatures in the pod and the gym were at 54 degrees at some point. The school has a legal obligation to provide heat at least 65 degrees in each room of the school on each day school is open. Riverfield did not comply with that law on any of those 5 days last week, January 5th through the 9th. It's inexcusable and unbelievable that the parents of the students at Riverfield were never notified of this problem. It was Thursday night when I first learned about this, when my 10-year-old daughter mentioned to me that she wore 4 layers of clothing and gloves in her classroom in an attempt to keep warm. No learning is happening when anybody is freezing to keep warm. To date, the school has not issued any statement or explanation of what happened. I have contacted the school, the BOE, and everyone else I could think of regarding this, and to date, I haven't received any response to my questions either. The board, please, needs to know, to look into this immediately and determine what happened and issue some sort of a statement about this and maybe even try to determine whose responsibility or fault it was. And to those of you who think that the board's current bylaw proposal to limit public comment is a good idea, my comment tonight is just one illustration of why this change of policy is a bad idea. Shockingly, there is nothing on the board's agenda tonight about the lack of heat at Riverfield last week. So under these new rules, I would never be able to speak about this.
Thank you very much. Please come forward, state your name and address.
Hi, Lauren O'Brien. I'm RTM rep in District 5, 104 Edison Avenue. Well, first of all, thank you for all you do and all the time you put in. I think between you and zoning, they're probably two of the hardest working bodies in town government. I think few people, before they get involved, have any idea of the commitment and the research that's involved to do a good job. And I have to say, personally, I question if it's too much for you all to do. Most of you have other jobs, and there's only so many hours in the day. And perhaps as a town, we should look to other locales and consider taking some of the burden off the Board of Education and turning it over to the voters, such as the budget vote. Right after our budget vote, I was traveling in New York State, picked up a newspaper, and it said that a given town had voted on the budget 3 times. Those voters came out 3 times, took responsibility, and wanted to help steer the course of where their educational system went. They were more than willing to do it. I know you're trying to take it all on, and I question if maybe as a town and perhaps the RTM, we should look at other venues to lighten the burden. To limit our elected representatives, the Board of Education members, to limit their ability to represent us, me, is not something I'm interested in. I want my board informed, and I want Board of Education members to want to dig for more information. I want them not to come to meetings blindly, but I want them to come and be prepared. I want them to act in a representative capacity. So to get permission to gather information, to execute what the board has been charged to do, it doesn't make any sense to me. Well, that's terrible. Just 1 second.
I do remind you of your 2-minute limit, so you
And
might
I'm
want to
almost done.
summarize.
I'm against establishing, or
Okay.
I'm against
Thank
changing the
you for your-
established laws.
yes.
I have 2 sentences to go, and I'll talk
One-
fast, as we know
please,
I
one-
can.
I will ask you to step back if you don't make this your last sentence.
Okay, my last sentence is this. It begs the question, if you're going to make these changes, why didn't Bernstein and Woodward just contact the press office at the White House to get clarification on
Thank you very much.
issues at hand? Ooh, that's not mine.
State, please come forward and state your name and address.
My name is Amy Mezoff, and I am a resident of Fairfield. I want to talk a little bit about trust, about the public's trust in this board and in all of the boards that serve us, and all of our elected boards. I think it's really preposterous to limit the access of any individual board member to information that they need. And as someone who served on the RTM, I will say that it does erode trust on boards. It erodes trust of the electors, and that always results adversely. I think this board I've watched many of your meetings, I've been at many of your meetings. I think there's a great deal of conflict in this board, and I think it creates conflict among other boards in this town, and it does with the public, and that doesn't engender trust. I would ask you to respect the fact that the last woman who spoke is a member of the RTM, and you have discretion, and you could have allowed her to do her last 2 sentences. I'm suggesting that I was so alarmed by what I read that I actually consulted the ACLU, and they did agree with me that this is a civil right for people to be heard at public meetings.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to come forward? I have one. Can you raise your hand so I have a sense of how many more? 1, 2, 3. I have 3 more people. Thank you very much. 4, 5. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tom Naughton. I live at Northwood Road, but I'm really not here because of District 6. I'm here because of District 5.
Could you get closer to the microphone so the
Am I
public
at the
can
right
hear?
microphone?
It's the one everybody else has spoken at, yes.
Oh, thank you very much. You know, it's really painful to watch these meetings on Fair TV. Part of it is the way it's managed. But I'm here tonight because I have some friends who live in the Villa Avenue neighborhood who have children who go to school locally, both at Ward and at the grammar school. Okay? They feel they never get listened to. Now, I'm going to tell you, I'm here, they're not here. And that's maybe an issue. I cannot figure out where this came from or why. And frankly, I would like you to explain to this whole group how this has developed since December 1st. You were working on something and some ideas that were really good and very important, and they seem to be swept under the rug. Just like my questions to Dr. Title about the math programs that he was going to fill me in on. Okay? So, it seems like this is a one-way group of people, and some of you I trust. But I can't figure out how you think you can get away with this. Or please explain how this has come up again.
Thank you very much. Who wishes to come forward, please state your name and address.
Christina Marson, Fairfield resident.
And remember to speak close to the mic so the public can hear.
Over the past month, I have been making requests for my children's educational files. I've made 3 different requests for 4 of my children, and they've sent me in 3 different directions. Gaining educational files is a procedure which is extremely different, and I'm curious if anybody could tell me what the policy or procedure is, because all 3 schools, from elementary school to middle school to high school, have all sent me in different directions. Elementary school put a price tag on my son's file, charging me 50 cents per page. The middle school handed me report cards, and while high school told me that my 9th grader's elementary file was completely purged. I don't know what's going on. I was also told by the high school that Infinite Campus files, which are accessible to, I believe, the school district, provide all the information on, from teachers, tests, and report cards. I have no access to that other than what is immediate for this year. And when I asked if I could gain access to that, I was flat out denied. And I said I would provide a memory stick, and I was still denied. So I really would encourage you to figure this out, because these are our children, and we have a right to these files. So I would appreciate if you would look into this. And if these new bylaws do pass, these concerns would never be heard. So I would ask you to respect the people who voted you in, and do not vote for this.
Thank you very much. Please come forward and state your name and address.
I'll be quick. My name is Kelly McWhinney. I'm a Fairfield resident. And what I want to say is that, you know, everything may not be perfect, but I applaud the board on trying to make some changes. As a person who comes to these meetings frequently, I do think that we need to streamline. And it would be, I see no problem in asking the board to work together in making requests, or to work together in that way. And I'm glad to see things such as item number 3, where board members surrender their responsibilities to special interests. I think that needs to happen at this point in time in Fairfield. We need to know that you're all completely, you are only held accountable to our students and our parents and the members of the town and not certain groups. So I understand the difficulties people have with public comment, but in other respects, I'm very grateful that you're taking this on. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is somebody walking forward? No? No? Over there you are. This gentleman to my left was walking, and I wasn't sure he was heading in this direction. Please state your name and address.
My name is Lisa Davey from District 8. I had planned to comment tonight on a topic that's not on the agenda, and since apparently I'll never be given that option again, I plan to do that. I also recently asked to review my son's educational records and was told that I could come into the school to see them. If I wanted copies of them, it would be 50 cents a page for his regular education file. If I wanted copies of his special ed file, I had to speak to somebody named Tracy at central office. If I want to see his IC records, I need to contact central office. Now I'm waiting for Mrs. Parks, who apparently doesn't return until tomorrow. These are my son's files in a public school. I do not understand why there's not a system in place. We had no problem rolling out IC, now we need to have access to it. And that brings me to the items on the agenda, the bylaws. The change in the public comment at the BOE meetings being limited to the point of making us unnecessary. I'm confused. Aren't you elected officials meant to represent the public? If so, then why would you want to limit my ability to comment? Regarding the addition to the bylaws of 7 items to the authority of the board members, I would say be careful what you wish for. You may be in the majority now, but are you not worried about your ability to move the agenda items forward? And you may not be in the majority next week or next month. And I believe this is an election year for a number of you. Item number 3 says that you need to represent the full constituency honestly and equally. Does that mean that as a parent of a special ed child, which is only approximately 10% of the school population, that you can't represent me because I would be considered a special interest group? Also, in the past, I've been told to address my concerns at the school level, then go to central office, and finally, if I still cannot resolve my issues, I should come to the Board of Ed. Based on these new bylaws, the BOE members will have no authority to help me. You are tying your own hands and disabling your ability to help the constituents that voted you into office.
Thank you very much. If you have more of your statement that you'd like us to read, feel free.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name and address.
Don Llewellyn, Fairfield. Every resident, board member, and other town bodies should be concerned about these proposed bylaws which limit access to information and infringe upon our First Amendment rights. If the board feels these bylaws are constitutional, then I'm afraid to see what they are willing to approve when the social studies curriculum is up for vote this year. What will our children be learning in the classroom? The benefits of dictatorship and the shortfalls of democracy? Most recently, Mr. Dwyer tabled 3 bylaws proposed by 3 other board members, and the process took 11 months before he allowed a vote. These bylaws use CAPE's language. They address students first. They address the board working in cooperation with the superintendent to publicly assess progress and to recommend adjustments to short and long-term goals. These bylaws were shot down. On the contrary, tonight's bylaws are about lack of transparency, communication, freedom of speech. Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Convertito, and Mr. Patton are named as the authors on these bylaw amendments. Mr. Dwyer's proposed bylaw will no longer allow public comment to be on any topic that is not on the agenda for that night. The public will no longer be allowed to petition the board at the board meetings. Mr. Convertito's proposed bylaw effectively says that it's if up to 4 people would like to request information or data other than that deemed appropriate by 5 board members, they are not entitled. The subjectivity of his words would allow administration and the chair complete discretion. Are board members going to be forced to obtain information through the Freedom of Information Act? And Mr. Patton wants to change vote of majority to 2/3. It's cowardice to pass this bylaw last, after you locked in your votes and violated our constitutional rights. Board members who have amended these bylaws and those who support them must feel that residents are not as intelligent as they are to understand the complexities of the school system, and only they should have decisions for all of us. This is not a democracy. These are major changes that should be tabled until next meeting. Public and board have been given short notice on the original and then the revised proposals. Even Westport Board tables major decisions for 2 meetings before taking votes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address.
Jen Jacobson, 40 Victoria Court. I'm pertaining to statement number 1 of the data use proposed bylaw. My sentiment to that proposed bylaw that it is in violation of federal and state laws and Connecticut State Department of Education published rules as written. There is no such thing as unilateral access to information and data a district collects, in particular to federally and state protected information and data. Should the board be exercising an allowable exception to the law, said exception would be needed to be stated and ensuing protocol as per the exception stated and adhered to. You have not provided for a data destruction process timeline as mandated. You have not defined the purpose of each and every disclosure you would seek or the specific data elements. You have not included security protocols for how the data will be handled in terms of security, such as that is to be locked or encrypted. You have not written in provisions that disallows redisclosure of the information or that each record that is disclosed is to be noted on each child's education record. Bad enough that the district shares student level data outside of the district to the state and federal government in contract through various unregulated databases and online third-party vendors, and yet a parent can't get her child's information in this room. As for statements number 3, 4, and 6, you have no legal way to impose a code of conduct through these guidelines on each other, nor on future board members, nor did you offer a means to enforce said statements of conduct, and you can no way assure the public of adherence to that content. They are unenforceable, empty statements. If you want access to kids' information and measures to safeguard it, then you should do that and follow the protocol and get rid of the vague, non-defined statements that you have included as it is written tonight. There is nothing in state statute regarding this kind of access under state, local boards of education authority. You are confined to policy making, not policy making, which grants action within the buildings or central office yourselves or as an entity. Without handling safety protocol, I feel that this information being requested by 9 people who have no contract to keep it confidential and no way to enforce ethical use poses a risk to the community and children you were elected to care for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, if you have a balance of your statement that you'd like to hand in, we're more than happy to distribute it. Please state your name and address.
Christine Vitale, 254 Vernon Hill Road. I feel ill-prepared compared to everybody else who is quoting state statutes. I can't support the proposed amendment to limit public comment. I've been involved with the PTA pretty much since the time that my children started school, and I value the dedication, the intelligence of our parents and our community and what they bring to the table. And I think that we'd be doing the board a disservice, our educational system a disservice, and the town a disservice to limit the public's right and contribution to the process. We're invested in it, and we want to show up, and I think that we need to be heard. That said, I do appreciate that passions sometimes get the better of us, and I suspect that that maybe is what is driving some of these proposed changes. And kind of a plea to everybody for just to do better. I think that we could raise the level of discourse by just showing more respect all the way around. I've sat in the audience and I've heard some public comment, and some comments made particularly about staff and personnel, and it's been embarrassing to be a member of the public in those instances. So I'm going to end on that and just say, please, I ask you either to table it or keep the current language in terms of allowing us to speak on issues that are not being addressed on the agenda that day. That said, I like that we increased it to 3 minutes and that we can speak after each discussion item, because I think that we're so much limited by it being at the beginning of the meeting, things get discussed, and we have to wait a month in order to address what has been on the agenda. So I wung it, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is this the last speaker? I take it from nobody else raising their hand that this is the last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address.
Thank you. Suzanne Miska, 123 Reigate Road. Wow,
this is not really what I thought we were going to be doing at the start of budget season. I applaud the parents and people who have come tonight. They've now learned more state chapters and what the role of the Board of Ed is than we all probably knew before. My concern has been, and I'm finding it across the district, and that's kind of what I want to talk about as well, is while I appreciate that we won an award on our beautiful web page, that is lovely, there's something missing on our web page, and it's called historical data. That seems to have been removed. We've lost the Board of Ed minutes that were there, that were in archive, and upon my request and inquiry into why they were not there, was told that those were deemed a luxury. I'm sorry, that's not a luxury. An Aston Martin is a luxury. Board of Ed minutes are not a luxury. They were there, they need to come back. The ones that are in leather, I appreciate, I will come and read, but the ones that were on the website and the accessibility needs to be put back. It seems that we have a theme running here: silence, requirement of not being able to access information. Two things that I just don't really understand. It's not something we've seen before. I mean, we've all been allowed to come here. I've heard 10 different topics discussed this evening that are not on the agenda that I think are extremely valid. And so I question the intent. I did learn Robert's rules this week. It's been fun. I've glanced at a bunch of other BOE sites. Let me tell you, they have a lot of data. 10 years of Board of Ed minutes, 10 years of budgets. I'd love to see us move in that direction. But I have to tell you, what I am concerned about is that we seem to be moving in a direction where we all don't want to work together. I, as a parent, thought that was part of the communication, the community, the fact that we're all here together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dwyer. It's been a pleasure, and I'd like to wish you all a Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well.
Oh, may I ask a question? I'm sorry. Was Mr. Smoller speaking as the FEA
That's a question you'd have to ask Mr. Smoller.
Okay, I just thought it might be helpful to
Thank
the
you.
board.
Thank you. Public comment. We'll move on to presentations, and the first presentation is from Whitson's Food Services. And do you wish to make any comments before they come forward? No? This is an Exhibit A, which is the pretty picture on the front.
We had introduced Whitson's back in June after they were awarded the contract. We thought maybe we'd bring them back and have them give you a status report, even though it's just a few months of operations. They can give you an initial report on how things are going. I can tell you that they've been working very hard, probably since the minute they left this meeting last June, continuing, over the summer, installing equipment, placing orders, training staff, all kinds of things have been going on. So they've been working very, very hard, and I've been very, very impressed. They've certainly had some bumps in the road, but they, even then they just take care of them and carry on. I'll introduce John. John Gersbeck was here back in June. He's a VP, and he's going to introduce the on-site management team.
Thank you, Doreen. And I'd like to first and foremost thank the Board of Ed for the opportunity to give you an updated transition of where we were from June till now. First, I'd like to introduce Lisa DiPaolo, who's our resident district manager who's on site. We have Louisa Emery, who's our director on site, and Joe Stango, who's the executive chef on site.
We're short one more chair. We're trying to get all the other Whitson's team on site, as John just made the comment. Again, I did meet all of you for the first time in June, and here we are, and now it's December and the start of a new year. The real focus for us after we transitioned in the opening month has been on training on new products, new recipes, new procedures, because again, it was new to all of the employees here that now have become Whitson's employees when we began the year. A great deal of time spent on menu planning, new menu development. one of the exciting things that has been accomplished, and this is for all of the building managers in the 16 schools except for 2 yet to take the certification. All of the building managers have received a 5-year ServSafe certification, which has been recognized through the National Restaurant Association, and that training was done by our Whitson's culinary executive chef. So congratulations to all of the building managers for that certification. We currently started the year with preparation, as we have, Fairfield has an upcoming state administrative review for February, which included our production record training and meal accountability with the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act requirements. As we move into the year, Chef Joe Stango to the right will continue training out into the elementary schools, as most of the training has been focused in the secondary schools. I know in the packet we included some information on participation and numbers broken down by building, but overall year to date, the Type A meals, when I make that comment, are the reimbursable meals for the students. We currently have served 526,000 meals as of the end of December versus 226 last year. So it is nice to see the students enjoying meals, though I don't want to hear the comment they were wasting the milk. Again, I have to say for us, for opening, there is always a transition, but the employees here really have done a great job, and especially in the past few months, and their feedback is very important to the success of the program, as well as the daily feedback from the students. Thank you.
Other comments?
Joe?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Joe's just going to touch base on some of the marketing promotions we've done year to date.
From September to December, we've been doing promotions in the middle school and high school. We're going to be starting in January with the elementary schools, doing promotions for the littler kids. But some of the meals we have done in the past at the secondaries is roasted pork loin with organic veg from Sport Hill Farm, which is right up the road. We had organic day in both high schools. We've done ramen noodle bar in some of the schools, which is a very vast array of toppings that goes in a bowl with all different Asian salads. And we actually had probably about 70 more meals that day alone, just in that lunch. We did that all secondary levels. We have waffle bars coming up. We're doing a Ruby's Flat coming up in the high school level. We have rotisseries that we are going to be starting in the high schools every Friday. That's another big thing with the high school kids, to see that going, and the smell goes throughout the school, grabs their attention. And a lot of it is with the pizzas, like they said. We do fresh pizzas daily. We do flatbread pizzas. We do pizza pops, which are, we cook them in actually muffin tins, and it looks like a little muffin when it comes out. And it's filled with all your ingredients, and the kids love it. A lot of Healthy Harvest bars, where they can take vast amounts of vegetables and fruits daily. It's all hand fruit, fresh fruit, cantaloupe, melons, and that comes with the meal. And it's pretty much all they can eat. So if they like their fruits and vegetables, for the price they pay, they're getting their money's worth on that part. Chef Sandman, who's our executive chef, is going to be doing the promos in the elementaries to start, which is just getting the kids more familiar with the fruits and the vegetables and the fresh fruits and vegetables that they can have every day that we provide, and getting them to taste different things like cauliflower they wouldn't normally eat, or, you know, carrots done different ways, or broccoli or zucchini. And they kind of get excited when we do that, and we usually have an animal visit to go along with that, so it kind of interacts with each other. We're doing one at Holland Hill, and they'll be doing another one at North Stratfield. And then, like I said, flats this Thursday. We're doing a Philly cheesesteak flat. And it's really build your own to order. Mushrooms, onions, peppers, cheese. And the secondary schools are really loving it. And we're coming up with more recipes, more products for the elementary level to get their attention too on that level.
Okay. I'm happy to say that we've begun our breakfast program in some of the schools, and we're looking forward to continuing growth in the other schools. Some of the featured items are build your own yogurt parfaits, a selection of hot breakfast foods daily. Tomlinson Middle also has introduced breakfast foods such as assorted yogurts, build your own yogurt parfaits, assorted muffins, and hot breakfast sandwiches daily. We are also starting the new student advisory committee meetings, beginning at Ward, Tomlinson, and we'll be happy to work with the Flip Committee on these. And anybody else who'd like to join, students?
That's a recap year-to-date for us for the first 77 days of service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Stay there, and we'll see what questions might come from the board. Any questions from the board? Mr. Patton. And then Mr. Fatterby.
I was just joking. What kind of animal constitutes Zucchini Day?
There's 5 different animals. Depends on which one that
Have to
comes.
look
5
like a
different
zucchini?
characters.
Very impressed that with the numbers that we've seen, and personally, I understand what that means for budgetary reasons. The one thing that sticks out are the 2 middle schools that have had at least one has had tracking declines by almost 10%. And actually, speaking as someone who has a daughter at one of those middle schools, who she and her friends tend to complain about the change in food service from last year to this year, and I keep trying to get information out of them. Say, well, tell us, what you don't like, and we can pass that along because we know you guys want to work with us. So, have you noticed any trends in that, or
Speaking specifically regarding...
well, I guess with the middle schools, those are the only 2 that are really are. Woods and Tomlinson, I know it looks like that from September to October had a drop too.
Tomlinson is trending backwards now. We're seeing the
Right.
numbers come back up more so in the past month. We've had a change with managers there, and again, it's a whole new training process. Woods and staffing, again, when there's changes in staffing, it does put the program back a little bit. Woods, I really can't put my finger on exactly why the meals are different. It could be possibly some of the items. I know bagel yogurt, bagel plate was served to the students last year, which was very popular. Not something that we've introduced, but I think, again, if we can have these committees established that the students are part of this, that's where they'll give us a lot of feedback on choices and things that they're looking for. That's really the process of these advisory committees. So hopefully your daughter and maybe some of the students will be on those committees.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I've heard the students complain about was the change in the custom sandwich bar that the school system had provided before. The deli,
Wraps to go versus maybe a deli sandwich
Right.
made.
But I think the fact that you're creating these committees, that at whatever levels have student involvement. I mean, that's the thing that at least on the high school level, when you're running for student council president, you always make all these fake promises that you can never keep, like getting rid of a certain food item in the cafeteria. Now they actually have their chance to do such a thing, so that's great.
We do. And it's on all levels, actually. We're starting at a few schools, and it will be for all 16 schools throughout the district.
Great. Look forward to hearing those reports.
Thank you.
Mr. Fatterbean, and then Mrs. Lou McCormick.
I guess just a quick clarification on one of the spreadsheets or charts, I guess, whatever you call them. The first one that's meal comparison, December 2013 versus December 2014. The second to last column on the right, it says percent of children eating December. My assumption is you meant December 2013. Is that accurate?
That's correct. It's comparing 13
and 14.
to 14.
All right.
You're absolutely correct.
All right. So, as if I understand this chart correctly, on December 2013, which I assume is the whole year, average for the whole year, is that what that is?
It's the first, through
Well, the
December,
first,
through
right.
December, correct.
Through December,
Analyzing
for their school
basically
year.
August, correct.
All right. 33% of the students or children ate a meal. Is that what that means?
That is correct.
All right. So the other students didn't eat a meal.
They wouldn't have eaten a meal. It might have been an a la carte item, a
Okay.
single item.
So there's
not
other food you
necessarily
provide to
an
the other
actual
students.
meal. That's correct.
All right.
Mhm.
That's all righty. That was just a clarification I wanted.
Thank you.
Mrs. Lou McCormick.
My first question, I asked you this last time also. Are you offering soup yet?
No, no soup. No
Because I
soup.
remember you told me that you were going to be offering soup.
Ramen noodle bar was the closest to soup, I would
So you're not going to be offering soup?
We are? Okay. John, maybe you can just, sorry. What is that?
We need
And
the
do
mic.
speak
That was a
into the
big sell point
microphone.
for me.
Big on soup, and I
Yeah,
really
actually,
like that.
our purchasing department's looking into soups, and we should probably have them within a couple weeks, because the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act, and we have a state audit that's coming up. Those soups have to meet certain criteria. Sodium is one of the big things right now with Healthy Hunger Free. The sodium in soups today put us over. So manufacturers have other soups that we can utilize. It's just our purchasing department is just finalizing those. So within a couple weeks, we will have them that'll be credible, or portions of a credible vegetable, that when the state comes in to audit us, we would pass with flying colors.
So next time we meet, you'll have soups.
Absolutely.
We'll bring the soup.
Awesome. 'Cause I love soup.
But we'll still-
I just
we'll bring the
wanted
soup.
to touch base on the comment that one of the children made. With the Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act, every student must leave the line with a fruit and/or vegetable. And that's not our rule, that's the USDA's rule, so we need to follow that. That's why the kids left and said that there's a vegetable on the tray and they don't like it, whatever. So we try and find, which Joe brought up, there's that Healthy Harvest bar, which a lot of kids, that's like a salad bar itself. They're all fresh fruits and vegetables. We do some local stuff on that as well on certain days of the week, but they have to leave with a fruit or vegetable. Most kids choose a salad as a vegetable, so that's why they leave it. If they don't have that, they have to have a fruit or vegetable for it to be a reimbursable meal, which is to the advantage of the district to get the federal and state reimbursement.
And so how much reimbursement is that?
It depends on if they're a paid, free, or reduced.
And if it's a paid?
They go from, I believe it's 26 cents.
26 cents. How much is the cost of
On
the
top.
apple and the milk?
Well, it's on top of your cost of your meal. What's the price of luncheon?
$3.85.
Yes.
No, 290.
290. So it's 26 plus the 290. So a fruit can range from 12 cents to 14 cents.
And it depends. It can be fresh melon, it can be different fruits.
So the cost of the fruit and the milk is going to be less than the 26-cent
No,
reimbursement?
they don't have to take the
You
milk.
don't have to take it. I already.
We have to
made that
offer,
note.
yeah, we have to offer milk.
comment.
They don't
You
have to take
offer
it.
they don't.
You need to have 3 items on the tray before you leave the line.
And,
One of them has to be a fruit or vegetable.
So I guess my other question is because I heard about this before, the waste of the fruit. There's so many people starving in this world, and we have kids throwing whole fruit, and we are literally just processing it as waste because we won't recycle it. And so I think that it behooves all of us as a community to figure out a way to elect to reuse those apples, oranges, whatever, untouched. We're throwing them away. And I think that there are kids who don't have fruit, they don't have snacks, they don't have food. We need to figure out a solution to recycle that food.
I have an answer for that. Or
Yes,
suggestion.
great.
We have districts that do a share table. All our fruits that are hand-to-mouth fruits are wrapped, so they're in a cellophane bag with a gold tie. So they can go on a share. It's up to the school and the principal and how they run their operation, but once it leaves the line, it's not our responsibility. So if they want to have a share table, those kids that don't want to eat their fruit or vegetable, they can leave it, that's wrapped, they can leave it on that table. Those who are still hungry can go back up. And as Joe mentioned, those students that have already purchased a meal and still hungry, they come back up and get more vegetables and fruit, which some of them are doing.
So I guess my question is if we did that, can you do an assessment of the cost of whatever the cellophane is to wrap it? And if we have that fruit, can we use that fruit again? Can we?
do that
Because
now.
what? Yeah.
You wrap it now, so it's a matter of you offering a share table.
So they actually don't have to throw it away. We actually could collect it at this point. So that's something I would think as a district we want to consider.
We cannot reuse it. Once it leaves the line, we cannot reuse it. But you can, if they want to have a share table in the cafeteria,
Yeah.
and it's organized, other kids can choose from that table.
Or say some will bring it down to the nurse's office so that if a student, for some reason goes down and they're hungry, they can have a piece of
Yeah, if a kid forgets a snack or something, we can recycle this within our district. I just think that it is an incredible waste, and we could probably find a better way to use this good food since we're paying for it anyways, right? Wonderful. Okay. One last question about costing. So I received some comments from the public regarding the costing and the number of dining options. So I understand there's premium versus not premium. I can't remember what your names are. But I guess my question is how many dining options are there at the lower cost versus how many options are there at the premium costs?
Okay. Are we referring to
Lunch.
middle school, high schools, elementaries? Elementaries, there's one
District.
pricing.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Okay.
That's-
That makes it
there's not-
easy.
There's not what we call the regular meal, and then it's really deluxe is what it has been called. in the
Deluxe,
past.
right, okay,
So it's either
deluxe.
the regular
And-
lunch or the deluxe.
And just if I, for the benefit of the TV audience, you really do have to speak into the audience, into the microphone when
Sorry.
you're answering a question.
Apologize.
Thank you. No.
Regular
You-
meal or deluxe, and this is really speaking specifically at the middle school and the high school levels.
Okay.
Have you been on the site to look at any of our menus?
Well, I actually ate in the high school cafeteria, so
Okay.
I enjoyed it.
Great. Okay. We like to hear that, that you've actually eaten in the
I went to the
cafeteria.
Mexican line.
Okay. Okay, that particular line would be considered one of the deluxe lines. When you go into the cafeterias, we offer a one line that has a variety of different lunch, entree, hot. This changes every day by the menu, and that's middle school and high school levels. That would be considered a regular.
And so how many options are in that regular meal line?
It could be a baked ziti with sausage one day, but it's a whole meal in itself.
So there's
Again,
one option for the basic.
One option.
But there's
You-
multiple choices for deluxe.
Well, you have the Coyote Station, which you ate at. The Pizza Station is another. You have another station with the burgers,
And those are all
the
deluxe?
cheeseburgers. Those are all considered
So everything's deluxe, there's
Correct,
just one
correct.
basic line. Okay, because this explains why my son makes the argument that, well, it's just expensive, Mom. It's that he's choosing the deluxe stations every day, right? Because there's more options.
There is more options,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, okay.
Yes,
So,
but that
I
is the
understand.
same way that we understand it from the building managers in those secondary levels.
Right.
That those options were offered the same
Okay.
last year.
But in the elementary, only that one option
There
is
is only
offered.
one option. We
And
wouldn't be
that's why
able to
you keep
offer
it
that. We'd
streamlined.
love,
Got it.
we'd love
Understood.
to have that, but
Okay.
yes,
All right, perfect.
that's
Thank you.
correct.
Thank you. Any other members of the board wish to ask a question? Mr. Llewellyn, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, and then Mr. Convertito.
Sure, and I'm not sure if this question is appropriate for you folks or if it's more appropriate for Dr. Title. But in terms of the new food program, how is that going to be worked into our budget? Is it still going to be a separate fund? Is it going to be a pass-through? Who's managing the budget? How are we doing profitability this year versus last? Because last year it was a big concern to the district because it lost quite a bit of money.
I suspect that that's the Director of Finance's question.
You want to get another?
We're doing okay. We're holding our own. It still is, nothing has changed with the funding. The money hasn't moved. It's still in its own separate fund. All I will say at this point, we only have 3 months of data. There is a guarantee from Whitson's in the contract of $170,000 in profit. So regardless of what happens, we're guaranteed $170,000 at the end of the year.
Okay. And did Whitson's have to front money for capital purchases, or did the district?
We're responsible for capital purchases.
Who expended the dollars?
What's that?
Who expended the dollars spent to date?
Oh, what I was referring to before, they invested $237,000 in initial capital, but the equipment that we own or that we would have to buy in the future belongs to us.
So
And
is
the
that
capital that they have bought reverts back to us.
And does the cost eventually revert back to us, or is that?
It's depreciated.
Okay, so it sits on it's our equipment.
Right.
Okay, thank you. And I'd also read in this brochure, which was very helpful, thank you, that that Whitson's does catering for us as well?
That's correct.
And how does that work?
We had sent out a catering menu. I apologize. Not used to.
I can hear
mics.
without the mic.
We had sent out a catering menu, actually, to all of the administrators for each building. What they want to do, there's a phone number there. They can just contact the phone, which is the office here, the 255-8370, to set up. It could be something as simple as a coffee service to say we did the freshman picnic at the Ludlow High School this year in August. So, again, there's pricing there for catering, but I think it's best whether they speak to one of us.
Right.
Because we all have budgets.
Right, that sounds like a great service, thank you. And is it on a separate budget, the catering, or is it part of the overall budget?
It still is part of the school lunch program.
Part of the school lunch program? Okay. And, sorry, one last question. So when we're catering for staff, is that something that the staff buy, or is that something that we're providing to the staff? In other words, I read in here we catered 2 events. One was a New Year's event, or what was it? Christmas party. Christmas party, and there was another one too.
We do, yeah.
In other words, how's that funded?
Sales are.
Yeah, all the proceeds come to us. It depends on what the event is. The freshman orientation was funded by the high school out of their budget.
Okay.
That's something they would normally do anyway.
Right.
The holiday luncheon that you're speaking of, that was paid by the administrators in central office. We put that on for the staff here in central office, so we paid for it personally.
Oh, very good. No, it sounds like a great system. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. Mrs. Maxon Connelly?
Just very briefly, a couple questions. First, you mentioned feedback from the staff, and I was wondering, is that basically anecdotal, or are you doing that in any more formal type of manner? Since obviously many of our former employees were retained, and I'm sure have a wealth of information and points of comparison for you. So I was wondering in what form that feedback takes.
That's daily in all buildings. Joe and Louisa spend a great deal of time in the locations daily, and I think it is very important because they know these students and what their likes and dislikes are. Someone made a comment earlier. The students are the customers, and that's where the focus is. So we really now, especially as we're moving farther into the year, getting more and more developing that relationship with the managers in the buildings, that they're saying, look, the students would like to see some of this, or maybe can we offer this? And I think the new committees that we're going to be establishing is going to open up another line of communication for us as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then very quickly, secondly, I've just wanted to commend the work. I love that idea of getting in touch with the local farms. I mean, that connection for the students. And obviously, I know last year we're very much building on that idea that we were hoping to have a grassroots effort with these fruits and vegetables, that eventually there'll be that payoff at the upper levels, that they will be, hopefully picking it up by choice. And good luck down there with the elementary schools. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other, Mr. Convertito?
Just very quickly, you mentioned that Tomlinson Middle School, you have breakfast foods in. What other schools do you have breakfast?
Tomlinson, Holland, and McKinley were the 3 schools that were serving breakfast when we began. Okay. And now Ward High School has been added, and the next will be Fairfield Ludlow High School, and then the 2 middle schools, Woods and Roger Ludlow Middle School, to follow.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, Ms. Carnell?
Thank you, Mr. Dwyer. I could say that no complaints from my son gives you an A+ rating. The question
And
I
what
just-
school? What school did your son attend?
Ludlow Middle.
Thank you.
The question, and I'm sorry, the student Tyler, I think, brought it up. He said something that unfortunately a lot of fruit and milk get wasted. And I understand the fruit, vegetable, salad part. But is milk mandatory?
No, it is not. And so, of course, I've made some notes here. Again, that's just another training piece to go back and just discuss with most of the managers. I think they are aware of that. So that might have been more at the beginning of the year than as it is right now. So I think that'll be a topic of discussion that we'll discuss with all of the building leads tomorrow.
I think that's great, because also those students represent the schools. So I
Absolutely.
think they should be informed, because they're under misconception. So not only the staff, I think if we educate the students, that will help them spread the word, because that's what they do.
They do indeed.
Thank
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? If not, the only question I would have is that I got the inference that you might actually bring some food for us to sample at this meeting. So perhaps at a future meeting, that might be true. Thank you very much for
Thank you.
tackling this assignment and coming tonight.
Thank you.
We have two agenda items coming up, both building committees. I'm not sure that either committee has a long presentation. I'm told that they do not, but they will be because they report to the town bodies on the building committee activity. They wanted to make themselves available tonight should board members have questions, so they might hear about anything before they start going through the other town bodies. So next is Fairfield Ludlow High School Building Committee, and I believe Mr. Donald is coming up. If you do have something you want to start off with, feel free to do so.
Good evening, everybody. Again, Mark Donald, the chair of the Fairfield Ludlow Building Committee. I would like to just provide an update based on the schedule. In the last 2 months, we were able to complete the Phase 1, which is the roof bidding process, as well as Phase 2, which is the cafeteria addition and the classroom addition. In regards to maintaining the timeline to ensure that the classrooms would be ready at the beginning of school year 2015-16, and in preparation for the new high school schedule that will be implemented. Excuse me, with that in mind, we do expect to approach the town bodies for some additional funding so that we can begin and complete Phase 3, which is the window replacement and PCB remediation. As a result of EPA approvals, OSF approvals, et cetera, we've been beholden to them and their timeline. Just last week, January 6th, we received approval from OSF to go out to bid for the Phase 3 windows. So we are expecting to go out to bid at the end of the month, hopefully getting bids back at the beginning of February. So at that point, we'll know what we will have to approach the town bodies for additional funding to complete the project. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Questions of Mr. Donald. Mr. Llewellyn, followed by Mr. Convertito.
Thank you very much. In terms of the windows, the discussion last time around was that there might be some money to get us a portion through those windows. Do you know what that portion is left, or are we ahead, behind budget on the other two phases, or do we think we'll need to go back to the town bodies for the full funding of the windows?
It looks like we're going to have to go to the town bodies for full funding. One of the concerns was just the amount of money left over after the two phases, as well as the timeline, that we didn't know what kind of the approval situation would be, and also the lag time with making the windows, just kind of making the priority on getting the students in the seats in the end of August, or actually at the beginning of September. With that in mind, that was the reasoning behind not forcing anything. And as current budget, we're expected to get the guaranteed maximum price, the GMP, approved tomorrow.
So do you know what that amount, what's your current estimate of the amount that will be left over from phases 1 and 2 to go toward the windows?
With the last budget, I was going back and forth with with Arcadis, our owner's rep, this afternoon, and it was less than $25,000.
So basically,
yeah, and that's including the contingencies and everything.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Convertito? Oh. Asked and answered. Okay. Any other questions of board members of the Ludlow High School Building Committee? You're hearing none. Thank you very much for your time.
Pleasure.
Next is the Osborne Hill Building Committee update. Kim Marshall, come on forward. Same thing, if you're here just to answer questions, fine. If not, feel free to make a presentation.
Okay, I'll make a brief presentation. Can everybody hear me?
Speak closer.
Closer?
Yes, please.
Okay. Just to give everybody an update on where we're at right now. The windows and the doors at the southern end of the school were addressed this past summer, as were the main hallway floors. Work at the gymnasium is progressing now with anticipated completion around the end of March due to some unforeseen conditions. The balance of the window and door replacement will occur in the summer of 2015 with completion before the start of school. The window and door replacement work done this past summer went reasonably smoothly, as did the hallway flooring, both in terms of scheduling and minimal additional cost. However, there have been several areas related to the gym where there have been significant unforeseen costs. They are as follows: further regulatory delays, additional testing delays and costs, and the discovery of an unusual construction method resulting in additional required abatement work. There are also some additional costs related to the location of a new HVAC unit at the media center. These changes have resulted in additional change orders, air monitoring, modular rental, design and construction costs, and owner's rep costs. The high abatement costs of not only the PCBs but also asbestos are the primary reasons for some increased cost. Based on an exhaustive review of projected costs by the owner's construction rep, we believe we now have a realistic budget request for additional funding for the project. Do you want me to mention the amount?
Yeah, please, whatever you wish to present.
Okay. At this point, it's $340,000. That's essentially more contingency than what we had before. We had some contingency in the base bid, or in the original amount, but we need more because of all the additional abatement work, pretty much. When we put the project out for bid, we did not include the walkway as part of the base bid because in the conceptual, excuse me, coming down something. In the conceptual study, an enclosed walkway was always kept as a separate cost option. And we were concerned about cost when we were putting the project out for bid because of delays in getting state approvals. With a contingency, the connecting corridor, which we really would like to have as part of our project, is going to be an additional $471,000. The total for the base contract contingency and the walkway alternate is $812,172. We're going to go before the town bodies to request additional funding to at least complete the base contract, and we would hope that there would be consideration of funding for the walkway corridor.
Thank you very much. Board members, do you have questions? Starting with Mr. Llewellyn again.
Thank you. Quick point of clarification. At the bottom of the table says 712?
Yes.
Is that because there's another 100 contingency?
Yes.
Okay.
There are some issues that have come up since that table was put together. It came up in the last week and a half. So we're asking for an additional $100,000. So the $240,000 is now $340,000.
Okay. And what was the nature of those?
It has to do with the location of the mechanical unit in the media center.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Any other board members have a question they wish to address on Osborne Hill School? Hearing none, thank you very much. Let me just make one comment related to this. For those of you who watch Fair TV, as you know, our facilities plan has several projects spread over 10 years, and it is an iterative project. And so as we learn whether projects are costing less or costing more, or because of the timing of receiving approvals, have to be moved over time, that our commitment to the town over the last several years is that we will adjust our projects so that we stay in conformance with what is affectionately called the waterfall chart. And so it is no doubt of my mind that at the Board of Selectmen, or Board of Finance, or RTM, somebody will ask me if we're still committed to keeping faith with the waterfall chart as to how much money can be spent on Board of Education projects in any given year. And I will affirm that that is still the board's intention, to keep faith with the town's goal of having a waterfall chart that can be managed and kept in context of the goal that they have to limit capital expenses to 10% of the town budget in terms of the carrying costs. So I will make that representation, but in reality, making good on that representation is this board's responsibility when it comes to actually reviewing and approving the revision to the capital plan. So that's a sentence that I've used, I think, 4 different times so far over the last 3 years to different bodies. We'll move on now. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the presentation of the superintendent's proposed budget. I feel like I'm at the Oscars, where I have an official statement that I want to read, and I would ask the PTA presidents here or their representatives to pay close attention to this, because it is directed at you. Immediately following Dr. Title's budget PowerPoint presentation, would you make sure, and I'll do it after the presentation as well, to remind you that those of you who are here to pick up PTA copies of the proposed budget, this year we're asking for PTA representatives' help to alleviate some of the traditional congestion that occurs up at the front of the room during the distribution, by asking that each school president or designee designate one person to come up and get all of the books for your school. Just think of the way you used to do it at mealtime at camp, or bring the plates back to the kitchen at camp. Come forward, receive all of the books for their school, and then that person will then distribute those books to the appropriate PTA representative for that school. And thank you for your help and cooperation. And I'll repeat this reminder right after the presentation, but I thought I would give you some advance notice so you can look at each other and decide who's going to come forward. Thank you. Now, Dr. Title, the floor is yours.
Yeah, we're going to try to use this mic. Yeah, we're going to use the PowerPoint, so if you want to slide around. Can people hear me? Yes, this thing is working? Ah, awesome. Okay, give me a second to get the technology set up. I don't want to be with my back to everybody. All right, you guys. I need to roam about. It is. I know. Very professorial. All right, so here we go. We will post this PowerPoint, and we'll post the actual operating budget on the district's website tomorrow morning, so I'd say by noon. I also want to start out by saying that, a lot of hands go into putting this particular budget together. It says the superintendent's proposed operating budget, but in fact, it's a tremendously involved process that really starts from the bottom up, and if you read the budget preparation schedule, you realize how many hands there are into this. The budget wins awards for clarity and communication because so many people work hard on it. And also to help with the explanation on the PowerPoint, I want to, not just Doreen, but Jan Burns, Lisa, Kim in our office just do terrific work to get this together. But if there's mistakes in it, they're mine. All right, so big picture here, in case you didn't know what we used the budget for, we really do have, and I'm very proud of our comprehensive and rigorous program we have of not just academics, but athletics, art, extracurricular activities, and we really see ourselves as an integral part of the town. High-quality school system is a lot of what makes Fairfield an attractive community as people are looking to relocate or stay in southern Fairfield County. Certainly, we're looking to maintain and improve upon that. But we're not one to stay in place. It was an excellent school system before I got here. We are continuing to try to make it better. And because this is a year where we're sort of lean on test scores, I just want to review, I sort of took stock of the last 5 years, to say that while we were and continue to be an excellent school system, I think it's worth reflecting on a number of the improvements that have happened in the last 5 years here. We've not been stagnant. We've been constantly trying to improve. And there's a longer list of these actually in the budget book. But I think that people should understand that we're in a continuous improvement mode here. And I've grouped them by the 4 major categories. You'll recognize these because these are the categories that the initiatives on an annual basis are categorized for you. We often have 30 to 35 improvement initiatives going on at any one time. So just to take a bit of a walk down memory lane, and I can't put everything in here. There's too much, but certainly within the instructional program, one of the biggest improvements is upgrading curriculum to meet modern standards and modern resources. And obviously the 2 biggest and most critical are language arts and math, and they've been completely revised pre-K to 12. Other areas, as you see below, have had a complete rewrite and upgrade. You might recall, those who've been around, curriculum here used to be done almost on a course-by-course basis. It would come in bits and pieces. And now we're finally doing it as, not a whole program, certainly at a secondary versus elementary level. You've seen some data. I can show you some updated data on AP, but we continue to increase the number of students taking and succeeding in AP. Last year, the board approved a new AP course in AP Psychology. It's been very popular. And we're also offering AP Physics to more students. And of course, the big one that I think people have been waiting for at least 15 years for, so I had to put it up here, is the new high school schedule that we're finally going to get, which will bring us above the state average for instructional hours, and they'll have time to eat all their fruit. All right. Budget humor. Okay. A few other, we're always looking for greater consistency, and if you have consistency in the way we do student assessment, you'll often get consistency in instruction and curriculum. Certainly some specialized programs we're very proud of. We now have our autism program. We'll be extending all the way up through to both high schools next year. Full-day kindergarten, the pre-K, struggling learners. We have revised and expanded the gifted and talented in the last 5 years. And I think just as a general statement, and while we always have work to do on this, if people think back to 5, 6, 7 years ago, in a large part due to our curriculum leaders and principals who work with us teachers, we have improved the quality and are providing much more consistent delivery of a common curriculum across schools and grade levels than ever. Now, we're not there. It's a work in progress. It's going to be in the long-range plan. But I think if you reflect on the last 5 years, that's pretty much indisputable. Certainly, you all know what a big fan I am of using teams and data. You've heard some of this before. This should not come as any big surprise. We have a consistent model that we're constantly tweaking for school improvement planning processes. Now it includes not just student learning outcomes, but also school climate as part of school improvement plans. You had a wonderful presentation from Liz McGoey about data teams, so I don't need to say any more than Liz told you about that. I know she's here and is probably crawling under the chair right now. We have taken the opportunity with our new teacher evaluation plan and the rigorous process that is and the time involved in that with our teachers to align those with school improvement plans so we can have some more coherence in the system. And I've continually sent you out information about, and we've talked a bit about instructional rounds, which is really a collaboration between teams of teachers and administrators working on improved instructional practices. All of that has been improved upon in the last 5 years. We also have a core strategy around leadership capacity. The number of teachers taking leadership roles in the district has expanded greatly, whether it's in technology, curriculum, leading data teams, leading instructional rounds. There's too much leading that needs to be done in the district to simply have the people have the label as leader, and we're working with the teachers to develop even more of that. And some other areas down here that we've also made a great deal of improvement on as well, because leadership capacity, improving and strengthening our leaders, both formal and informal, is absolutely critical to moving the school district forward now and into the future. Use of resources, I'm not this has got a lot of tentacles to it. There's a whole 4 or 5 pages in the budget about cost containment measures that we've done in the last 4 or 5 years. But think about safety and security and what we've done in the last few years on that, particularly post Sandy Hook. Training in terms of our close relationship with the police department. I'm glad that I'm making Gary McNamara wait to come in, but you know, the work we're doing with the police department is unparalleled and was almost unthinkable. And yes, it took a horrible event for it to happen, but our schools are much safer and secure for our students and our staff than ever before. We have had a good run of being able to modernize our space. Some of the projects are still in play. Our capital non-recurring projects have had a good track record and have worked out, and the capital non-recurring have all come in on or under budget. We've been able to maintain our major maintenance projects and keep our 2 million square feet of school and administrative space in good shape. And I'll list some others. Shout out to food service, buses. We have a lot of resources here, and we're constantly trying to use them more effectively, more efficiently, and obviously technology, while it always has its glitches, incredibly, it actually worked beautifully tonight. We all know it does, but the amount of communication with families and that we've been able to do, and you'll see some budget savings in this budget because of reduced mailings and printing and postage and so forth. That's really flowing to our bottom line. We've been able to reduce our homebound instruction budget because we're able to use more technology rather than a more expensive way to provide that. So there's been investment in technology. The board's been very good about that, and obviously it's a never-ending process. So that's sort of on the, look back on improvements. Based on the scores, and last year I showed you like 8 or 9 years of CMT and data in reading and language arts, and reading and math, and because of the change to SBAC, we don't have any update on that this year. The trends last year I showed a very positive trend on all of these standardized measures over the last 8 or 9 years, but the only one that we have an update on is AP. That continues to be a real positive for us. The blue bars show the number of students enrolled in AP courses over the years. And yes, high school enrollment has gone up, but not nearly at this level. If you look at the enrollment in the blue bars, it's almost doubled. And yet we've maintained or improved the percentage of kids getting 3 or higher. And we added AP Psychology and AP Physics. And again this year, the College Board cited us and put us on the AP District Honor Roll. There's about 500 districts in the country that get that. And that's not just for sheer number of kids taking, but it's taking, and it's also some kids from non-traditional backgrounds that may not have access to AP that we're very, very proud of. So that's really the only sort of test score update I have for you. Launching into some historical data, building up to the big moment, okay? This is like the Golden Globes where, they can't give out Best Picture at 8:15, right? You have to wait till 11 o'clock. I won't make you wait till 11 o'clock, but maybe 9:30. All right, so in the past 10 years, this is some updated information. We've done this before. This is in your book. Looking 10 years back, our student enrollment has grown by 10.5%, but we're educating them with 6.8% more staff members, even as the mandates and the demands have grown. Mostly that's been in teachers. It's by and large kept pace with the enrollment, hasn't completely done that. We've realized some economies there, but in terms of support staff and number of administrators, it's been virtually flat while student enrollment has been growing relatively rapidly. This chart you've seen before. This is a graphical representation. This is my evidence behind that statement, since we're teaching kids to use evidence to prove their points. Right, Jen? Yeah. Okay. So here's your enrollment. You can see it's beginning to flatten out on us up here, but it certainly has been going up. Here's the graph of the teachers. And again, you can see it pretty much keeps track of that. Down here, our support staff. So you can see the vast majority of our staff are teachers or certified support staff. We had really been declining with our non-certified staff, but what's begun to happen is we've had to start bumping that up, particularly in the area, and you'll see it in the budget, of support staff needed for students with special needs that are in the district that require intensive support. So that's bumping up a bit this year, but it's been on a slow, steady decline here. So that represents some economies we've made, but we've sort of run out there. And the number of administrators as a percentage is very low and has been virtually flat over the past 10 years. Pie chart-wise, you can see that we're mostly teachers and certified support staff. These are the numbers behind the chart. 10.5 in enrollment, teachers going up 9.1%, the others down around 2%, and the total staff FTEs. So you can see we have approximately 45 administrators for 1,400 total employees in the district. And that's been pretty much constant, despite the fact that we've had an amazing number of increased mandates coming down the pike, and I think the gig is up on that, in my opinion, or the jig is up, one of those. Looking at our per pupil expenditure over the past 10 years, this is the audited number, so it only goes up to 1213. Last year, I showed you a chart that started back here. We were in the low 20s in terms of our rank and per pupil expenditure. By the way, I'm not bragging about this. I'm not sure this is the direction we really want the system to go in, but it does show that we have consistently been pretty much on a downward path in terms of our per pupil expenditure versus the state. Last year, we were the last time we showed you this, we were 62nd in the state out of 166. We're now 69th in the state out of 166. And you can see in the blue bars, all the action, a lot of the action took place in this time frame, and it's been very flat over the past 5 years here. Across the state, if you want to sort of get what's been typical across the state, statewide, this is sort of a pretty good measure of what real education inflation has been statewide. On a per pupil basis, it's been going up about 4.3% a year. Fairfield has been going up about 2.6% a year. And we continue to go down this path, and I'm just wondering what number we're aspiring to. The lowest you can go is 166, but I don't think we'd want a school system like that. So that's a trend. Those are the facts. We compare ourselves often to Southern Fairfield County in per pupil expenditures. Nothing has changed a whole lot on this graphic. We continue to be the second lowest per pupil expenditure in Southern Fairfield County. We're over here in red at $15,185. This is 2013-14 unaudited numbers, so these are more recent data. Actually, we're catch and Trumbull. They used to be $1,500 a kid lower than us. They're catching up. They're making, on a per pupil basis, more of an investment. The average in Southern Fairfield County is $17,541. We're providing an outstanding education for $15,185. And in a nod to Jen, there you are, out there at $20,847. That's Greenwich. Certainly we have, you know, we're 15.5% lower than average here. So, you know, I think we continue to be efficient. We continue to be economical with our resources. Other districts that are much higher spending than us have an economy of scale here. Greenwich has just about the same student population we do. Norwalk's a good size compared to us. Stanford's about the size of us. Some of these others are, you know, 5,000, 6,000. So Weston's kind of tiny. They probably have some economy of scale issues. But the fact is, I think we can make the case for all of these that we're using our resources effectively or historically have. I don't like the CPIU as a measure to gauge inflation because our costs don't really track what the CPIU tracks. Our costs, as you'll see, are largely a function of health care and wages. But even when you do that, and you look over, I just added a year to this chart. This was in here last year, and I added a column on enrollment. But our average annual budget increase in the last 6 years has been 1.84%. If you look at what our contract and benefit increases alone have been, it's greater than that. The inflation rate has been right around that number, and our enrollment on an average basis has been going up. So our budget has not been keeping pace with the cumulative change in inflation and enrollment over the past 6 years. You could take this last year out. It's not going to make any difference. You can see those numbers are close to zero. Some people have gone back and tried to do this on their own for prior years. Knock yourselves out. It's the same story. All right, so as we move ahead, looking at what the priorities are, obviously preserving our instructional program is certainly part of it, but as I've told you, we've been trying to improve it. We're going to continue to try to improve it. We need to get ourselves set up to implement the district's long-range improvement plan. We don't have all the specifics of that. There are some elements of it that we need to be mindful of. Just as a reminder, all these state reform initiatives and mandates have not gone away. They didn't suddenly repeal all of the rules that they put in place that have given us huge headaches. In fact, they've added a couple. No good deed goes unpunished in the legislature. And as I had said before, and we had presented to this board, that one of our priorities was, as part of our curriculum review process, to upgrade the world language program. I promised I would budget that, and I have. And you'll see it shortly. To remind ourselves that we are in a long-range planning process, I'm going to stop talking for a minute and just let these slides speak for themselves, only to say that the board has adopted a mission statement. The mission statement is very aspirational. It talks about every student acquiring knowledge and skills. And to accomplish this mission, we are building a long-range improvement plan. The next two slides reiterate the process that we're in the middle of doing. The board has seen a draft of the student performance indicators. You remember the famous graph. I think somebody liked it, so I thought I'd put it back up there. So I'll just remind you that we are in this process. All right. These are the key instructional improvement strategies that we're going to build the plan around. You've seen these before in the list of district initiatives. These are simply stated as strategy statements. These are our core strategies. These are the same 4 statements that were highlighted before in terms of improvement. The 4 areas, I just shortened them previously. We're going to continue to work in these areas. We're going to stay the course and continue on a path of improvement. More details coming on this. All right, this stuff hasn't gone away. As a reminder, the big 3. Very labor-intensive teacher and administrator evaluation plans, which you've all seen. We are about to get our first run of the SBAC test with very high stakes for a lot of people, and addressing the Common Core state standards. That is all huge work. It is ongoing work. Approving the curriculum is just one part of the work. Implementing it is a whole lot harder. And of course, while we're doing that, we have these other areas of mandates. The 2 new ones for this year is a requirement to do a Foundations of Reading survey. It doesn't have a direct budget impact, but it will take quite a bit of staff time to analyze. And there's a new mandate around dyslexia as an identified area, which is going to require us to spend a chunk of money on professional development to keep ourselves in compliance with that new mandate. Andrea will be loving to talk to you about that at some future point. So just to let you know, this stuff hasn't gone away. In fact, it's picking up. So, why should you support the budget? Okay. Uncle Dave says, all right, here's a few things in here. Not all of these are necessarily ads. So, we are proposing to enhance the world language program. We are proposing, and I have budgeted in this budget, the middle school portion of the proposal that you saw in the November meeting. That means 6th grade goes from a half-time program of Spanish to a full-time program where the students have a choice of either French or Spanish. That will solidify the middle school program and allow us to, in the future, to build an elementary program in supportive of that. But if we don't take care of this one, there's not much point in building the base if it's just going to be a half-time program in grade 6. We are budgeting to acquire updated textbooks, not just for grade 6 world language, but secondary world language is up for a textbook adoption. Levels 10 and 20, I believe, are in the budget. Algebra 2, you might remember, we approved that curriculum. We've been holding back on a textbook till we found one that was sufficiently updated that we wanted to spend money on it. That is in the budget for next year if we want to put one in play for 2015, fall of 15. Revising the social studies curriculum, that's the next content area that's up for revision. That is included in the budget for next year. Implementing the new high school schedule, that is not really a personnel issue. The increase in staff at the high school is because of enrollment, but there is some professional development required to roll out the new high school schedule well, and so that's included in here as well. You might remember from the student performance indicators, we talked about doing a graduate follow-up survey, and there's some other student performance indicators we haven't done before, some in world language. Those are going to cost some money. We have budgeted for those as part of the district's long-range improvement plan, and I am proposing, as I promised last May, that I would build a budget that eliminates the pay to participate at the high schools. So that is not in the budget. That if the budget went through unscathed, then the pay to participate would be gone. And that was a discussion we had last May, and I have followed through on that promise. There's more. We know from a lot of discussion that we have increased psychological support needs for our students. We are seeking to have some additional resources to support that as a preventative measure. We're looking to strengthen the supervision of the alternative high school program, which has a lot of potential, and right now really just has somebody over there on an occasion, and it really needs strengthened in the supervision area. Special education support, I made some reference in there to some supports that we need. Increasing professional development opportunities for all staff continues to be a priority. It's not something you want to skimp on. Any researcher worth the salt will tell you that if you scale back on professional development, improvement comes to a halt. And of course, this is not necessarily new money in here, but it is important to me, and I think to the district, that we continue our investment in technology and major maintenance projects, that we don't backslide in any major way in those areas. And so I've kept that, and that will allow us to continue to move forward in those areas. So that's the short version. I'm sure everybody can find something they like in there, but that's all included in this budget proposal for the one low price. All right, moving on here. So just a quick look at the enrollment projections that we built the budget, we build it from enrollment. Pre-K is a bit of an anomaly. This happens every year because in October 1st, we don't have everybody fully enrolled because kids haven't turned 3 yet, they haven't been identified. But by the end of the year, it's staffed up, so that's more of a timing issue. The real story here is elementary enrollment is slipping a bit. We will save on some staff there. Middle school enrollment, there's a bubble moving through. It's ending up at the high school. And so you're going to see some shifting of staff in the core areas from the elementary and the middle to the high school. The net is pretty close to zero on all of that, but you'll see it in the budget. So we've aligned the staff to where the kids are. In general, the enrollment is fairly flat to at the K to 12 level, a slight decline. Based on that, the staffing changes in this budget, on the certified side, it's pretty much a dead heat. That includes the staffing for the world language, which you know is in additional personnel. So we've pretty much washed this out where we've had to add some staff in certain places, reduce staff in others. The non-certified, most of this is for students with special needs who have a need for a specialized education trainer or paraprofessional, something along those lines. So that's really where the action is. But overall, the staffing change in this proposed budget is under 1%. So as we start to build this budget, certain big things stick out. And just to begin with, if we had no savings, if we had not been able to accrue any savings in some of these accounts, these are the kind of numbers we were looking at when we first drew it up. When this thing came out of the chute, we were looking at some pretty scary numbers. Health insurance alone, we were looking at a $4.2 million increase. You heard Aon talk about a 9% trend. We had a 9% trend. We have $30 million in claims. You're looking at almost $3 million right there. And then we had the projected deficit for this year that we need to work on. I've worked very closely with the First Selectman and the Chairman of the Board of Finance to come up with a funding mechanism for this, and we've had some benefit there, but that's where we were looking. We were looking at contracted salary increases, the programs we said we needed to put in, some of the new mandates, and eliminating pay to play, came to that amount of money. The other big driver in this budget are gas and electric rate increases, particularly natural gas. Town did a great job of locking in low natural gas prices last year. Unfortunately, when they went to do it this year, the luck ran out. So our utility costs are up considerably. And then we had some built-in contract increases in our transportation, our grounds, our legal fees and so forth. So we were looking at, before we did a whole lot else, an increase of over 5%, had we not made some adjustments. So that's the bad news. Things got better from there. So I don't give everybody on the Board of Finance a heart attack. We did manage to reduce that number considerably. First of all, you know, when we negotiated the teacher's contract, we did negotiate changes in the health insurance, in the plan design, and in the custodians. We could not include any of the changes in the administrator's contract because that's not been settled. That's an arbitration that may or may not save what we said it was going to save, so that is not included. But that alone reduced that $4.2 million number by about $800,000. These are estimated rounded numbers. We have, as you know, and we've made public statements that we have had a number of additional retirees this year. What we are committing to do, and it was in your financial report, is we will take the full savings attributable to that, and we will make an additional deposit into the medical retention fund for this year, thereby mitigating $700,000 that otherwise would have to go into the medical retention fund for next year. So those two actions alone that are within our control help bring this budget down. We had some increased revenue in special education, savings on our homebound program. We had some savings in pension that we have nothing to do with. We do have some savings from some reorganization and some moves in the security area that I can explain that saved about $300,000. And we did get the benefit of the lower diesel fuel prices and some additional revenue in transportation. So the total savings sort of off the top of about $2.5 million. So that brought us down to an approximate net of $5.5 million. The biggest thing was bringing that health insurance number down. It's still a big number. It's still the biggest increase in the budget. But when all was said and done and we sharpened our pencils and we looked at all the rest of the budget, we came to a final budget request of, the drama is killing you, 3.29%. And so the current budget is this number, the proposed budget is this number, there's the difference. The year-over-year difference is 3.29%, including everything that I've spoken to you about previously. Where's the $5.1 million? Really, it's a very simple story this year when it's all said and done. As much as we gnash our teeth about it, you take out from that the salary increases, brings it down to about $3 million. The next big thing, actually it's a bigger number, is the net on the benefits, which is around $2.4 million. And then the rest of it is basically utilities, for lack of a better way to put it. That's the budget. 3 budget categories account for virtually the entire increase. Almost every other budget category nets to zero in terms of increase. So, recap. Salaries, benefits, utilities. That's the whole game. Looking at it sort of in the big picture at a glance here, you can see the big numbers at the top. Staff salaries and benefits being the two largest. This is the percent of the 3.29, so these two alone are almost 3 percentage points. Then you've got your operations and building maintenance, which again is mostly utilities, some increased rent on some properties and so forth. Not a lot of controllable stuff in here. That's the other 0.5%. But if you look at the rest of the lines, special ed tuition's behaving itself this year. Our contracted services are down. Transportation, because of the fuel savings, is actually lower. Our capital's pretty flat, and the other accounts. So really, again, here's the action. Not a lot of controllable stuff there. Looking at it, you can see that once again, we're a labor-intensive operation. Salaries and benefits accounting for about 80% of the budget. If you really get down to where you can control some of the budget, you're really looking at these areas up here, and you can't even take these all the way down. But, you know, sure, you could cut back on capital, supplies, text, materials. I mean, dues and fees is almost not worth talking about. There's not that much left to play with. There's not a whole lot you could do with transportation, tuition, a lot of the contracted services. Most of that's the bus contract and some other contracted services. Oh, bus is there. So really, when you get right down to it, it's all about labor costs. And to be honest, Thank goodness we had the $800,000 savings in that negotiated contract, or this budget would be another half a point higher. So 3 quick summary statements that I'm done, and you can have at it. 3 lines account for pretty much the budget increase. We are committed to not just continuing to deliver, but improving our high-quality school system. And because we're using our resources efficiently, we are able to do this in a fiscally responsible manner. Some costs are out of our control. Some are within our control. The ones we can control, we are doing our very best to do so. And so that's the end of my presentation. I think we're now going to have Mr. Dwyer give a statement about how we're going to distribute the books. And I think at this point I'm going to stop talking and thank you for your attention.
Whoever knows where the light switch is. So you see the books that are up here, and I remind you again, we'll take a short recess as a board meeting to allow you to come up and get the books. And we would ask you that to alleviate some congestion during the distribution, if one representative of each school, the PTA president or somebody that they have designated, come forward and receive all the books for their school and then give them to other representatives who are here. I think at this meeting we have generally only had books published for, I think, the RTM, a majority leader or a minority leader or something like that. And I think the education committee. So if you are an RTM member that doesn't fit into one of those categories, you'll have to get your book at another time. So please come forward. $32 minutes. No, 30 minutes. 30? Yep, 30 exactly. So let me reconvene the board meeting. Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, may I reconvene the board meeting?
Yeah, there are two people not here. I'm at least here.
Yes, he's just right. Okay. So the Board of Education will come back into session. I would remind the board members that at tonight's meeting, we have normally focused any questions on the PowerPoint, since you just got the book. And some of you may have no questions, and you want to study both the PowerPoint and the book, and that has normally been the process. We will go through the book at our series of special budget hearings in kind of the same order we did before. We will make a slight switch Aon will come in together with other people to not Aon, but we'll discuss the health and the pension plan first, so that the Board of Finance person and whatnot can be here. And then we will go through the book in the order we have normally gone through, which is go through the pension, go through the income side of it, then go through the salaries and walk our way through the various pages of the book spread over the different hearing dates until we get to the very end. And then, of course, the final meeting of the January will be the budget vote. So, having said that, do any board members have questions on the PowerPoint? Mrs. Maxon Cannelli, and we'll take a few questions, followed by Mr. Patton.
I believe this is my only question. Just to orient myself compared to past budget books, is there anything different about the setup of this that I mean, obviously the numbers being different, but the actual organization of it that's changed?
Oh, it's pretty much follows the same format that you've seen before. I don't think we've made any radical changes to it. It's pretty much the same drill. Seems to have worked out well, and I think you'll recognize the format and so on.
That's it. Mr. Patton.
With regard to one of your key budget drivers being, well, you said energy costs, and then there was one lump with transportation in terms of savings. In light of what's going on with oil prices and the temporary drop there that everybody says will probably continue for at least another couple of months, how, assuming that savings we might see this year, although we're probably in flat contracted rates, right? So how would that affect next year if prices then start going up again? We kind of don't know where that stuff is going.
Yeah, the town bids in bulk all of the town's energy needs, including the Board of Ed and the town, as one big group. And the purchasing department buys out to a certain point in time. At this point, they've locked in their rates for virtually all of our utilities all the way through the end of the budget period, 15-16. So we do know what our rate is, for example, for diesel fuel. That has been locked in for the town through June of 2016, and that's fixed. If that rate goes down, we will not get that benefit. If it goes up, we don't have to pay the difference.
Do we know roughly when those rates are locked in, like what point in time?
The purchasing department of the town does it at different times based on their reading of the market, and when they think they got the best deal, they strike. We really just take the information they give us and build it into the budget.
Okay, so they haven't told you that. And again, when you're talking diesel fuel, that's the fuel that's used for the buses.
Yes. That's a big advantage to us now because with the new contract, we separated the fuel from the buses themselves. Under the prior contract, had this big drop in fuel prices occurred, we would not have accrued any benefit to the drop in fuel prices. All of that would have accrued to the vendor. So we're able to really mitigate the contractual increase in the budget of the contract for the transportation, in part because we're going to pay less for the fuel for next year. So we are saving quite a bit on diesel fuel for next year, but that number is set and locked in.
Okay.
Any other questions, Mrs. Lou McCormick?
So I have some questions on the proposed operating budget presentation. I guess a few clarifications. Some of the information I thought was very interesting and informative, but some of it was kind of generally stated. It would be helpful. I will make the request. Clearly, there's no obligation to respond if it is very difficult to provide the information, but I will ask it. One is, so if I flip to, I'm not sure what's, maybe slide number 5. It says one of the things that we accomplished this year. I just want to understand some of these things that we talked about in terms of how we invested our money last year. You introduced a new student assessment system, grades K through 8 in reading and math. I'm assuming that's the iReady assessment. Is that right, or is that SBAC, or what is that?
No, that's the iReady system.
So my one question on that is,
And there's another one, but that's
The way I see it is the iReady kind of is good at tracking progress over the course of the year. Is part of this cost going to be the dissemination of the results of these to parents so that we can share the progress along with the school district and be able to assist the student? Is that part of the budgetary allocation, and will it be going forward? And my next question is, similar to this, we had assessments for the report card where we had the new grading system. And I think one of the things that I've heard is how, again, is the communication of that information incorporated in the budget, or even just in general, because where is the rubric that defines what the M, the E, whatever it means? I think if that were specifically allocated and part of when we call our instructional program, that would be, again, helpful to the community to incorporate that as part of the budget. And if it's not part of the budget for this last year, what is the cost to be able to provide the rubric online to all the parents? And what would be the cost of sharing the results of the iReady with parents? Okay, so that's one thing on
But
that
let me
page.
clarify. So these are things that you're asking the superintendent to be ready to answer during the
Yeah, these are
budget
questions I have
presentation.
regarding his, because I'm not sure if that's included in what we incorporated in our budget last year, but I'd like that to be part of our budget this year if it wasn't included. What is the cost of that? I would assume it's not that much to post something online, but I don't know, so I'll leave it to him. The next one is, the dyslexia program and those programs, the new programs that you detailed that we're going to be required to and invest in. I'm wondering if you can break out the detail of those new program costs
We'll
that
do
we're
that.
required to do, as well as those ones that you are taking the initiative on this year, which I can't remember what page that's on, but I'll find it for you. Hold on.
We can do that.
Okay, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, it's on page 13, so that is 25 and 26. So if we can get, it doesn't have to be granular, but for each of those items, what the allocation is within the budget for each of those. And when it comes to the world language, what would be nice is to backtrack and compare that again to the savings that the district received when we first cut the programs, 2 or 3 years back, versus the cost of reinstating it now that we are moving forward into this time period.
And we have that information.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not too hard. I just want to
Right.
restate these are kind of comments within this. My other, question or clarification that would be helpful is in stating that it seems as if on page 8, and this is slide number 15 and 16, you indicate positive trends for our per pupil expenditures relative to Southern Fairfield. Right. I'm sorry, my eyes are so bad. And what I'd like is, if it's possible, I don't think this is too difficult because I believe this is on the Connecticut State website. If you have the data to do this, you have the data probably to do it for what I'm asking. If you could do this for our DRG, so rather than comparing it across the state, if you could do this data for DRG B, which is our DRG, and then separately show what DRG A is, because most of Southern Fairfield is DRG A, which is, of course, a completely different cost bracket. But it would be nice to see where we stand within our own DRG. I know Trumbull's in it, maybe Stamford, but across our DRG, that would be interesting to see how we compare from a cost perspective as we consider the numbers for our budget on a per-pupil basis.
Okay.
Okay, let me see if I got anything else. Oh, and one more thing was on page 30. For the additional retiree savings for the budget savings, the reason I ask is I'd like to fully understand what the savings implications are. Generally, when there's savings, that means we're giving up something because you get savings because you're cutting something. So I understand this is additional retiree savings. What I would like to understand better is if we are actually having experienced teachers retire and the number of teachers are basically staying flat, what are the replacement teachers, number of years of experience on average versus the teachers that we're losing, and then the salaries related. So what the cost savings is for the new teachers that are replacing the retiring teachers, and compare that with the number of years of experience for the new teachers versus the retiring teachers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
We did that.
Huh?
think
Yeah, I mean, that...
we provided that
That data
information.
has been provided, but we
Right.
can get you another copy of it.
Yeah, just an updated one.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board that they want to? And of course, if you have questions between now and the first meeting, feel free to direct them to Dr. Title. It is always easier in these budget hearings if you have a specific question to ask it in advance so they can do the research and make sure they have the answer for you at the time. If there are no further questions over on this side, you've got the last question.
It actually just wasn't a question. I should have started with this. Since Dr. Title began his presentation with a reference to all the work that went into it, just a thanks to all of the staff and all of that work that was put into it. Again, it touches on a lot of topics that we will hear people asking about. You know, it's as comprehensive as we expect it to be, and so just a thank you to all the staff for all the work that they put into this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on now to the old business, approval of the BOE capital non-reoccurring. The recommended motion is that the Board of Education approve the BOE capital non-reoccurring projects for 2015-16. Do I have a motion? Mrs. Gerber? Mr. Patton? We have our Chief of Police here, somewhere in the back. Oh, over to the right. Over to the right. Was in the back. If Chief, if you want to come forward so that you can be part of this discussion, sit at the table. This is this book that was distributed earlier, and so I'm sure that each of you brought one, yeah? Do you wish to make any opening comments, Dr. Title?
Well, I really appreciate the chiefs being here because while we can't get into a lot of the details around the security, we had to be very careful about what we put out in public on it. I want to thank him in public for all the work he and his staff have done working with us, Mr. Cullen, Mr. Morbido, and myself to put this together. And I'd invite him to make any comments that he'd like to about the security, your feelings about it, your endorsement of it, so the public would get an idea where the police department is on this as part of our overall security. Plus, you've been here all night and really would like to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I think, first of all, thank you for allowing me a few minutes. As I have been in front of this board on other occasions since we've kind of taken a global approach to school security after the Sandy Hook tragedy, you know very well all the work that has gone into the security to date. One of the aspects of school security that we talked about last year was the additional personnel kind of required to address some of the personnel needs. And obviously one of the most important aspects of school safety is an engaged teacher, administrator population, an understanding parent population, and a whole lot of regular training. And over the last year, we've been able to implement a lot of the personnel issues and personnel procedures in place to make our schools safer. In addition to that, however, there obviously is a security or infrastructure component to that, which we've had discussions with this board in the past. So I certainly think that as a board, we have to look at this infrastructure proposal as a good, solid plan to address some of the risks that are presented with all of the facilities. As you'll note, that there is a wide variety of infrastructure improvements that are touched upon in this plan. And then having said that, I certainly think it's important that we bring people from the district up who will be able to discuss. One of the things that we did in the police department was take a look at all of the infrastructure within the district. And we've done some security surveys on that, and we looked at that as a whole and tried to take the approach of how can we best buy down risk in the district. Obviously, when we buy down risk, we don't have an unlimited amount of funding to do everything we'd like to do. So this presentation or this proposal really looks to get the most bang for our buck, to buy down the most risk possible without spending an exuberant amount of money, although certainly the money on the table is not a small amount of money, but certainly we're trying to buy down the most risk with the money that we believe we can do that with. So that is an opening statement.
Thank you.
Anything you wish to address? This was on our agenda previously, and so it's up for as a voting item at the moment. So members of the board should, if they wish to make comments or ask questions, feel free to do so. And after that, we'll go to the public for comment. I don't see any board members' hands raised, or do I? Mr. Llewellyn?
I have a question. It's not on security. Do you want me to hold that, or do you want me to ask that?
No, if you're asking a question about what's in this booklet, the chief might not go into as much detail as you might want,
No.
but feel free to ask the question.
So I guess this goes to the memo we received, I might have been in last Friday's packet, and as it relates to the studies done on the rubber fields.
Okay, so this is a question related to the field.
Correct, as I said, it's not related to security.
Yeah,
Right,
okay.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
ask
fine.
away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's that? If they turn up my mic, I can. What was the point of that? It sounded like they were, I'm not really sure what the takeaway was after reading that.
Well, when we first presented this, somewhere along the line in the discussion, we made reference to the fact that we had had an independent laboratory actually test the field to show that it was in need of replacement. And this was the data from that lab that supported the request.
Okay,
That was the
'cause
point. It was backup, additional backup information.
I was reading about carcinogens and how the fields shouldn't be used, and then it was okay to use them, and I wasn't sure because it went in one direction at first and then another direction. So I wasn't sure what the purpose of that was, other than, maybe an older field is a safer field.
Yeah.
From their study perspective. So I didn't know if
Yeah.
Sal, is it Sal who sent that around? If you could come
where did
explain
that
that
come
report
from?
to
Was
us
it
all,
Tom?
please? Or Tom?
Right. Are we talking about the impact evaluation, this one, John? Is that what you're talking about? Or is
No.
it something separate?
Something that came out over the weekend.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay. Right. Oh, and this had to do with the fact that there had been questions raised about, was there a health risk in replacing the field with essentially similar materials to what we had before? And the net effect of this is that, as Mr. Cullen had explained at the last meeting, that there's been no issues. The Department of Public Health sees our proposal as perfectly healthy and, in fact, will improve the situation. So we also went to the Director of Health in the town, and he gave it his go-ahead. So this was I'm sorry, I got confused between the two things. That there had been some media reports about unhealthfulness of artificial turf fields, and we wanted to have the backup from health people saying that the proposal that we have passes health requirements. Okay. That was the point.
Thank you.
It's probably overkill, but
No other questions. We will go to, Ms. Carnell.
Okay, through the chair to Mr. Cullen.
Let me, okay.
Okay.
So,
No, you go first.
Thank you for that report. I think I know more about turf than I ever thought was imaginable. I just want to understand one thing, and I know you spoke about it, but then when I read through this report, I was trying to understand. Is there a proposal to replace the turf because of safety reasons or because it's worn down, or both?
Both.
Okay, it's both. So when I read through your extensive, and I do mean extensive report, this is the question I have. Now I lost it. Dr. Titleson, I borrowed. No. It said the current data. You used that. But data dated back till 2007. Has there been any more recent data?
Yeah, the two attachments I sent to you was a report done in 2007 and then an updated one in 2010 using the UConn Center and Lab. Generally, that information was what Dr. Title said. It's really that it relates to what they call the crumb rubber. The crumb black rubber is the base that's put down first. It's recycled black rubber. Right.
See, am I hired as an expert? I did read this. So again, in looking at data, especially in this day and age of information so accessible. Is 2010 the most recent data we have on this?
Yes.
That we have access, or that's out there, I guess?
No, that the data is out there. That's
I'm
the
sorry,
that's the last data that's out there related to the black crumb rubber that's in question.
Okay, thanks.
Is that it, Ms. Carnell? Okay. Mrs. Gerber?
Yeah, I just had a question for Chief McNamara. Just in terms of the window film, now, I'm not clear, is that for all of the buildings, or we cannot talk about that?
I think
there wasn't a lot of detail, so I just was a little curious, because that's obviously something that has come up a lot.
Sure,
People have
sure.
mentioned it. I just...
Yeah. I think that probably the best answer to say would be that we're looking at addressing some of the security concerns when it comes to windows, but getting into details of
Okay.
which windows and stuff
That's
probably
fine.
wouldn't be good.
Well, I guess just because I'm the liaison to 2 building committees that have enormous window projects, and I know there are other window projects coming down the pike, I just didn't know how that was going to work with this. I just wanted to kind of mention it, I guess. I know that we can't get
Yeah,
into a
no,
lot
I
of
think
detail.
that any
so-
building going forward should look at design issues and security issues
Right.
moving forward.
Right.
But
So it's just, windows have been on my mind a lot, so I just was wondering. So, okay. Thanks very much.
Okay.
But to clarify, I presume that the district and the police department are coordinating these activities with the current building committee activities to address security.
Sure, we've at times when requested been in contact with the building committees as they move forward with their projects, keeping in mind some of these structural improvements that we're having to make for current buildings. It would make no sense to build buildings without taking these security concerns into account.
Other questions let me first, if I could, focus your questions on security, and that way then the chief can go back home, and then we can address the other various questions. Mr. Convertito, followed by Mr. Fattabine.
Just a couple of questions, and I guess this both to Dr. Title and to the chief. Is there anything under the security section that is mandated by state at this point in time?
I'd probably refer that to probably somebody on your staff,
And
Dr.
without
Title.
disclosing if there's some issues that you can't disclose.
I don't think you could say it's mandated. The state has come out with a whole set of recommendations around school security that we consulted before we put it together.
Is it-
But I don't think there's anything in the statute that I'm aware of that requires us to make these improvements.
Is there any way to get a breakout of this 3.2 of what the state has recommended?
I think it's all on their list.
Okay.
Yep.
My
Right, Tom? I
s-
think it is, Tom.
My second follow-up question was, and I don't know if people, and you may or may not even be aware of this, a lawsuit was recently filed in Sandy Hook against the Board of Education in Newtown for failure to provide adequate security, one being bulletproof glass, and two, which is my biggest concern right now, is classroom doors that lock from the inside. Do we currently have those?
Yes, we do.
In place? Okay, thank you.
Again, this is on security, Mr. Fattabine?
This is on security.
Thank you.
Since that's what we're talking about. I guess, I certainly see the need and the desire to have more secure facilities, without a doubt. My concern is to the extent of what I would consider the security measures that are not necessarily passive to the students or the user, meaning that they, passive meaning that certain things of security can be passive so the individual or student doesn't notice them initially. They're transparent to their everyday activities, which are, they're just safer, but they don't know about it. Sure. It's really, my concern is the balancing with more active measures where it interferes with their daily lives. And that may be a balancing act between keeping them secure as well as letting them perform their daily functions without interruption or inconvenience. And part of that may be in this visitor management system. There may be some, or I heard some criticism of some of the requirements that may be necessary for that visitor management system and the difficulties that it may have and inconvenience the public. So in looking at a system that I would consider as active, meaning where it's going to interface with the public, there should be, I would just have some caution as to how easy it is made and how unobtrusive it can be made so that the public is not inconvenienced in accessing the public facilities and going to the schools and their daily activities. So that's the only comment I would have in this.
Sure. I think I'll say a few more words. I think there's a balancing act, and you're absolutely correct, with convenience over security, and whether or not, and that's a fine balancing act, and I don't have the answer to that. That's something that we all have to kind of work through. Is how convenient do you want access to be, and how safe do you want or secure do you want access to be? And that's a fine balancing act, and I can't give you what that is. I have my views on it, and I think individually we all have our views. It's more convenient to park near the building than farther away. However, parking near the building presents problems. It's a lot easier to go in any door of the building to access it at any time, any moment. Certainly it's really convenient to do that, but it gives up some security. And I think what you have to understand as a board is we all play different roles in this. I come up here talking about these proposed security infrastructures, but that's really a district issue in which we've had contact with and made recommendations for, but it's really something that the district, with our help, has put forward as the most viable plan. So that's important to note that there is state requirements coming down, and there's a lot of pressure being put on districts regarding school security, increased training, and other aspects of school security that is going to impact each and every district. But for me to say as the police chief that I am denying access, and I know you didn't say that, but I just want to clarify that, that's really a district-wide discussion that should be had, whether these things are something that the districts wants to implement with our recommendations. There were a lot other recommendations that we have brought forward to the district, but through discussions and through looking at buying down the most risk possible, this is kind of the plan that came up with. But I get those calls all the time too with regards to convenience over safety and where that fine line is. But that's a really important discussion to have.
Mrs. Lou McCormick. Again, this is on security.
Security. Okay, so my question is this. A lot of this is sparked by the events in Newtown and what happened, was it in Europe and Sweden or what have you, and Columbine and all these events that have happened over time. My question is, if they had had these security measures in place, would any of those events have been avoided?
That's a hard question to answer. We obviously part of security is looking at past events. So we take what we've learned from all these prior events and we adapt to them. From a law enforcement perspective, if you look back to Columbine High School, which you referenced back in 1999, after that incident, law enforcement looked at it and adapted and changed our approach based upon what we learned from that and have taken steps to improve our response. With each incident moving forward, we always look towards how we can improve our response based upon what we know. So if you, and I think you might have mentioned, did you mention Paris?
No, it wasn't Paris. It was like a diplomat school. Was it Sweden? I think it was Sweden.
Yeah, we look at all of those and we adapt moving forward. Clearly, some of these recommendations for infrastructure improvements are made based upon Sandy Hook and what we've learned from the vulnerabilities of Sandy Hook Elementary School. But it's hard to say whether, or I mean, if you took what occurred at Sandy Hook and made some of the modifications based on that, it may have prevented or delayed access based upon what we know from Sandy Hook. But to say if we do that, there's a variable there that's hard to say. All we can do is try the best we can to buy down risk in anything that makes us safer.
The reason I say that is because I understood that Sandy Hook actually had a pretty good system in place.
They did, yeah.
They did.
Sure.
And if a lot of these types of enhancements occur, as a knee-jerk response to tragic events because we feel that we need to do something. We can't just do nothing. But then at the end of it, a long-term view shows you that sometimes you can't avoid events like these, that they will evolve as well. Just like we will evolve our security, the next event will evolve as well. So I guess my concern is, you know, I don't put finances above security. However, I do want to think, is our money being used wisely, and will it actually prevent another instance? And of these items, which ones do you think actually will legitimately deter an event like that versus give us kind of a Band-Aid pacifying sentiment in the meantime so that we feel better that we did something?
Well, I mean, you know, there's a lot in that. This is not a knee-jerk reaction, and I appreciate that, because oftentimes when we see tragedies occur, there is that tendency to take dramatic steps moving forward. Sandy Hook was now 2 years ago, so knee-jerk not necessarily. But I do think that we have to be realistic. And we have to honestly have the conversation to say that, first of all, our schools are safe. We have we were fortunate. We're in the process of still implementing a school security unit, and that unit has had inroads in not only communication, better effective communication, but we've been able to spread them out. They go into all the school classrooms in the elementary school. They haven't done that before, so we're trying to build relationships with our youth. And we have more of a presence at the schools. So we have a safe district, but at the same time we have to be realistic to say, and it's not my report, it's the FBI report, that there is a tendency that school violence is uptick. It's on the uptick. And I'm not Chicken Little running around saying the sky's falling, but I do think we have to have the discussions to say, can we take some steps to make our schools safer? And we can only do it based upon, number one, what's occurred in the past. So we look at that, and then, you know, what we believe may prevent something from happening in the future. But to say all of this or any of this is going to prevent a school incident from occurring, I wouldn't be able to say that. I can say that this approach, a lot of this covers all the schools, and then some of it covers some particular schools that are more vulnerable than others based upon what we know. But I don't, and then it's just a discussion that the district has to have to say, and the town has to have to sit there and say, do we want to fund this to buy down some risk? The discussions that I have buying down risk are not only on the schools. I mean, police, law enforcement in the town are looking at the safety and security of the town, at the same time responding to incidents of crime. So we take that holistic approach to the town. When we look at the school, we know that there's a large population in the school, that there have been incidents around the country where this population is targeted. So we have those discussions with the people within the schools to try and say, are there ways you can buy down some of the risk? I don't think we can not do anything. I think we've done a lot already, but I think these things here are steps to buy down some of that risk.
And when we buy down the risk, is this geared more towards an external type predator or an internal predator, or is it equally geared towards either?
We have to really go through a lot of this. Some of this is external to kind of get into which is external, which is internal. I think it kind of weakens those safety measures a little bit when we start talking about what is this designed to prevent. I mean, you know, to have public conversations about, well, we're doing this to prevent this from occurring, and we're doing this to prevent an internal thing from occurring.
I guess I was hoping that you would say these are designed to address both. And so that was my hope, that the answer would have been simple, that this addresses both.
You would think that, but talking about locking doors, if I said it all applies to both, I wouldn't necessarily, you might roll your eyes at me for saying that, because some of this doesn't deal with internal things. You know, people who have access to the building, if they're a threat, then they're inside. So anything that deals with external securing of the building might not necessarily prevent that internal problem.
And I asked you this question once before, but based on kind of historical studies across the nation, are most of the incidents that could happen at school, do they mostly occur from the internal or from the external?
I think that's the answer where I'll give you. It's a combination of both. And it depends on the age group. It depends upon a lot of other factors. You know, clearly, younger grades, we wouldn't necessarily think of an internal threat. But as we get older, we may think that there may be some internal issues going on. That's why this is just one approach of a more holistic conversation about culture and climate within the school, which we are a part of to try and change that climate so that it kind of minimizes the possibility of an internal threat. But it kind of, I don't want to say it's split down the middle, but I think both internally and externally we have to look at some of those threats. If you look at the incident that occurred in Milford, that was an internal threat. The individual that stabbed the girl in the hallway, that was an internal threat that occurred. So we can look at internal incidents that occur and external. And again, we have to look at this as just one part of a holistic approach to try and make our schools safer.
Is that your last question, or? Okay. Anything else? If one last question, then we'll go to the public.
One follow-up question.
Again, on security, then we will see if there are any other questions, and then we'll go to the public to clarify.
Very good, thank you. Raptor, the Raptor management system, I'm not sure what you can share or not share, but I know there were some emails at the beginning when it was implemented from parents who were kind of curious as to data sets, who managed them, and who had access to them. Is there anything you can comment on that, just because I know it was brought up previously? If not, I understand.
No, sure. I think that I'd leave that in the hands of somebody, maybe Tom or someone, to talk about how they are operating that system.
I don't think we want to get into that in public.
From time to time, we do have an executive session to talk in more detail on security measures, and at the pleasure of the board, we could probably, after the budget session, when we're talking about implementation of some of these, we could probably schedule an executive session to get into the details that some board members may, to help answer those questions.
Perspective, thank you.
Yeah, if there are no other security questions, thank you, Chief. Tom, you still stay there, but thank you, Chief, for coming out to our board meeting. Any questions from other board members on the three projects? I remind the board that those three projects have been on our capital plan designated. They're the next ones up. We had put in a placeholder for security until we were able to go through and put the plan together in budget. So the number that you see is higher than what the placeholder was, but both security and those three projects have been on the most recent edition of our capital facilities plan. Any questions on the school parts of the capital plan? I don't see any. So the three projects that are there beyond security.
Beyond, so discussing security now?
Right. Yes, correct. Did you have another security question you wanted to ask?
The discussion.
Okay, you don't need the chief for that.
No.
Okay. Any questions for Tom? Then we'll go to the public, then we'll come back to the board for further discussion. Any questions for Tom? If yes or no? Okay, so Tom, you're off the hook at the moment until the board has discussion and might have a question. This is an action item, so I'll now go to the public to see if any members of the public wish to make a comment on the capital non-reoccurring projects for 2015-2016. Please come forward, state your name and address.
Suzanne Miska, 123 Rygate Road. The turf field, I'd love to know what a grass field costs. I would think the maintenance of putting down seed in order to maintain it might be helpful. I don't know what the longevity of a turf field is. I've been informed that both high schools have them, so I don't want one to have an advantage over the other. I value Ludlow football, so I want to give the kids any benefit I can. But again, tonight as we sit here, it's like the costs just keep, like there's like a silver tray and a basket that's going to need to be passed to cover all of this. In regards to security, I applaud the fixing of the intercom system at Fairfield Ludlow High School. Currently, the cafeteria intercom system sounds like Charlie Brown's teacher. Could be done on purpose, but the kids are a little freaked out by it. The concern at the high school, if you talk to students, is that they're worried about internal. You've covered their external. You've covered their doors. You've put in Raptor. We have security man John. My driver's license gets passed through the system that no one wants to talk about. I'm hoping I've so far passed. I haven't been sent to the principal's office, although maybe that will happen after I'm finished speaking here tonight. But the kids are worried about internal, and I don't know how we solve that, because if you ask most of the high school kids, if their concern is it's going to come from inside. And I'm hoping that the new Safe School Climate will allow something to be implemented that allows kids to report anonymously or whatever, but that would be something I'd like to see. The other piece that I did not understand is, while Raptor is $58,000 across the school district, I have asked what the cost of the internal security is for the high school. I don't see it in the 15-16 projection. I know it was covered by a grant. That's a question that I don't know if is covered in this.
Thank you very much. Anybody else who wishes to talk about the capital non-reoccurring? You're walking. Please state your name and address.
Matt Hutzman, 317 Pansy. Sorry about the hat. My hair's a mess. Just part of the discussion was security versus convenience. I'd just like to say, as a parent, we see the security. I don't always view it as convenience. One thing I worry about with all these continued things is that, I'd like to say as a parent, I'm not the enemy. I think parents, especially, I have 2 kids in the elementary school, are feeling that the schools are becoming black boxes that we just drop them off in, and I think the for sale, the not welcome sign is sort of out on the doors. I don't know where the balance is exactly. I used to go visit my son at lunch a lot. We're not now to do that anymore. The only time I'm allowed to visit him is on his birthday at a separate table from his regular students. I don't really understand how that relates to security. I think one of the worries is, to me, is that administrators like control. I think some things are being thrown under the security umbrella because it's easy that way and there's less questions about it when things are thrown under security than as opposed to just, well, we like the control of it. So I just like to caution on the security creep. I understand security, and obviously I care about it, but please don't make parents be strangers in their own school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public wish to step forward? I don't see anybody standing up, so we'll go back to the board. Mr. Fattabine, did you have a question or a comment that you wanted to make?
I guess a comment. It dovetails nicely with the theme of the last speaker. My concern is the friendliness of the schools, or the invitiveness, how the schools invite the public into the schools in a sense. I understand the security issues are there, but they are still public schools, and one in which I think parents are permitted, certainly, and maybe even entitled to interact with the public schools in some capacity. And to the extent that the trend is to prevent that interaction, I'm concerned with. And to the extent that maybe some visitor management system and implementation of it makes that difficult for the parent to interact with the school, I'm concerned about. So that is the only question I have with respect to this funding. And I'd like to and I'm debating whether or not it's I'm happy with most of the other funding. I think it's necessary. Whether the funding is a tool in which the board uses to control the visitor management system, because that's the only tool it may have, is what I'm toying with. But I would, if I do approve this funding or vote to approve this funding, it would be with the expectation that that is looked into with the concept of trying to make our schools as friendly as possible, at the same time being as secure as possible. So that's my only concern. And I just want to stress that. And still, hopefully, we have an inviting school that is not thought of by the public as they drop the kids off, we don't know what goes on there, but we can't see them, and they come out and they're the same or different, who knows. But it's important for the school to...
Right.
I I'll ask Dr.
be
Title
comfortable
to
with this
Comment on that. I mean, that's an ongoing discussion at all levels about this. Something that we frankly, had to wrestle with when we actually started locking the doors. I mean, we never even locked the school doors 2 years ago. And I think everybody kind of understands why we do that now. And people generally, if you have business in a school or you have a legitimate reason, appointment, need to be in there, we want to be as welcoming and friendly as possible. We're always trying to make that balance. We have an ongoing conversation with Neil Fink from PTA Council about the very issue of how can we ensure that parents feel welcome and are still able to be involved, but at the same time having secure schools. I think that's a continuous balancing act, and I know particularly at the elementary schools, a lot of these changes were made very reluctantly because they were very afraid of the same thing, and we continue to assess how we can provide safe schools that are still friendly and welcoming, and we're constantly looking at that. Nobody wants to send a message that people are not welcome. On the other hand, as the chief has stated, unfettered access is something that provides a security risk. So we're constantly on that, and I know the schools and the principals are very concerned about climate and the message that some of this sends. So it's a continuous work in progress.
You want to make a further response on
One
that
comment.
topic?
I understand the Balance Act, and I think that maybe the appropriate process for that balance would necessarily be at some point, we certainly have funding to fund the security issues, but at some point you may need some more public discussion as to what the district as a whole wants to do with the balance of security versus access. And that may require, I almost hate to say it, but some sort of policy implementation or a policy recommendation or a process where the policy is debated and drafted to accommodate that balance within the district. Because my concern is it's not a unilateral thing. It's the districts deciding how secure and the balance between security and access. It's more of a public discussion, in my opinion. And I think the chief was accurate in indicating that there's recommendations they make to make things more secure and how to, in essence, what he said, buy down security and what we pay for, and we want to be as secure as possible. But there's also a balancing act as to how much security we're going to tolerate and afford public access. So I think that's a bigger discussion, and one of which I would like to see maybe the policy committee take up and come to a consensus within the community as to what that balance should be. That's my comment.
Thank you. Any further comments from the chair of the policy committee?
Has nothing to do with policy. Just one brief comment. Dr. Tyler referenced this in the PowerPoint, and Mrs. Lou McCormick, raised the very frightening point in terms of the internal versus the external, which is, obviously a very tough discussion. But this is just a reminder that in addition to what Chief McNamara works on, there is the mental health component to this, which is absolutely vital. There are two ways to prevent it. I mean, there's just keeping the attack out, and there's another thing from addressing truly the source of it. And that's obviously going to be a vital aspect of a budget discussion, is what are we allocating to that. So I know I did notice it, make note of it in the PowerPoint itself, and talk about addressing your internal threat.
Thank you. If no further comments, I think you have the last comment.
And on that note, I would say that this goes to early intervention and how aggressively this district does early intervention across everything. And that goes from kids who are incredibly bright but who might be troubled to kids who are troubled and are troubled in school as well and academically. And it's very hard to know, or kids who are unusually quiet. And a lot of these signs actually happen probably when they're very young. And if we could be more aggressive about identifying this, and I think that would be wonderful. And I don't know if that's possibly even more effective and a better way to spend our funds than some of these measures. And from my perspective, I am not necessarily convinced that the event that we're all trying to protect against is actually addressed by this list of items. I know that after 9/11 happened, knee-jerk reaction, my husband and I went out and bought chemical suits. Well, we've had them for a long time now, and that event may never happen again. And so I understand that people do things in response to terrible things, and it gives you a sense of comfort in the meantime. But like we said, is keeping parents out of their own schools really going to address the problem? Maybe, like we just discussed, early intervention is a more effective way to spend our funds, since, as someone else just mentioned, the internal concern might actually be a higher probability than an external threat, which to me, much of this addresses.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote? If so, let me repeat the motion that the Board of Education approve the BOE capital non-recurring projects for 2015-16. All in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. Fattabine, Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Convertito, Mrs. Maxon Connelly, Mr. Patton, all opposed. Ms. Carnell, abstain. Ms. Lou McCormick, Mr. Llewellyn. It passes 6, 1, and 2. Thank you very much. On to the new business.
Mr. Carr, may I interject, please?
What? Excuse me?
May I interject?
On what aspect?
Could I please make a motion that we move C to the first discussion item? The approval of... So I'd like to make a motion.
You want to
that
make
we
a
move-
motion to...
I'd like to make a motion to move the approval of bylaw amendment
Enclosure 4?
7C, thank you, which would be the one proposed by Mr. Patton.
and put that in front of
other two.
item A.
Correct.
Correct? Is there a second for that motion? Mrs. Lou McCormick, you wish to speak to the motion?
I think that, given that you're trying to, through this motion, change the number of votes required to pass future motions or changes to bylaws, that we should play by those rules now or not. So if you would like to move that to a 2/3 now with your majority vote, you may do so. If you would not like to, that makes sense, but that then allows at least equality, such that if you use your majority to push through bylaws that many people object very strongly to, it will not take a more significant vote to reverse them later.
Thank you. Mrs. Lou McCormick, do you wish to make any further comments in support of the motion?
Ditto.
Ditto. I would only comment that I would remind the board that this bylaw proposal was up for consideration a year ago, and at the request of the board members who were working on a bylaw change that had not yet been approved and had been deferred to an ad hoc committee, that those same board members that may want to change the rules in the middle of the game did not want to change the rules in the middle of the game that would have made their proposals even more difficult. Let me finish, if I can finish my sentence. And so therefore, this order is simply the same order that we had a year ago, which is the amendments that are being considered under the current rules are being considered, and to change the rules for future periods.
You've convinced me, because this has been on the table for a year and should have been voted on, I guess, after we had done the last ones, but prior to these, because these are new. I think the last ones we had 11 months to bring to this table. You pushed these out 30 minutes prior to the official notification period. Unbeknownst to board members, we do not have the 30 days, we do not have the regular meeting to address these. So these are kind of hijacking your position as chair to be able to put what you would like on the agenda.
I'm not going to make a comment on your personal attack on the chair. Any other further conversation on the motion at hand? I'll recognize Mr. Patton and then Mrs. Lou McCormick.
I'll reiterate the chair's comments. I put this on the table a year ago, and because unlike other boards, at least in this town, to make changes to bylaws, Robert's rules dictate a 2/3 majority, because bylaws are supposed to be kind of in place. You know, this isn't the Board of Ed's first rodeo. It's been around for decades, right? So to change a rule of the board, it should be difficult. The majority of the board should want to do that. So in deference to several board members wanting to put together motions between a year ago and up until this past November, we kept putting this off, and I agreed because it was my amendment. And there have been, the last several months, there have been other notions for other bylaws changes, and they're brought to you now, and I take issue with the 11th hour kind of thing, because these are things we've been discussing for a year. Whether they've been proposed as specific bylaw changes or not, we've been discussing them. So I have no issue with, or I should say, I have issue with the motion. I don't have any issue with this being third. As a matter of fact, I would insist upon it, because you know, every board member got his say if they wanted to propose bylaw changes. Pretty much this is it for this particular board. These 9 members elected here. We're here, at least these same 9 members, for at least one more year. And this is our go-around. This gives every member here the chance to change a bylaw if they want to under the old rules. And if they want to change them again, it doesn't preclude them from changing bylaws in the future, but it means that there has to be a significant majority, which means it really, really has to be a rule that should be changed, and most of us should agree to do that.
So I think you're arguing for the bylaw as opposed to whether we should move it or not, so you...
Sure. So I will say that I will vote against this.
Mrs. Lou McCormick.
Well, I would say in response to that in just given the order of being proposed, that it would be natural, since it was the Fourth Amendment was proposed, or closure was proposed last year, that it would be addressed first. This really shouldn't be about, well, they got a chance, so now we get a chance. That's not what this should be about. This is about who submits it, and they should be orderly. It should be just orderly. I mean, and that is the point of Robert's Rules, is to make sure it's orderly and that there is no side-taking that or maneuvering that goes on by any of the members, including the officers, to abuse the power. This should be an orderly meeting. It should be done in the manner in which it's submitted first, second, third, fourth. There should there shouldn't be a deliberate order to it to facilitate a particular outcome, to give certain people an advantage to have their chance to change a bylaw before we shut it all down, which is what I am hearing you say. And in response also to the fact that this is what Robert Rules says, so I suppose if we look at the 11th edition, you can try to rely on those languages, but just so you know, for many, many decades, the way Robert's Rules read are exactly how our bylaws are written right now, which is the majority of the entire membership. A vote of the majority of the entire membership allows the change of a bylaw. However, if you do not have the entire membership, and you only have a quorum, which is less than, in our case, 9, then you require a 2/3 vote with prior notice. And a separate item, which we should all be clear of, is that there's a separate rule regarding the process by which we amend. So the rules of amendment shall always, under all circumstances, require a 2/3 vote. So if we look at the intent of Robert's Rules from when it was written, and right now it's not addressed in the 11th edition specifically, but the rules of amendment should require a 2/3 vote in all cases, including right now. So if we want to change that particular amendment, I don't really care what order it is, we should require a 2/3 vote for it, because that's how Robert's Rules has been written for many, 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 many years. And if you'd like to rely just on the 11th edition because it suits the purpose of this board, we can do that. However, the rules of amendment are not specified in the 11th edition specifically. Well, they are in prior editions. I looked at them very, very carefully, and I can tell you that the intent was that no small minority within a board should ever be able to control the bylaws. And they shouldn't be able to do exactly what we're trying to do now, which is amend something via majority and lock it down easily via changing the rules, which is why they want changing the rules to be a 2/3 vote under all circumstances. Robert's Rules is written with a deliberate intention, which is to make it difficult for anybody to maneuver something who has a temporary majority. And it says, again, if you have a quorum, it would require a 2/3 vote. Meaning if you didn't have the entire membership there, you would require a 2/3 vote of a quorum, which of course makes sense because if we only had 7 people here, that would require, again, 5 people to affirm it, which is the same as the 5 people in a majority of the entire membership.
Point of order to the chair.
Yes.
We're debating the amendment.
Correct.
And not the motion to move it from C to A.
No, I'm supporting the reason why I'm supporting him.
There is some aspect of the debate, but I would say that you've extended into the debate similar to Mr. Patton, into the debate on the motion as opposed to the motion to move it.
Well, that's why I'm saying that we should move it.
So,
Mr. Chair, I'd also make a motion to suspend the rules.
is there a second to suspend the rules? Mrs. Gerber, all in favor of suspending the rules, which allows us to extend the meeting, please raise your hand.
Point of order. I'd like to put a specific time on it, even though I know we don't always.
Well, that's a point of order, but at the moment, we have a motion on the table. Do you wish to amend the motion?
I would like to amend the motion.
Okay, if I called for the vote, that's correct. I was out of courtesy. All in favor of extending the meeting, please raise your hand. Mr. Fattabine, Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Convertito, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Patton. All opposed? Mrs. Lou McCormick, Ms. Carnell, Mr. Llewellyn. Thank you very much. The meeting is extended. Is there anything further you want to say on the motion to move, or have you finished? And not getting into the debate
I
on the
finished.
main motion.
I believe it should be moved because that was the order in which it was discussed.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Mr. Fattabine, followed by Mr. Llewellyn, on whether to move this or not?
This certainly gets complex, doesn't it? But as I think about this, I would be inclined to support that motion because I think our original amendments to the bylaws, which were many, went through a process of consideration and refinement where many of those amendments that were brought forward were dropped. And others brought forth, and the idea to keep the amendment to require 2/3 at the last motion in that first round, in my opinion, made legitimate sense because we didn't want to change the rules midstream. But that whole process has already gone away. Those motions have either been debated, not brought forth further, or laid on the table. Because there are other things, there are motions that I had brought originally that are no longer on the table now because they weren't resurrected or brought forth. But I do think that, and agree, that usually a change in the bylaws requires a 2/3 vote, and that is common practice as practiced in Robert's Rules, and one in which makes good sense. Why our bylaws were not 2/3 and only majority, I don't know why. I mean, that predates me as far as I don't have any recollection why that happened, but it must have been some similar debate of a majority and the 2/3 and whatever else. I don't know why. But our bylaws state an exception in general as to how bylaws can be amended. So by moving this forward now for vote in the 2/3 requirement, it has the effect of if the board can't reach a 2/3 vote, that it's the status quo. And as I think about this, maybe that's best for this board, because this board doesn't seem to go in unison in any one direction. So I'd not like to see a majority of this board today compromise or make difficult a future board in the future. So in that line of reasoning, I think moving this forward makes sense. If you can get a majority to approve it, then it will keep the status quo to the next board.
Thank you. Mr. Llewellyn, and then Mr. Patton.
Sure, thank you. So, and you know, at first when Mr. Patton spoke, I thought he was supporting the motion to move it because of his strong feelings of how it should be a 2/3 majority to
You
move it
shouldn't try and
forward.
represent another member's opinion.
Well, I will, because he said that he believed in that, so I'm stating what he stated. The other thing, I think, is that in terms of you having sole discretion with, over the agenda, I think it actually helps you from a personal perspective as chair to allow this to move forward, because then if the other two motions pass, then they pass on their own volition rather than because this was put at the end to lock it down. You will be able to not be accused of that. So I think that we should move this one forward.
Mr. Patton, I think you made the motion impacts yours, so I'll give you the last word.
I will try to keep to the topic, but I find it utterly fascinating that members of this board 1 year ago, slightly more than 1 year ago, at our opening meeting, and then for a meeting or so after, attempted to put through bylaw changes under the old rules of, or the current rules of a simple majority, at the last minute on the one meeting of the year where there needs to be no advance notice, and yet now you are arguing the exact opposite of why this item is inappropriate, being last after the other amendments are put forth. Again, I don't support it. I find a little offensive other board members trying to put words in my mouth, but it was
Thank
not
you.
the intent.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. With no further, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
I have one quick clarifying question, because it also goes to a recent bylaw change. Mr. Dwyer, was this agenda put forward for the other two officers?
I think the officers have seen this. I know they have, yes.
So we had a bylaw change, so that it has already come before the officers. So this is not a decision, this is not left in the sole discretion of one person.
The officers see the agendas, and that's a practice that actually I started when Mr. Fattabine first suggested it, even before it was made a motion.
So we had it as a past practice, and then it was made a bylaw.
And then it was made a
So it is a
bylaw.
team of three that ultimately says this is the agenda we bring forward.
They had an opportunity to comment on it.
Did they comment on it? Did you send it to them prior to sending it
I
to
was
public?
not done, sir.
Excuse me. Mr. Llewellyn?
So to clarify the point of saying this is left to the sole discretion of one person is inaccurate.
It is partially, it is finally the decision of the chair.
Correct.
But it is in consultation with the other officers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And point of information, if I may, please. Did you send it to them, the most revised, prior to sending it out to the rest of the board?
The most, no, there was too short of a time period to send
Okay.
when I moved Osborne Hill on, because we just got a comment back from the Osborne Hill person on Monday. So no, there was not enough time to send the revision based on those quick changes.
Understood, thank you.
Can we, yes, go ahead, Ms. Cornell.
Again, just a point of clarification. Mr. Patton seems to know the Robert's Rules very well, but I'd like an understanding. In Robert's Rules, is it a 2/3 or is it a majority? Because I've heard different back and forth, and I'd really appreciate clarification.
Mr. Fattabine, you commented on that a common custom is to say 2/3. Do you agree with that as a statement?
I think that most bylaws I've seen and most recommendations for bylaws are require 2/3 vote in order to amend the bylaws. And the rationale being that the bylaws are a important governing document for the body and shouldn't be changed without due consideration. And
Okay, so again, that gets to the debate on the bylaw rather than the motion to move it, but I wanted to get the question answered for you. Do you have a comment on the rationale of whether to move it or not?
I think so.
Okay.
So, I'm not sure, actually. This is the question. If it, in Robert's Rules, has been a 2/3, and Mr. Fattabine mentioned this took place even before he joined the board, and you may not know, but is there any history as to why it was changed to majority as opposed to 2/3?
I have no history on that. It was Mr. Fattabine, how long have you been on the board? It predates you, right?
I have no recollection of it, Jay.
I can respond to that.
Again, that addresses the actual motion as opposed to the rationale to move, so I'd like to have the conversation on whether to move the item, not on whether the item makes sense itself.
Okay, so I'm going to reserve a right to go back to the questions after.
Yes, afterwards, absolutely. On a comment on whether to move this item or not.
I already made my comment.
Okay. If there's no further debate on whether to move this or not, the motion was?
To move approval of 7C to in front of item A.
Everybody understand the motion?
I guess I'd say 7A.
Mr. Patton?
Quick question. This is a simple majority to move an item on an agenda, correct? It is not a
Yeah,
two-thirds.
I believe so.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I believe so. Is there anybody that wants to challenge that ruling as to whether we're just simply moving an agenda item? We're not fundamentally changing the order. Yeah, we're not adding an item. So I would think that just moving it, we've generally done that by unanimous consent unless one person objected, and then we've taken a vote, and I think generally we've accepted a majority. So with that last question asked, we have Carl Dickman to thank. For those of you in the audience, do you remember this from Mr. Carl Dickman, who put this together on behalf of various people? Take up out of proper order, and it shows two-thirds vote. Correct. Okay, so we'll say that Mr. Dickman, who's generally considered as to be pretty accurate on requirements, will accept that Republican viewpoint. Okay, all in favor of the motion to move item 7C to in front of 7A, please raise your hands and say yes. Mrs. Lou McCormick, Mr. Fattabine, Ms. Carnell, Mr. Llewellyn, all opposed. Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Convertito, Mrs. Maxon-Pinelli, Mr. Patton. So the motion stays in that order, so I would turn it over now to Mr. Convertito to introduce his motion, and that the motion reads that the Board of Education approve the bylaw amendment to Article 1, Section 2, per enclosure number 2. Do you make that motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Mrs. Maxon-Pinelli, do you have a comment that you wish to make in favor of that motion?
Yeah, I make the motion because I find the board needs to come together and focus on what they're doing at hand, okay? There's nothing in this motion that prevents anybody from requesting any information. What it does is if that information is overburdensome to the staff and redirects staff time, okay, then the board must say, yes, we still want it, okay? And the reason and the rationale behind that is we are constantly redirecting staff time away from the things that they need. And I'm getting reports in Friday packets that, and people talk about transparency, I get reports that never come in front of the public, that get requested by board members that the public never sees, that are never brought up for discussion by the people who requested them. Staff is putting time in, okay? Emails are going directly to staff and not through the chair and not through Dr. Title, okay, which is putting staff on edge as to whether they respond to a board member or not, okay, which in all honesty, they don't have to. They don't work for us, okay? So I think this motion, and this is verbatim from CABE recommended policy, okay? There's nothing been changed on it. And I think we have talked about this since I was first on the board, okay, when Pam Iacona was president, okay, or chair of this board, okay? And we've deferred it for 3 years now, okay, and it seems to me it's now time that we need to have this in place so that there's guidance for the board, okay? The board can focus on it, You want some information, make your case for it, and I make this motion with the utmost confidence that my colleagues will take seriously other members' requests for information, okay? And take it seriously, and if it's necessary to move forward, then we get the information, okay? But I think it's important that we as a team and as a board move forward to do that.
Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, as the seconder, do you wish to make any comments?
Not at this time. I made the second because I wanted the conversation to move ahead, and I'm interested in the conversation to ensue.
Okay. Mr. Llewellyn, followed by Mr. Patton.
So, Mr. Convertito, or through the chair to Mr. Convertito, just some clarification here, please, for us. As we look at the first bullet, request information and data gathered by the district staff that helps the board members make better informed decisions about policies affecting student achievement district-wide. That is what you're saying we are allowed to request information related to? Should.
It's not all-inclusive.
So I'm going to need clarification, because if I look at the letter we received from the ACLIU as it relates to the motion that we'll be discussing next, they talk about avoiding vagaries in terms. So we have should, we have appropriate. My concern here is that it's affecting his student achievement. So does that mean we cannot get information as it relates to financial?
No.
So why does it not say financial? This is very limiting. It's saying related to student achievement only. It doesn't say related to the district in whole. It is very, very limiting.
It's not an inclusive list.
So why do we have a list at all? Why is anything mentioned?
Because we're about student achievement.
We're also about fiscal responsibility.
Right, but our first goal is student achievement, right?
Okay, so it could end after
Mr.
decisions.
Llewellyn, not,
Okay, so my next question is the request of the data as a board, not as an individual, unless the information is readily available and will not redirect staff time. Can you define redirecting staff time? So if I send an email, that's redirecting my time for 5 minutes.
Is it readily available?
So if I were to go back to the information that it took me a year to get under the Freedom of Information Act, which would relate to the financial transactions that occurred under the board, does that mean that I'm available, that's allowed to be given to me or not? Because it's a readily available report in Munis. So is that readily available?
I don't know what report you're referring to, but the sentence 2 says request data as a board, not as an individual, unless there's an exception there.
Correct.
The information is readily available and will not redirect staff time.
Okay.
Okay, now if you're, it would depend on, does the report have to be redacted? What's the length of the report? How, does that redirect time? Okay, and if it does redirect time, okay, and to me, that caveat would be that request has to go through the superintendent, because that's the only person we can ask to do anything.
Correct.
Okay, and if he says, listen, this is how much staff time it's going to redirect, then I think it's up to the board to say, is that information valuable enough that we direct that staff time?
And what's the process for going before the board?
It says request the data as a board, not as an individual.
Correct. So how does the board request data? Do we have to
Meeting.
put that, so we have
the
to
public
wait?
knows what we're requesting.
Correct. So if I were to request information and it was to take 2 hours and someone deemed that 2 hours was too long because that's redirecting staff time, I'd have to wait 30 days for a meeting for a vote, and then is it automatically put on the agenda? Or if it's not put on the agenda, are we even able to bring it up for discussion?
You can make a request at the table anytime you want.
But in order to get that put on the agenda, it's 2/3.
Okay. Requests for data
Mm-hmm.
should be made at the table.
Correct. Under what forum?
What?
Under what forum?
Dr. Title, can I have the report dated 7/22 in regards to math scores of Mill Hill on the RESPAC test for last year?
And then there'll automatically be a
And he'll
vote.
say, yep, that's no problem, that report we can print out for you and we can get it to you,
Thank you for
okay?
that
Or he'll
clarification.
say, it doesn't exist, it will take us time to compile it, okay? At which point, the chair will say, is there a significant amount of time involved in that? No, it's a couple hours for somebody, it's worth reporting. Okay, fine.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification, thank you.
Okay.
Did that answer your question? Shall we?
You can move on, I'll be back, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Lou McCormick. And then Mr. Fattabine, did I see your hand kind of go up? Yes.
So I understand that
Oh,
a
no,
lot.
wait, I'm sorry. I see on my list Mr. Patton had raised his hand, and then Mrs. Lou McCormick and Mr. Fattabine. Sorry.
I'll defer if it's not a big deal.
Mr. Patton.
While I'll actually first a comment to piggyback on Mr. Convertito's explanation of how a request for data might occur. I would add that if whatever the superintendent, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm assuming that if in extra amount of time is needed to produce whatever information was requested, and then the chair would then say, is there a consensus among the group that we all want to see this? Asking for a consensus at a meeting is a fairly common thing. So that's how you would get your information request done, right at that same meeting. You would not have to wait 30 days or notice or have it on next month's agenda, et cetera. My comment to the amendment is that while there's a couple of word choices I might want to tweak, I do like the gist, the intention of why Mr. Convertito proposed this, and this board of all people, especially with our last year of our history under our belts here, we could use all the help we can get to try and work together better, to either create consensus or agree on things in general, or I'm not saying agree on things as in issues, but just in terms of processes and how things are done. So, if there are more questions at the table, which, certainly takes up a small amount of time to ask for, more information on a specific subject, and we need a consensus to get that information, I have no problem with that, because whether I personally want information or not, if 5 other people or 6 out of the 9 people want information, then that's that's a general consensus. So I will be for this. The one thing I would agree with Mr. Llewellyn in terms of point 1, that maybe instead of and I'm not going to make an amendment or ask for a friendly amendment yet on this till I hear the further discussion. But the last few words of number 1, where it says informed decisions about policies, perhaps change it to about policies affecting the district instead of student achievement district-wide, and that would make it a bit more general and less restricting.
Thank you. Mrs. Lou McCormick.
So I understand that a lot of these were meant to reiterate and reinforce the code of ethics that we're supposed to be abiding by.
Correct.
Which are already within our bylaws. They're written explicitly in Article 7 Code of Ethics, and they are from CABE. And therefore, much of the stuff that you that I believe is in here, which is meant to address our Code of Ethics issues, makes it superfluous, because it's already addressed within our Code of Ethics. And I will say that if I were to look at our Code of Ethics more carefully, the very first Code of Ethics is that I will be a staunch advocate of high-quality, free public education for all Connecticut children. In fulfilling my responsibilities, I will think of children first. So if I look at these bylaws, where in these bylaws does it show me that I'm thinking of children first? This shows me that I'm thinking of really the time of administration spent in answering questions, and has little to do of us considering children, because I believe that's what the bylaw, what the Board of Ed members are here. We are asking questions so that we can better understand the impact it is having on our children. The next thing that
Is that a question that you're asking
no,
of
it's not
the
a
motion
question.
maker?
This is a statement.
Statement.
This is a statement. My next comment is that also within the Code of Ethics, it says that I will strive to ensure that the community is fully and accurately informed about our schools. Fully and accurately informed about our schools. How can I possibly say that I have lived up to the Code of Ethics if I cannot get the information that I feel is accurate and fully informed? I feel that this directly sabotages individual members' ability to abide by the Code of Ethics. Fully and accurately, it says. Well, if I have questions and I don't believe that the numbers are accurate, but nobody else on the board but the majority of the board, I should say, doesn't care, I don't have accurate information. I don't feel fully informed. I can't fully inform the community, and therefore, I can no longer satisfy our Code of Ethics. And I would say that's true of all the board members here. And what I will also say is that by implementing such language, what we are basically saying is that the majority on the board can squash the minority voice at any instant. And is that a democracy? You've heard so many citizens come forth, and people can laugh if you'd like, and you can come forth and mock the whole situation, except that at the end of the day,
Ms.
you elect the
McCormick,
Board of
if you could
Education.
address the board.
Yeah, well, I am. We're elected officials by the public, and at the end of the day, I believe that it is our duty to make sure that we can do our job in both an efficient and effective way, and that we can satisfy our Code of Ethics and not put in place policies that purposefully sabotage our ability to do the job we were set to do here and are mandated by the state. And I think it is a shame if the majority of this board doesn't believe that. And the last thing I will say on this Code of Ethics, because if you read the Code of Ethics carefully, you'll realize that this whole number 2 basically sabotages the entire board's ability to satisfy the requirement.
Thank
The
you.
last, I'm not done yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So number 17, it says that I will refer all complaints through the proper chain of command within the system and will act on such complaints at public meetings when administrative solutions fail. How can we do that if we don't allow ourselves to do the research and get the answers necessary to address these issues? Because the majority doesn't believe that they need to. If the minority feels that there is question and that there is merit in some of the complaints that the public at this point still has the right to raise, which we will soon be trying to squash as well, how do we feel that we are serving the students and this district and our community? If there is a problem with communication and the majority does not like what the minority is saying, guess what? That's what a democracy is, and that's what makes this country great. You have to listen. And by wishing it away and forcing it, you will only incite people more, because that is one of our most protected freedoms, the freedom of speech, the freedom of the right to know without penalty, right? And without the majority stepping in. So that's my comment. I think this is, again, a shame that we are wasting our time during budget season addressing topics like this. I think it's a waste of time. I think this is a waste of time that this board has set forth before itself.
Thank you. Mr. Fattabine.
I disagree with this proposed amendment. I think its only purpose is to prevent dissemination of meaningful information. As board members, we've always had the ability to ask for information and hopefully receive that information. There have been times when that has been abused in the past as well. But the way it has been addressed in the past was when the board felt that members were abusing that, the right to request information, they would have to redirect all their requests to the chair, which would then filter it to the superintendent, act as a go-between to try and control potential abuses. I don't think changing the bylaws to lump all board members together and limit their right to ask for information is productive, helpful, or serves the public interest. We're a public body. We're public servants. We are accountable to the public. To restrict the meaningful dissemination of information requested by my board members that may be in a minority viewpoint in this election cycle, but may not be in the minority viewpoint in the next election cycle, and put that in the bylaws, in my opinion, is dangerous, counterproductive, and harmful to the district as a whole. And I can't support that.
Thank you, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, and do I see your hand up as well, Ms. Carnell?
Wow. I have reserved speaking. I had some initial impressions, but really wanted to hear what people had to say. I've now virtually filled this piece of paper with available white space with comments, so I apologize if this is a little bit disorganized. But there were a couple of interesting public comments, one of which I wrote down in nice big letters, which was trust, that there is a lack of trust. And yet that was exactly one of Mr. Convertito's first points, is that it would be expected with something like this, and I would be pledging right now that I agree that there needs to be a lot of latitude here, that if a board member feels something is important, and it is not something that has been pursued at any length, and that information will help to make a good decision, will help to enlighten the public, will help to enlighten each other, that we should all stand in support of each other and saying, yes, sense of the body, we would like to see that information, and where it goes from there. But Mr. Fadbean has also referenced abuses in the past, of which this isn't something the public is privy to. But I absolutely believe that this has been abused. I sent Dr. Title an email and CC'd the board on it, and I believe we all got the answers, his response to that. I mean, when you consider that, for example, and this is obviously extending beyond the board, but if we're talking about truly putting student achievement first, and we're talking about taking our administrators and our staff who are supposed to be putting students first, and who instead are having to reallocate much needed time where they need to be innovating and refining the quality of education in this town, when there has been no evidence for me that they had been less than transparent and accountable in their work, and they are receiving thousands of emails, and they are putting in hundreds of hours for this, which to some degree, yes, is important. But if we're going to have any trust in each other, it would have to be in this very idea. We talk about, the reference was made to the Code of Ethics. It hasn't mattered to this board that those were in the past Code of Ethics, because we have had email exchanges where members have been reminded that past practice has been that we wait for the direction of the board, not one individual member. That direction or that advice or that pointed comment has been ignored by members of this board. We have not respected the fact that it is already in the Code of Ethics. We don't respect the notion of past practice. We challenge past practice all the time. The fact that other boards have gone by certain patterns that have served them well is not something that has been respected by this board. If we don't put it into bylaw, it's not respected. If there is any wiggle room, it is not respected. It's a hole to drive a Mack truck through. And that is exactly what some of our requests for information have become, a distraction from student achievement. Someone not accepting a previous decision, someone looking for a gotcha moment, somebody looking for an opportunity to prove somebody wrong. Okay, and I will say this, is that, and I actually wrote it down in my notes as I paid attention to the emails we received. And if any of you have any studies in vaguely classical education, and you are familiar with the idea of Socrates and the gadfly, I firmly stand in support of the idea of the gadfly, that it is sometimes that one voice that raises an issue, and it needs to be raised. And I absolutely support that notion. But there comes a point where enough is enough, and this board has not shown a willingness to adhere to that, to say it is time for the board to move forward. It is time to have staff focus on what we all want, all 9 of us, not some vocal minority. There are 9 of us here focused on student achievement, and I will continue to say that I'm insulted by any hint otherwise. I also resent these titles of majority and minority. I do not consider myself pigeonholed. We were at a recent meeting where I was in the minority on something. That's what happens. I have been in the minority on many votes. To assume that we have these set titles and to persist in thinking that that is how we should be labeled, talk about a lack of trust for the public. If that's how we're going to see ourselves firmly entrenched, well then what's the point of any of these discussions? All the votes are known ahead of time. That's insulting. That's to say that I don't listen to you, and I do because I sat here for half an hour and took plenty of notes. I didn't speak at the opportunity after I seconded the motion because I wanted to hear the discussion. I did not have my mind made up. You did a very good job of convincing me otherwise. Some other notes I had, again, in terms of student achievement, administrative time, the idea that we want to sabotage our work. No, I want our administrators focused on their jobs, which is aiding our teachers in the classroom delivery of solid, outstanding, excellent education. And we have to do our job, but it is not our job to do their job. And that is also sometimes what comes out of this. There is I couldn't agree more with that person in public comment who spoke to trust. And I wish we had a little bit more of it. We would serve the public interest better if we can have a sense of agreement, a sense of working together, serve the public interest, which is they want to know their money is well spent on the delivery of an education. And that is why I will be voting in support of this.
Thank you. Ms. Mark Carnell. And you want to make a comment? Followed by Mrs. Gerber.
I happen to like Socrates, but Plato better. Wow. That was an airful at 11:30. Yeah, none of the mics seem to be working tonight. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I guess, through the chair to Mr. Confrontito, I know that in the past, there's certain policies that had wording that was very vague and caused a lot of frustration within the town, the parents, the people that voted us. I think the point 1 has a lot of vagueness, which could cause some issues in terms of board members wanting information that may not be deemed accessible or policy, the staff taking too much time. May I please? I've given everybody else their respect. Through the chair to Mrs. Maximum Kennelly, you talk about trust, and I agree with you. You can't have a relationship unless you have trust. But what I have an issue with, and I'm sitting here trying to figure it out, is prior to starting these amendments, we were here for about 2.5 hours, and consistently during the 2.5 hours between the board and public comment, including Dr. Title, was in reference to the waterfall. Review and look at the information. If we don't have information, we can't review it. Another comment was made, use technology to enhance our communication. If we can't ask for information and get it through our technology, which I believe the staff puts together, then how can we have communication? I think the biggest thing that I have an issue with is everybody learns differently. And on page 12 of Dr. Title's budget, it talks about adding something about reform and new mandates, and it talks about dyslexia. I have severe dyslexia. So if I ask for something in a certain way or need more information, then it's unacceptable to me that the board would have to vote on that, because that's discrimination. So these items are extremely vague and put someone who has dyslexia at a huge disadvantage if I need additional information. And that's why I think this should be amended.
That was commentary, but did you ask Mr. Convertito to respond to the first question?
Yes. After what I said, yes, I'd like to understand how someone with dyslexia can ask for more information or in a certain way.
Your first question to me was under B1. I'm sorry, your first question was under B1?
Yes.
Okay. B1 says you can request information and data gathered by the district staff that helps the board members make better informed decisions about policies affecting student achievement, which is what our essential role is. Let me finish, okay? So, there's nothing in there that quantifies the type of data or what data you can get, from financial to student performance and so forth. As long as you're requesting that data to make a decision about the policies you're creating that affect student achievement, okay? So I don't understand the confusion about what data you can or cannot get, okay? Because there's nothing in there that says you can only get one kind of data and not another kind of data, okay? Whether it's financial or student achievement or...
Point 2 does.
Or whatever, okay? Now, what point 2 does is says you request data as a board, not as an individual, okay? Unless the data is readily available. And what number 2 does is sets up a spirit of cooperation between this board, okay, and the superintendent and their staff, okay, that the data that you're supplying us is accurate, okay, and we trust that it is accurate, okay, because those are the reports you're printing out and creating on a regular basis. If we want something more in-depth because we have another issue, then let's ask for it, okay? But it should be the consensus of the board to do that, okay? And not an individual person looking for a gotcha moment, okay? So if you have an issue, okay, and you read right to left and I read left to right, okay, then ask for it in any format you want. I'm not talking about format, okay?
Have you finished? Do you want to make a further response?
Yes, I do. Thank you. It says readily available. What does readily available mean? An hour? 2 days? We all have different definitions to readily available. I think not as an individual, but in my situation, I might need it as an individual when the other 8 members of the board may not. So I really have an issue with that. And I think the biggest thing that I've been sitting with all night is listening to most of the public comment saying, how can we do this? They're the ones that voted for us. They're their taxpayers. We're the taxpayers. They're the ones that put us in the seat. And how could we just ignore them?
Thank you. Mrs. Gerber.
Yeah, excuse me. Well, I guess one thing, a lot is made of the word transparency, and I think perhaps if some taxpayers understood the amount of time that was taken up with board member requests, they might feel differently about supporting or being against this amendment. And Mrs. Kennelly stole one of my words. I was going to say trust. I think that this board has no trust within it, and I think that certain members of this board have no trust for Dr. Teitel and his staff. And as a result, no matter what information is given to them, they will always want something else. And I'd also like to say, if you go look at our budget page from last year and the year before, you will see a tremendous amount of information. Some was provided to us right off the bat. The rest was given to us as we requested it. So to say that somehow we're not getting any information, I don't think is correct. I think we do get a tremendous amount, and I think that the staff has proven that they are more than willing to give us more to a certain extent. But when it starts to take over their jobs and their responsibilities and does impact student achievement in the long run, I think that that is problematic. And I think it is also problematic if we're talking about trying to be fiscally responsible and trying to be accountable for our actions. And I don't see how that can happen when all of these things are happening behind the scenes that are negatively impacting the way in which our district works and the way in which our board works.
I wasn't looking over there when
I
the
believe
three
it was
hands
Mr.
were
Llewellyn.
up. Who went first?
I believe it was Mr. Llewellyn.
Mr. Llewellyn, Mr. Patton, Mrs. Maxon.
I don't know about Mr. Patton, but I was definitely Mr. Llewellyn.
Trust is a good word, but blind trust is not a good thing. Checks and balances are put in place for a reason. I think to give several examples of why I think that a majority vote does not make sense. I mean, if this were to read that if it's requested by 2 or more members or 3 or more members, that might make sense. Or 2 or less, you know what I'm saying, 2 or 3 or more. But let's take a look. You know, we've got $155 plus or minus $1 million budget here. Okay, if we end up taking somebody's time to create checks and balances, is that a bad thing? We have a website that won an award last year from CABE, and it was going to be honored earlier today, I believe. But
Just
that
to
website,
the budget book won the award, not the website.
I believe I read a memo that said the website.
Website was an honorable mention, I
It
think.
was an honorable
that's
mention.
a wa-
That's slightly different than the budget book that we were
Okay.
going to get
The
recognized
website
for.
did not win an award. It only placed a second. But we've decided that with that award-winning honorable mention website, that we wanted to replace that. And we hired a new web administrator. And in doing so, we have stripped all historical data off our website. We have also now gone and looked, and you actually cannot search our website. So
Finish your statement, and
I'm-
Dr. Title may want to
I'll
make
finish
a-
my statement. So now we have an entry into budget season with no historical information. We've got lots of good information, but nobody can access it. That happens the week before budget season. I'd actually requested to have that old website reinstated until the new one is up and running. That hasn't happened. Next, let's talk about the public comments. We had about 17, 18 people show up, all of which maybe 1 or 2 spoke against removing rights of board members to ask for information. We have a fiduciary obligation to the state, to the students, and we cannot fulfill our fiduciary obligation if we're not allowed to look at something slightly differently. So if we can't ask for information, that becomes a problem. Let's take an example. Last year, we had budget problems. We had, about this time last year, $1.7 million shortfall in special ed, and then we had some food service pressure, we had some health plan pressure, and I actually asked if it would be possible to get a financial report monthly reinstated. And that went to no one on the board, I shouldn't say none. The board did not choose to reinstate a monthly report out to the banks. Yes, we had updates periodically, but we did not have a standing monthly report which we can track progress. So I think that that's a huge issue. So I've tried to ask for information to create those checks and balances, because maybe I look at things differently than you. But for 5 people to decide that 4 people can't have information, that's ridiculous. If people think that we are asking for information that's not useful, you know, have you stepped back to look at that information? And if you do, it might be. The other thing about it is, if 2 members request it, maybe that's something we should consider, John, amending this to. That way, it's not one person off on a tangent, as you might say, but people have to be able to do analysis in order to make responsible decisions, rather than relying on solely the information that's provided.
Is that a direct question to the motion maker, or are you?
Nope, that was not a question.
You've got further comments you wish to make?
Yeah, no, I'll come back. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to make a couple of comments, and then maybe Dr. Title would want to comment about the web, and then I'll go to Mr. Convertito. Last year, Dr. Title provided us with a monthly financial update. We did not change the board policy about quarterly financial statements, but we made it possible, and I stated to you very clearly that if you wish to pursue that as an official change, write up what you want to have changed, bring it to the policy committee, and let them come forward. But it would not be accurate to say that we did not get monthly updates on the special education issue, and we had 3 separate executive sessions to go into the detail because of the sensitivity of the student records. I think the inference that we did not focus very clearly on that as an issue as a board, and Dr. Title sharing information, I don't think is a correct inference. Let me
Go ahead.
And so you asked the question about the website and the status of it. I'll ask Dr. Title. I'll go to Mr. Convertito, and then I'll come back to you.
Actually, I have Nancy talk about the website, but I should point out that the purpose of the upgrade to the website was to enhance and put more information in an easier to access format to the public, not to withhold information from the public. But in the transition, there have been some bumps in that. I'm going to let Nancy talk about that for a second, because I think that there's no sinister plot here to hide stuff, and we're in the process of rebuilding that. But go ahead, Nancy.
We didn't.
Again, speak close to the microphone. Thank you. And bring it down so that it's clear.
More comfortable, thank you.
Yeah.
We converted the website and had intended to do it on the first of the year. There were a few archived pages that didn't link correctly, and we repaired those as we identified those. The archive budget information goes back to 12-13. There's quite a comprehensive list of information for 12-13, 13-14, and 14-15, in addition to the proposed budget, which will be published tomorrow. There's also archived meeting minutes and agendas that go back to 2009 under the board page. It may be that there have been some difficulties with people finding things. The pages are completely searchable. Sometimes it's terminology and the words that you use. To do your search when you're trying to look for something, you may not be looking for the right thing. We fielded many questions from parents who were looking for something in particular. You can always email Webmaster. There's a link right on the front page. If you're having difficulty finding something, we'll help you. As part of the conversion process, as with any website, we worked with all of our departments to look at what information was there representing their department or their interest level, their area of expertise, and archive those things that were not considered relevant anymore. I mean, there's always documents that get kind of stale or old that we archive someplace else, or we just take off the site itself. But nothing significant, nothing of historical value. And of course, we welcome input from yourselves or from constituents if there's something that they depended on that we may have archived in conjunction with that department. We'll put it back up.
Thank you. Mr. Convertito.
So actually, can I
then
respond, please, since it was a response to me?
I wasn't allowed to respond to
Mr.
yours.
Convertito, followed by Mr. Llewellyn.
And I think Mr. Llewellyn in his last soliloquy made exactly the point that I'm making, okay? And if this makes me unelectable in 10 months, then so be it. I see no need to have a checks and balances between me and my team members, okay? And that's how I approach this board and the staff and everybody else here, okay? And if there's going to be an adversarial split between the board and the superintendent, okay? And am I saying that everything comes out of his mouth, do I believe, or do I not want to check or cross-reference? Absolutely not, okay? But the mere suggestion, okay, that it should be an adversarial relationship is exactly why this bylaw change is needed.
Mr. Llewellyn,
Thank
followed
you.
by Mr. Patton.
So in terms of adversarial, I don't think I ever said it had to be adversarial. I said checks and balances. That doesn't mean adversarial. And in terms of the website, unless that was done today, I have looked through it. If I go into the upper right-hand corner and type in bylaw, it goes to one place. Under the old website, it would search all of the meeting notes. It would search all the documents that were out there. There was an exchange between a parent and your webmaster stating that they would like to have the old minutes restored, and I'll send this to the board so that you can all see it. And the response was, that is a luxury we may get to. So I'm not the only person who's unable to search it. You may be on a development site, you may be on a different site, but the site that the public has access to is not indexed, is not searchable, did not, as of yesterday, have that historical information that I saw. And if there are other members of the public who are out here, and if it's been changed since then, my apologies. But, it is not searchable the way it is. So I take a look at that and I say, we're heading into budget season. We need to have access to the information. So I'm not sure if it's an inside IP versus an outside IP.
No, but it's an externally hosted website.
Okay, but that search index was not working. If I pull up last week's agenda and I hit Control F to try and find something, it's not like the old ones. These new PDFs do not allow you to search for individual words. Once again, if it's been fixed in the last 36 hours, my apologies. But I'd like to see that.
I'll address it with the webmaster. I haven't seen the correspondence you're referring to, so I can't speak to that.
I'll make sure I send it out.
But as far as to the best of my knowledge, we haven't added anything to the site. And the archived information has been there. We've had, like I said, we've had inquiries from some folks, and we double-checked, and we've sent out the links. In some cases, it's a requirement of clearing the cache in the browser you happen to be using. Sometimes the old site steps on the new site, that kind of thing. I can't speak to an individual experience. I can just say that, just sitting here, I said, oh my God, did we drop something off of the page? And I was able to pull it right up. We did that. The one nice benefit of the change was that we optimized it for all sorts of devices. So you can actually read it on your smartphone if you're in a board meeting and you need to look something up quick. Hopefully we'll make sure that the metadata search is acceptable.
Thank you, and that the PDFs are all searchable. And then, if we restored the other website in parallel, for those who are used to it through at least the budget season, that'd be appreciated.
Thank you. Mr. Patton, and then Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
I think Mr. Llewellyn is partially proving Mr. Convertito's point about why this is needed in terms of unification and trust and all that. And correct me if I'm wrong, but did you just not make a statement that you said, I made a request to reinstate the old website? And that is the problem. As an individual, none of us can actually make a request. So that's something that should have been sent through the chair to Dr. Title or to the staff to say, hey, there's issues with this. CC the rest of the board so we're aware on it, and either can chime in or agree that this, yes, can we have this taken a look at, or perhaps it goes on an agenda for the following meeting if it's really close, if it's not a dire urgent problem that needs to be fixed. But individuals, we shouldn't be doing that and requesting things from the staff. We should, as a board, be requesting things from the staff.
So,
I'm not done, and this is the problem with this board,
Patton?
is that we interrupt and we do not have the respect
Finish
of our
your
fellow
statement,
members.
please.
So again, I will now actually ask and make a request through the chair to Mr. Convertito, possibly as a friendly amendment to item B1. To possibly change, and I'm just reading this to myself here. Maybe this will affect it differently. The final 5 words, instead of saying about policies affecting student achievement district-wide, to say affecting the district. Does that change the intent? It makes it slightly more general and less constricting.
If I can respond freely through the chair.
Please do.
I have no problem with dropping off everything after decisions.
Now, the motion belongs.
accept
to,
that.
The motion belongs to the chair, to the board, and so if the board is willing to do that by unanimous consent, then we'll declare it a friendly amendment by unanimous consent. If there is a board member that wants to treat this as a formal amendment, then speak. The suggestion by Mr. Pattern and accepted by Mr. Convertito was to finish the sentence at the end of the phrase "better informed decisions," period. Is that an acceptable change to the board by unanimous consent? I see no objection to that, so I will say by unanimous consent, we have stricken the last few words. The main motion is still a main motion as amended by unanimous consent. Is that have you finished with your commentary?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, I think, was next. If there aren't any other comments beyond that, I'll give Mr. Llewellyn the last word. Okay.
Again, I come back to trust, and through the chair to, well, actually not through the chair because I'm not asking for a response, but in response to what Ms. Carnell pointed out, talk about trust. I cannot conceive of this board ever speaking or acting in opposition to someone with a disability getting the help that they need to make an informed decision. I can't fathom what situation would arise where this board would stand in opposition to that, where a majority of this board would stand in opposition to that. The thought of thinking of my other fellow members that they would do that is a little horrifying. I'm not saying you haven't encountered it in your life. I do not know. I would hope not, but I don't know. But again, also the point about readily available. Because of the lack of trust, this board is continually, its past practice wasn't good enough. We have to make it bylaw or it's not obeyed. The idea of respecting that sometimes language needs to be a little bit vague and cannot be nailed down with a data point. Why can't there be a little bit of trust until someone really starts coming up with repeated offenses of this lack of transparency and accountability? I'm going to believe that we are adhering to that idea. And on the notion of transparency, once again, I don't think the public has any idea of the number of requests for information that go in, and I think it would be invaluable to the transparency of this board in the eyes of the public if we did not do all of, if some of this weren't always happening via email, that more of it were happening at the meetings, so that the public would know that how we are taking seriously our responsibility as a board. I mean, this is coming under the authority of board members, and our authority here and how we are doing what they have entrusted us to do by voting for us. Let them know the things that we are asking for and that we are attempting to verify and get questions answered. Let's make more of that public. We are not 9 mini boards of education. We are supposed to be a team. And maybe this is going to, having this out as a public discussion, it's going to be an explicit point and a reminder to each of us. We need to be able to trust and be able to lean on, but there is also such a thing as asked and answered. And there is a time to move on, and there is a time to make sure that we as a board can say, we want the staff not doing this, we want the staff focused on student achievement. Get in there and evaluate a teacher more. Get in there and devise the curriculum. Go and get more feedback. Attend instructional rounds. Perhaps not produce yet another version of a report. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carnell, I'll make a, Ms. Carnell, Mrs. Lou McCormick.
Let's see. Through the chair to Mr. Confrontito, and I think I brought this up before, but I don't know if it was addressed. On point B2, it still is vague to me how that will be measured, readily available, and will not redirect staff time. It's still a very vague comment. One of the things, now I'm sure there's a lot of data that's asked for that's extremely confidential, but maybe there's data that's asked for that's not confidential, that maybe we can get some high school kids in there to pull it, because they're all looking for jobs, and it's a great volunteer service. So maybe we use the students in everyday life. They're taking business courses. Let them look at an Excel spreadsheet or how to deliver data. And that may be an idea. But I still think I have a hard time with B2 because it's still vague. And in regards to a comment about my dyslexia, we won't go in past life, but yes, I've been kidded about it, for lack of a better word. But there are many times, not intentionally, that reports have been given to me that I've had to pull apart and look at them a little differently. So it may not be intentional, but I think I still have a right to ask for data. And I don't think I've asked for much, but sometimes I pull apart the data because that's the only way I can read it.
Ms. Luke McCormick, correct. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so if we go back to this, number 2, I would like to say that it really, to me, doesn't look like this provides any better governance, and it looks like it impinges on members' First Amendment rights. For number 3, this basically conflicts with, as I mentioned, number 17, the Code of Conduct. In the Code of Conduct, which basically says that we have to act on complaints that are given to us at public meetings and be able to research those issues. And individual members are looking into different aspects of it, and we can't do that unless the majority deems it possible. How does that allow us to do our jobs properly? I'm just not clear. This seems like the majority of the board will rule everything going forward, and that will lock it down for Fairfield after we're all gone. And is that what we want? What if the majority is not of the correct mindset that might further the town? We don't want to think that that could happen, but it could. Good policy to me is one that is good policy whether there are good people in these seats, bad people in these seats, qualified, not qualified. They should be good policy. They should ensure good operation. And this, to me, relies almost too much on trust. We don't know what the future boards will be and whether they'll trust each other, whether there's direct conflict, whether there's a majority that's abusive. We don't know that. Why would we want to set ourselves up and set the town up for that potential outcome? And this kind of goes back to what Mr. Fattabine was saying. So I caution this board to approve this type of language. Again, I think that it doesn't really benefit. If it's trust between individuals and we're looking to have precedent and show goodwill, et cetera, remember that other boards, when 3 people ask for something to be put on the agenda, it's done. The minority voice is respected. On this board, I have to question whether that's really the case again, and it seems to be that it's constantly being pointed at the minority who is being so loud, and that the minority should stop doing that. I don't know who the minority is that you're referring to. I'll assume that I know because it's always the side that isn't the majority, right? I am using the term, but we're all using the term. And so I'm, okay, you haven't used the term. All right, you're clean, Mr.
Finish your
Compatito.
statement.
So at the end of the day, whether there's a minority or majority of any board that's here or in the future, the concern is that the majority could potentially abuse its right, as could any individual, and squash that minority voice. And this is what why other boards allow, if 3 members want to put something on the agenda, it goes on the agenda. It goes on the agenda, and we don't have that. We have no protection for the minority voice in this town as of the way, if we approve all of this going forward. So if you want to offset all of this, then we should have some sort of motion that protects the minority voice within this board going forward for posterity. Because perhaps we should have something that says if 3 individuals want something on the agenda, it goes on the agenda. Because this entirely talks about the majority and completely removes all rights from a minority voice. And I'm not even talking about this voice in this board. We're talking about the boards going forward.
Thank you. Let me make a comment. Since I haven't made any comment, then I'll give Mr. Llewellyn the last comment, and then if we are ready to act, you have a question.
She can go
I
first.
still promised you the last comment, so I'll make a comment. I'll go to Mrs. Gerber, and then I'll come back to you. I am in support of this motion. I don't believe some of the doomsday comments that are made. I would remind the board that this supports the fundamental concept that we have no authority as individuals. We only have authority, as we all know, in meeting and by vote of the board. And that's simply all this is stating. I do believe with the various people who have commented that annually there are 30 to 35 initiatives that the staff have to work at. Annually there are still 17 schools and 10,000 students that the staff have to focus on. And so allowing them to do the job that we've hired them to do and be able to manage their time to focus on the strategic plan of this district, I think is an important goal for us to have, and so I do support this. Mrs. Gerber, you had a question, and then I'll go to Mr. Llewellyn.
Yeah, just through the chair to Mrs. Lou McCormick, just I know a few times you've referenced CADE Code of Ethics number 17. I will refer all complaints through the proper chain of command within the system and will act on such complaints at public meetings only when the administrative solutions fail. I just, to me, my interpretation of this has always been that there is a chain of command, that, for instance, if there's an issue in a school, you'd go to the teacher, the principal, and so on. And the hope would be that eventually it would be rectified without having the Board of Ed having to step in, and this only when administrative solutions fail. So I just was curious, it seemed as if you had a different take on this.
Yeah, well, so I agree with you, but then it says if it does fail, then the board will can act on such complaints. And that's the part we continually miss out on. And I think it's very important here that we recognize that that was the right of the public to, if they feel that the administrative solutions fail, only then do they have the right to then come to the board for action. And we never take up that. And that is, at least not, I don't know if it's never, I haven't seen it yet. And I think that's a very important right that an individual has, and an important responsibility that the board has to follow up and deliver on.
Yeah, I guess I just say I agree with that sentiment, but I guess, and this goes back to the whole trust, lack of trust, distrust, the fact that, you know, there is a chain of command. There are employees of our school system who are here to do their jobs, and their jobs is to take care of the situation. So my hope would be, and I'm not always the biggest optimist, but my hope would be that the majority of the time, at some point along that chain of command, it would be solved, and it would not fall to the board to very often take this up, whereas my take on what you were saying seems to be that this is kind of one of our responsibilities, where for me, that only when administrative solutions fail makes me feel that this is a kind of last resort type thing, that if you have faith in and trust in the workings of the school system and the people who work in that school system, that this will very rarely happen.
Exactly, but it could happen on occasion, and that is a very important responsibility.
Okay. Mr. Llewellyn, last comment.
Sure. Okay, so I guess through the chair to Mr. Convertito, would you be willing to accept a, you know, if at least 3 members type language to the end of number 2? Because I think it is very important to protect the minority voice of the board, and people look at things differently, and to shut down the ability to ever question. Clearly, you know, all 5 or 6 people aren't going to say aha all at once and question. So what I would like to know is, are you open to language to amend number 2 along the lines of or requested by at least 3 members?
No.
Okay, so my next question is this, thank you. So is this saying that, one other interpretation for you, please. So if I request information, so Mr. Patton had said earlier that I requested, and I'm not allowed to request, that the website be reinstated temporarily. And now I was told I was not allowed to request that, but a member of the public could actually send an email making that request. So I now have less rights than the member of the public. And in terms of redirecting staff time to take the old website and put it parallel to the new is 1 line of code. It exists. It's adding 1 hyperlink. So that's not redirecting staff time. So I'm concerned. Is Mr. Patton's interpretation, according to the way you're viewing this, Mr. Convertito, correct? I'm not allowed to request anything?
Your interpretation is incorrect.
So whose is correct? Tell me what the interpretation is, please.
They're 2 totally different situational scenarios. Okay, if you request, okay, that the website your website be brought back up, it has absolutely nothing to do with data, which is what this is all about.
That's what I thought,
okay?
but that was the example Mr.
Okay.
Patton used.
Okay.
So that was my question. Okay. So in terms of getting information, a board member is not allowed to ask for information that requires work unless the board votes. Is that true or false?
False.
So how does it work? Explain to me.
Because
No, I'm
Mr.
being
Convert,
serious.
excuse me, Mr. Llewellyn, do you feel that you've answered that before and
Yes,
we're
I
going
do.
over old ground?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So if it requires work, though, the board needs to vote, is what you're saying.
I think Mr. Convertito has said that he has answered the question.
Anything,
Uh-huh.
okay,
That redirects staff time.
no, that the staff does to supply the board with information, by definition involves work. Your word, not mine. Okay? And to a certain extent, staff is there to supply us with that information.
Correct.
Okay? So if it is something in the regular course of business that they would generate, okay, and maybe we're asking for it 2 months ahead of time, okay, I would expect that be done as long as the data is available, okay, to compile those reports, okay? If it's not readily available because the kids haven't taken the SBAC yet, they can't compile the report. And again, when you take an argument to its extreme is when you show, okay, its point, all right? So readily available means, can it be assembled by the staff in a reasonable period of time that does not take them away from their role? Because guess what? There's nobody on the staff that says it's a board reporter to get all the information to the board. Okay? There is nobody with that job title. Okay? So when we request information, it goes to 4 or 5 different people to compile that information, of which their jobs may not be supplying us with data.
Okay. So my last question is through the chair to Dr. Title. Dr. Title, in order to run a quarterly update similar to the one several months ago where I asked for the accounting transactions, it's a canned report out of the accounting system, which takes 30 seconds to run, but might take longer to redact. Is that something that would fall under the need for a board vote? And that's a very specific example. Is that something that would fall under board vote, or is that something that a board member would be entitled to request? Because a member of the public is.
Well, members of the public can request, but they have different, I guess there's we have a different expectation in terms of our relationship with board members. First of all, we do absolutely everything we can to meet every single one of your requests in a timely fashion. We're not trying to hold anything back.
I'm not questioning
that. Is, in particular, if there's an item on the agenda or a potential item on the agenda, the board's going to need to make a decision. We will bend over backwards to get any or all information that will help you make an informed decision here. We will spend probably the better part of the next 2 weeks doing that exact thing around the budget, and we'll dedicate a lot of time to that. And if you feel you need the information to make a decision about the budget, then we will do everything in our power to prepare that, because this is budget season. This is what we expect to be doing. When it's not a decision of the board, it's just somebody decided, oh, I'd like to see a report about X, Y, and Z, and it's just a whim and it's going to take a lot of time, then the old way that we would manage that was that I would basically say to the chair, this looks a little excessive, this is going to be a lot of time, and the chair would basically make a decision, and that was the end of it. This actually gives that right of veto or decision to the whole board, as opposed to investing it all in the chair. If it's something that's just like, I want all of this information, sometimes what people think is going to be very quick and easy for us to do actually takes a lot of time. Sometimes it takes a lot of clarification about exactly what the nature of the request is. So it all depends on how much time it takes to do it, and also whether or not we have time available, depending on what else the other pressures are. So I don't know exactly how long that takes to do, but oftentimes I think people think that it's easier to do than it really is. So I think that if it's an item that's going to be on the agenda, we get into this budget, and you really need something because you really need this to make a decision about the budget or some item in the budget, we're going to bend over backwards to give everybody everything they need, and we generally post all that on the website. But sort of off topic, one-off, geez, I'm just curious about this, could you do some research on it? It could be, hey, that's a lot of work, or we can get to it, but it may take us a couple months. It's very context specific, but our general rule of thumb is, if a board member requests it, we really want to provide it. That's our default stance, but when it's really a big imposition, that's where it becomes an issue. Remember that we don't have that same responsibility to the member of the public. Member of the public can go to FOI and they can go through the whole malarkey about that, but that generally doesn't work too quickly. And if something's readily available, we'll give it to a member of the public too. So I don't think that in any event, as we've operationalized this thing, been trying to not give people what they want, but if it's an item on the agenda for a decision, then, you know, we're all over it. But if it's simply something out, some sort of wild goose chase, then if it takes a lot of work, then that's where, I guess, under the current policy, I go to the chair, but maybe under a practice, I'd go to the chair. Under the new way, I'd say, this looks excessive. I think it's got to go on the agenda for a vote. That's kind of how I would operationalize it. Used to be I would say to Phil, Phil, this looks over the top. Can you talk to the person? If the person didn't like Phil's answer, it was a fight between Phil and or whoever was the chair. Was it Pam or John or whoever it was? So basically, the way I would see this is, you know, look, this is related to a decision the board's making. It's a no-brainer. We're doing it. If it's one of these things that's off the wall, it's going to be a lot of work. It's not what they think. Then I would just say to Phil, look, you know, we'll do it if the board wants us to do it. We'll dedicate the time, but I think I need a majority vote to have the staff do that kind of work. So that's how I see it operationally. So any specific requests, I'd have to really see, without knowing off the top of my head at this hour, how long does it really take to do it? And then I could give you an answer on specific cases. That's sort of how we operationalize it. I know I've babbled on, but it's
Quick point of
midnight for
clarification
me,
based
too.
on what
Is that
Dr.
sort
Title
of
said.
So if it's an agenda item,
Yeah,
you know, that to me is one of the sort of litmus tests.
Is that your last question, Mr. Llewellyn? You wanted to ask a point of clarification, Mr. Patton?
Yeah. So point of clarification. So based on what Dr. Title said, and again, it's our bylaws, not his bylaws. So again, if this this bylaw change is approved, the general idea of how this would work to change how the board operates, which shouldn't be anything drastic, in my opinion. In my opinion, this is a quick sense of the body. Does the board feel that it wants to see that information, X, Y, Z, that report, or whatever, whoever requests? What Dr. Title said is that it would be something that would go on an agenda and come to a vote. Is it the former or the latter as the intention of the bylaw?
If you're asking how me as chair would implement that.
At least in the
is that
current
what you're
situation with you
asking?
as chair, sure.
I'd bring the matter forward, and if there was general consensus, I don't think I'd go through the formal process of a vote, but if it seemed as though it was a debatable issue, then I'd probably bring it to a vote to make sure there was clarity.
But a vote at the current meeting or a vote as an agenda item on a future meeting? I just don't want to see the meetings get bogged down in votes and discussion on data requests. So just in terms of how it's going to...
I think it's going to happen as quick as it can, and if it comes up in a meeting and it seems to, there's general consensus, I think that's how I'd operationalize it, but, you know, again, that would be case-specific, I think, not dissimilar to the request. Mr. Fattabine.
I think this is one of the problems with this particular bylaw, what the interpretation is going to be and how the interpretation is going to change. My interpretation would be request data as a board. A board can only act as a body, and a body acts by vote. It's not just a, what do you think we should do, and you get a willy-nilly, well, I think you should, it's okay for you, it's okay for you, okay, we're going to do that or not do it. The board acts as, when the board request data as a board. As a board means you act in unison by vote. So it would have to be a vote of the board, in my opinion. That's how I would interpret it.
Well,
and it's
Mr.
very
Fattabine,
subjective.
we do use by unanimous consent on numerous occasions.
Right.
And so whether I use by consensus or whether I use the term by unanimous consent, does everybody want this information? I'd probably use that
Unless there's
phrase.
objection, you take a vote.
Yeah, correct.
And more than likely, there may be an objection if the board is divided as it is, so you're going to have votes. I think it, and it also is sort of contrary to what Dr. Tile just indicated, what he might do. What he had done in the past, he's not going to be permitted to do now, because it's going to be only the board that can request information. To me, it puts me at a great disadvantage. I seldom request information.
Correct.
I do not often burden the administration. But now, because of this bylaw change and the perceived act of others, my rights, my belief I have rights, in order to get information from the administration, should I choose that, is going to be compromised. I no longer have that right. I may have an interest in some field of study that I have an interest in promoting and advancing and wanted data on it. This board may not have that interest. And they're going to say, now, we don't care about your obscure interest in advancing physics. That's not important to me. So I can't get information on how to advance physics because that's of interest to me because of this bylaw, because the board itself doesn't care about that. This whole story or interest about burdening staff time, I agree with it. It's a burden to staff time. We're a public body, though. That is what public bodies address public interest. That's what they do. The amount of staff time addressed for this issue by the numbers that were given are a small fraction of our overall budget. I'm not saying you should devote inordinate amounts of time, but some time should be devoted to the public interest in advancing and disseminating information that's of public interest. And that may be a minority interest for now. But this whole bylaw is designed to, and it's going to create more ills than it remedies. And that's my whole problem with it. It's a reaction to a particular problem that could be addressed by board censor, by a motion to direct things through the chair, not in a bylaw. This bylaw is changing the way we operate forever until it's changed again, and I hope it will be, and I'll certainly advocate to try and change it in the future if I'm on this board in the future. But this is compromising my right, which I have not abused in any way, to ask questions of the administration in the future for interests that I may have. And that bothers me. And it just bothers me a great deal, obviously.
Okay, so Mr. Fattabine had the last word. At some point, we have to not repeat the same arguments and whatnot. Hopefully, Mrs. Maxon Connelly will make the last argument.
I hope I will not. To Mr. Fadbean's point, if there weren't such a perception that there has been this abuse wouldn't be coming up. There is a tremendous perception of abuse. We received the information from Dr. Teitel on the thousands of emails he gets and the hundreds of requests he gets, and that is directly taking staff time away. And this wording here, the whole point of not nailing this down, what does readily available mean? I don't want to specify that because we just heard from our own superintendent of the extent to which this staff and these central office administrators are going to go to great lengths to get us exactly what we need. And yet there is some discretion involved, and that is one of the things that we hire this manager for, is to manage that time. And so that when it says request data as a board, then the idea of readily available and will not redirect staff time, he would be the one to let us know that. And this is put in place to prevent abuse. And to a degree, I have to take issue with word. If you have a personal interest in physics, I would say, I think most of us would like to advance that discussion. But if you have a personal interest in something which does not advance the student achievement of this district, then no, that is not, the staff members here are not research assistants for the board. And that one person has a personal interest is absolutely not a reason for staff to devote time to that. Now, you mentioned a personal interest in physics. I wouldn't have a problem with requesting information about that. But if you had a personal interest in investigating further into the benefits of, well, what do other districts offer Snapple? No, I don't want our staff time investigating. I know you're a fan of Snapples. I don't want our staff time investigating how do other districts handle the distribution of fruit juices. If that's not something that they've got some free time twiddling their thumbs for, then no, that personal interest should not be what's directing staff time. And that, in fact, there has been abuse. And that we want to bring this back to as a reminder to the board and as a reminder to central office that we are aware and sensitive to what they have been asked to do, which is to advance student achievement, and our decision-making should be focused on that.
Thank you. If we're ready for a vote, a new comment, correct?
So on that topic, can I not suggest that if you're concerned about abuse, I haven't seen the abuse because I guess not everybody CCs the whole board when they make the request. So I see very few requests go through where the whole board is CC'd on. So I'm not sure what abuses we're talking about and the hundreds of hours that are spent. I'm just not sure what exactly those are. And oftentimes when requests are made, there's no obligation for the district to respond. There have been many requests that have been made that have not been responded to. So there's never an obligation for the district to respond, though I think they try very hard too. I don't know that there's a requirement to, first of all. So the abuse is limited simply by their ability to do it, to satisfy it. And if they really can't do it, they can just say, you know, I'm sorry, I just really can't do it, and just say no. I can't do it. And that usually goes through the chair to tell us. The other thing I would say is, why don't we just make it a policy that when we make a request, everybody has to CC the other board members. So the other board members are very aware if there's abuse going on and if the information that's being requested is very one-off or not. I think that would solve the problem, because we're talking about these huge numbers that are going on, and I don't know what these huge numbers represent and where they're coming from. I'm just not clear on it, because I know there were requests during budget time. Last year, during budget time, we asked many questions. Not all the questions were answered, but some of the more important ones were. Fine, that's the budget process. Many questions, we only have time to answer so many. This, to me, is a more rational solution rather than changing bylaws which affect all future boards and how we have to conduct business by the word, by the letter. Why don't we leave the language that we have in place and put in place some operational, that if it's this board that is the problem, that this board agrees that we as a group will then work in this fashion so that we will be more transparent with each other. And so that we'll all be aware of what requests are going on, and that we respect the minority, right, requests, so that you can't just one random person ask a million questions, but there need to be at least 3 people so they know it's a common interest, right, to get it on an agenda, or even to make a data request. Maybe we say that you need at least 2 or 3 people to be interested in that data to make the request. There are ways that I think we can accomplish without being so stringent and going in and changing bylaws, which don't address just this board's issues, but will affect all future boards.
Thank you. Let's move to a vote now on the, not on administrative matters, has not been our pattern.
Our bylaws indicate that all
Asked before, I've answered it before. If you wish to challenge my ruling, please make a motion to do so. You move to?
move that our bylaws indicate that all voting matters go to public comment before vote by the board. It does not distinguish between administrative rulings and...
Is there a second for that motion? Mr. Lund, any comment? Do you wish to make any further comments on that motion?
We're talking right now about how we're interpreting bylaws. This is
You are, I have made a ruling, you are challenging the ruling of the
Right.
chair.
I'm challenging the ruling
I'm
of the
giving
chair.
you the opportunity to explain why you would challenge.
I'm challenging the ruling because our bylaws clearly state that all voting items go before the public before the board votes. This is a voting item. The bylaws do not distinguish voting items. It says all voting items, and
Yes.
I think it's a practice that the chair may want, or that other bodies may, that is desirable to the chair's opinion, but it's not our bylaws. We're just discussing rules and bylaws and how they're going to be adhered to, and in my opinion, that bylaw is not adhered to. The bylaw requiring that the public comment be addressed at all voting items is not adhered to. And that's a situation where the bylaws are sometimes adhered to and sometimes not adhered to. And that's my concern.
Mr. Fatterbean's made his argument. I'll make an argument as to why I made the ruling, and then I'd invite the chair to take a vote on it. It's not just this chair that has implemented the past practice of having voting items being public comment on those items that relate to curriculum and other student and academic issues or financial issues. We have always maintained a practice where our administrative matters of electing officers, of approving minutes, of approving bylaws are not a public matter. We have a handbook which will be having to be reviewed and updated as a result of the last couple of years of bylaws. If members of this board want to address a change of past practice as we do the bylaws, that would be, I think, the appropriate time to do it. But this chair is not going to change past practice unless by vote of the board. So I would encourage each member to decide whether you wish to maintain that and vote accordingly, or overrule my ruling.
Point of information, please. Mr. Convertito, could you please read
what you were just looking at in terms of, I don't know if you're looking at it or not, but you've got the Bible there. Can you please read this, the verbatim words?
Section 6, public comment, Section 8560, subsection A, public comment prior to board action on agenda items. As a means of encouraging public participation during board meetings, the chairman shall solicit comments from the public with regard to agenda items as proposed or amended that the board has discussed and will be acting on upon vote. The chairman may limit public comment in any manner appropriate to orderly and efficiently conduct orderly and efficient conduct of the board meetings. Excuse me.
Thank you. I don't believe that it precludes.
Correct. The chairman does have fair latitude for the efficient operation of the meeting. We did take extensive comment from the public before this, but nonetheless, the challenge has been made, properly made, so we will act on the motion to overrule the ruling of the chair that there'll be no public comment on the bylaw amendments. A vote in favor of the motion is to overrule the chair. A vote against the motion is to sustain the ruling of the chair. Is everybody clear on the votes? Okay. All in favor of the motion to overrule the chair on public comment related to bylaws, please raise your hand. Mrs. Lou McCormick, Mr. Fattabine, Ms. Carnell, Mr. Convertito, Mr. Llewellyn. All opposed? Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Dwyer, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Pattern. The motion is approved. So therefore, on all of the bylaw amendments, we will go to the public. There's no further conversation among the board. Are there members of the public who have, we don't have a rule at the moment about whether you have 2 shots at the apple. We've normally implemented that you have 1 chance to come forward, but I'll ignore that at the moment because it's actually a whole different day, so I'll consider that this is a brand new day.
I will not take 2 minutes, and I will not invoke George Washington.
State your name and address,
Jared
please.
Reber, Belmont Street.
Mhm.
Clearly, you have a dysfunctional board. This amendment is poorly crafted. Whether you need it or not, I'm not sure, but it has 2 aspects to it. One is what you should do as a board in terms of how information should get to the superintendent. The second is you've given the superintendent complete veto over what he will provide to you. You are elected officials of this town. You have no right to abrogate your responsibility and give it to the superintendent who says, hey, we're too busy to do it. Do you think we'll ever vote for anybody on this board who says, hey, it's not my job anymore. If the superintendent's too busy, it's not going to get done. That's not doing your job. It's disgraceful.
Thank you. Anybody else further that wishes to come forward?
Hi, I'm Bud Morton, Sasko Hill Road, and I've been trying to understand the scope of the problem that you're trying to address when you refer to the demands that are placed on the administrative staff to respond to these requests. And the only data I have on that is a response from one member of this board who I believe said that it could consume half of the time of one administrative person through an entire year. So half of the time of one administrative person all year might be devoted to responding to these requests. I don't know if that's a good number, but that's the only number I have. And if you put some dollars on that, if that administrative person costs $100,000, then you're talking about $50,000 per year as the cost. And if you divide $50,000 by $156 million, which is the BOE budget, we're talking, I think, Dr. Title can correct me if my math is incorrect, about 1/3 of 1/10 of 1% of the budget. And I would suggest to you that that is not a problem that deserves the amount of time and attention you have given it here. And if it ever does become a serious problem, you might reconsider the motion that's before the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wishes to come forward on this motion? If not, back to the board. Are we ready for a vote?
Nope.
Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
3 comments. First of all, I find it very interesting that a member of the public has a copy of an email that was sent internally to these 9 board members. I find that very interesting. Secondly, I would say that if the public, that was a quote out of the email that Dr. Title sent in response to my question, in case anyone is wondering what I'm referencing. That was a direct quote. Second, if members of the public would like to advocate, and I've heard a member of the RTM say exactly this, that we should hire someone for that very, very minimal administrative cost to take care of all these information requests, that's a whole different conversation that I would be very interested in having. And third, to say that we are completely abdicating our position as public officials to a superintendent, I would say that the moment we have a superintendent before us who does not seem to be compliant or interested in satisfying our request for information to make well-formed decisions, the moment we have that superintendent, that is a superintendent who needs to be voted out of this position. We don't have that superintendent. So at this time, I have a great deal of faith that what Dr. Title has said, based on my 3 years of experience with him, that he is a man of his word about that. When he can get us the information, they get us the information.
Thank you. Board members, if you wish to talk, then talk. Mrs.
Well,
Gerber.
I did just want to clarify one thing to Mrs. Maxon Kennelly about the content of the email. I did use that information to reply to some members of the public, so I'm assuming that it eventually made its way to somebody else's inbox. So that is how that information got there. I did check with Dr. Title in advance to ask him if it was appropriate for me to use the information that he had sent to us, and he did say yes. So I did just want to clarify that.
Thank you. Thank you. The motion in front of us is that the Board of Education approve the bylaw amendment to Article 1, Section 2, per enclosure number 2. If everybody understands the motion, all in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Dwyer, Mr. Convertito, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, Mr. Patton, all opposed. Mrs. Lou McCormick, Mr. Fattabine, Ms. Carnell, and Mr. Llewellyn. The motion passes 5-4. The second item that is in...
May I just have a clarification? As the motion passed, are we just changing the word on what Mr. Convertito agreed to?
Read the last words that were struck from the main motion.
Thank you.
That would be for B1, request information and data gathered by district staff that helps the board members make better informed decisions, period.
On to item B, approval of the bylaw amendment. The recommended motion is that the Board of Education approve the bylaw amendment to Article 5, Section 6, per enclosure number 3. I will make the motion as the sponsor. Is there a second? I'll ask Mr. Patton. It just occurred to me, Mr. Convertito, that perhaps since I am the motion maker, that you might want to manage this discussion. Is that appropriate for you? Right? Okay, thank you. I want to make a couple of comments, essentially to try and answer the question as to what led to this motion. Several things, but fundamentally why it's here now is that at the CABE conference in November, it became a subject of conversation among several of our board members who attended a workshop that our past practice of limiting public comment about individual staff by title or by name, or the math department at this school, or directing comments directly to members of the Board of Education, while it has been a past practice of this board, it wouldn't necessarily stand the constitutional test of content neutral. And that CABE's recommendation and the recommendation of Shipman and Goodwin, where Tom Mooney, probably the premier education lawyer on the subject, that was consistent at both workshops, is that you should employ what most districts in this state do, and that is focus and limit public comment to agenda items. So with that as a fundamental concern of mine to protect the interests of the staff, then I took into account 3 years of conversations with members of the public, with PTAs, with various people, going door to door, who all universally commented that 2 minutes is just not enough time to adequately explain themselves and either advocate for or against. And so I thought I should solidify by our bylaws so that it is not just past practice, and increase the amount of time from 2 minutes to 3 minutes, which is a more standard time for a lot of public bodies. At the same time, I would go around to all of those people, institutions, organizations, and say, when would you like to speak? At the beginning of the meeting, at the time we vote, or at the end of the meeting? And half of the people said half at the beginning of the meeting. Another half said at the time the items on the agenda are in discussion. And yes, another half said, we'd like to wait till the end of the meeting when we've heard all discussion on all topics and then be able to comment. This bylaw says that it adds to the items that the public may talk about in public comment, discussion items. We have normally had public comment aimed at only voting items. It tries to allow people who would prefer to talk about discussion items at the beginning of the meeting and then go home with their family to do so. It also allows them the option, if they choose, to make a public comment at the time the item is up for discussion. We still maintain the rule that public comment on voting items shall take place at the vote. And so that is what I took into consideration. I'd like to make a comment about what it does not do, and that is I don't believe it changes transparency of this organization. Again, Mr. Mooney suggests very clearly that transparency means that we conduct our business in the public. It does not mean that every meeting of a public body is a public hearing where we have discussion back and forth with citizens. Mr. Mooney also is very clear that education law allows us to adopt reasonable rules and regulations to define public comment, both to time and to content, relative to, as long as it's content neutral. Having people be able to talk about discussion items and voting items accomplishes that. I surveyed about 18 school districts around here, and the vast majority do adopt something of this nature that says the comments are on agenda topics only. I don't think you will find on a Board of Selectmen meeting, a Board of Finance meeting, or an RTM agenda a section called public comment. All three of them take comment on voting items only. This board is going beyond that in allowing people to make public comment on discussion items, because again, the public has asked me, can we engage with the board before an item is kind of fully baked and while it's being discussed, so that we might better influence the final decision, not when it's a moment away from a vote. This accomplishes that as well. People in this town are not shy of speaking. They are not shy of sending us emails, calling us on the phone, interrupting us at restaurants, talking to us at PTA meetings, at service club meetings. I've presented to all, I've attended to all, and the public has plenty of opportunities to express their opinion through writing to us and through emails and meeting us at various locations. So I don't think it's correct that that is the case. Some of you know that the ACLU had expressed concern over a couple of phrases, which in my mind were quite clear, but they questioned whether somebody might abuse the intent of those phrases. I felt that those phrases were clear, but at the same time they were, I'll say, redundant to what exists in our bylaws and what exists in state law. So at the suggestion of the ACLU, which was a good suggestion, I removed the phrases that were of concern to them. Also, thank you, Mrs. Lou McCormick, for noting that as I cut and paste different things, that I had a dangling phrase in a section that I shouldn't have. I guess if we're talking about trust, I swear that it was simply a cut-and-paste error. It had nothing to do with intent to suggest that it was already in the bylaw. It was just a mistake. So for those reasons, I do encourage this board to say, yes, let's vote for more time for citizens. Let's vote to allow citizens to comment on discussion items, not just voting items. And let's vote to ensure that our staff are not subject to unwarranted criticism and public commentary, and the only way to do that is to have a content-neutral public comment focused on agenda items only. So that is my rationale for presenting this for your consideration. Mr. Convertito is in charge.
Questions, comments? Is there a second? Do we had a do we have a set? You seconded? We'll start over here. Mr. Farabee?
I'm a little disappointed Dr. Title left, but
Mr. Fadbean.
Occasionally, nature.
As the seconder, yes, I just.
Yeah, occasionally,
Sorry.
occasionally nature.
He's new. It's okay. It's
Occasionally,
like
nature
quarter
calls.
one. Come on.
I thought he already took the second on the motion.
Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That was my mistake.
Just briefly, I will support this. It streamlines things. For all the comments that we've been receiving over the last few days from the public, certainly. Again, I will stress this does not preclude any member of the public from emailing a board member or the board as a whole or the central office or any staff member of the central office if there is a specific issue or a problem with their child or the school that they are in or the district. All it means is that issues that are not on a particular agenda can't be discussed at that meeting, which is, it's 1:15. It's to save time at meetings. I mean, that's really the bottom line of all this to streamline stuff as well, and, besides the First Amendment issues. And again, feel free. Anybody wants to call me out on something I said by name, you got your shot now. We've given you free and clear. We always hear requests about what do other towns do and say. For example, in the Darien bylaws, under meeting conduct, it says board meetings are conducted for the purpose of carrying on the business of the schools and therefore are not public meetings, but are meetings held in public. We've heard that phrase repeated many times over and over again, and for the purpose of pretty much all the boards in town, and this board in particular, that's what we're here to do. That's the job that we're entailed with. And I think that this pretty much streamlines that and doesn't preclude any member to say what they want and actually gives more opportunities for public comment, because before we did not allow comments on items that were not voting items. So if the food service people make a presentation, this now, I believe, allows members of the public to comment on that presentation, which we did not allow before. So maybe it won't shorten the meetings, but I think it still allows for a good give and take between the board and the public.
Shall we just start at the end? I'm sorry.
So I'm still concerned with the Code of Ethics number 17. It doesn't allow us to, as a board, address issues that may not be relevant to the agenda that a citizen may have. And I think that's a huge concern. Do you want me to repeat 17 again? Because an item that has affected an individual that they've elevated through the chain of command and have not been able to remedy successfully, at that point, it's going to be unrelated to any topic that could possibly be on the agenda. At that point, they have a right to come to the board. Not to the individual board members. You can always go to the individual board members. We're just people. They have the right to come to the board and ask us to act and fix their problem. And by us not allowing those petitions, we are really abdicating responsibility for something very, very important. These are dire situations where somebody has gone through all of the steps that they should, and we are their last hope, their last end. Now, this may not happen very frequently, but it's a very important function, I believe, that the board has. And by us not allowing the freedom to the public to have that conversation, or to make us aware of something that the board may not be aware of. It's possible. And sending an email to, everybody may read them, they may not. We don't have to act on it unless the majority, and we have to take the time to put it on the agenda to then act on it. That's very time consuming. That's very time consuming, and I don't know that that's the most efficient way to address these issues. I'm concerned with the language. I don't know that this is the best thing. This does not, stepping on the public's freedom of speech. I believe in picking up best practices from other districts. I don't know that the one you cited from Darien is what I would consider a best practice. To me, the more transparency and the more freedom individuals have to express themselves is better. Clearly with some controls, but I would rather know than not. I respect what the individuals have to say. Often we will find people in our community that are more expert on issues related to the topics we discuss than us. I mean, it's just a fact. And why should we not allow individuals to share that information with us? I just don't see how it benefits our district. I don't see how it benefits the children. I just don't see it. I appreciate the 3 minutes, though. I think the 3 minutes is generous. I like that. I don't know that I necessarily like the discretion to be solely with the chair as to who gets to speak longer or shorter, but it's more efficient than having to take a vote from the board at every session. So while I support number 1, I strongly advise against number 2. I think we dance on the edge of hurting people's First Amendment rights, and if we don't completely trample on them, what we're doing is reducing them. Why would we ever want to do that? Why would we ever want to do that? It doesn't make sense to me. And then, let's see, the last thing I had, which I may not remember what I have to say right now because I'm so tired. But at the end of the day, I hope that we can make a motion to divide these two, 1 and 2, and I would possibly support the first one, and most definitely believe that we should all take a step back and rethink whether we really want to reduce our public comment in number 2, and we not vote on this tonight. I don't know if I need to make a formal motion, but if we do, I'll make a formal motion to divide.
Are you putting the motion on the table now, or shall we go through one round of comments?
No, I'll put it on the table now.
Is there a second?
1 and 2.
Point of clarification, I thought you
Three.
can't divide something that's a single motion.
I'm not so sure it's an appropriate motion because it's not 2 separate issues. It's 2 issues of the same motion.
Well, I'm asking to divide the motion into 2 motions.
Perhaps
That's not
the
a
motion is to strike number 2 because you find that offensive?
Okay, we could do that as well,
Might be the more
or we
appropriate
could
way.
discuss them
I
as
think
2
a
separate
motion to
items.
divide- There's not 2 questions here, okay? Typically, a
there was
motion
item
to
1 and
divide
item 2.
is to divide a single motion that has 2 questions in it and 2 issues in it, okay? This has got 1 issue in it, which is limiting public comment to 2 forums. So I think
No,
the
no,
motion-
number 1 is the 3 minutes.
Yeah, so, but if you say I'm going to divide 1 and 2, there's 3 items in the motion.
What's the third item?
No inappropriate or disrespectful conflict. So,
No, that's the old one. There's a new one. There's only 2 items.
Well, while Mr. Comptito is getting the correct one in front of you, I think generally the motion to divide is only in order if each division can stand on its own, and because the opening paragraph relates to both 1 and 2, either one would not stand on its own. In my mind, that if number 2 is the issue that you have, you might want to let other board members chat and find the phrase that you think should be changed and make a motion to change that phrase. That might be the
Well, I would
way to
strike number
accomplish
2
what
then.
you're trying to accomplish.
Then I would strike number 2.
In its entirety would be what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Not to give guidance, but to suggest a way to accomplish Mrs. Lou McCormick's goal for the chair to consider.
I'm trying to help you out here, because even if you strike number 2, the way the motion is constructed wouldn't put public comment back on the agenda.
General public comment.
What do you
General
mean?
public comment. Okay? What? It would, that motion won't. Okay.
Right, so don't we have to do this one at a time, and then we would try to re-put back the original
No,
language?
it's one motion. If you want to make a motion to amend and strike number 2, you're free to make that motion, okay? But I'm telling you that motion doesn't put,
Okay, so then we will strike number 2 and replace it with the original language that has the agenda of the board meetings shall also include an item for public comments and petitions regarding any topic or issue germane to the operation of the school district.
okay.
Point of
So
clarification.
the motion on the table, let me finish, and I'll take your point. The motion on the table is to amend, okay? And it will strike A2 of the proposed amendment and reinsert the paragraph, the agenda of board meetings shall also include an item for public comments and petitions regarding any topic or issue germane to the operation of the school district. The chairman may limit public comment and petitions.
Just the first line.
Okay.
The other topic
We'll
is
stop
already
at school-
addressed in
we'll
number
stop
1.
We'll stop at school district then, okay?
Correct, yeah.
All right, so that is the motion on the table. Is there a second?
Can you do that one more time?
The motion on the table is to amend Article 4, Meetings, Section 6, Public Comment, 8560, okay, as proposed, and to amend it by striking paragraph A2 and inserting new A2, the agenda of board meetings shall also include an item for public comments and petitions regarding any topic or issue germane to the operation of the school district, period. Is that correct, Ms. Lou McCormick? So I need a second before we go any further. Seconded by Ms. Carnell. Mr. Llewellyn.
So, as what you're effectively saying is take the first sentence that's been struck down below and making it A2. Is that going to be in opposition to, with regard to agenda items as proposed or amended? I guess it's supplemental. It's not in opposition to what's in the introductory paragraph. Very good. Okay, thank you.
Makes sense.
Discussion on the amendment. Ms. Carnell, you seconded. Discussion first. You're the seconder. Go ahead.
Polite. Okay, 2 items. I think what has come up in this discussion is if we limit public comment to non-agenda items, then people, I think a few of the board members said, send emails to the administration and do it that way. The amendment we just passed, I think, was saying to limit bothering the administration for things. So,
Send
well, I
emails
know,
to
but
all
I'm saying is the point that, excuse me. Thank you. Point is that we're trying to limit interrupting the administration so they can do their job, whether it's the board or the public. Because I believe, and I don't have it handy, and it's 5-1, but in Dr. Title's email, it broke down, I believe, or how much the board, or you said you couldn't do that, Dr. Title, when you were talking about how much time we take away from administration. I don't know if that was the board and the public or just in general. Okay. So I think that's important. We're going back on the, what we just passed. And number 2, Mr. Patton, if you would mind, because I heard something about you were quoting Darien, I think. I'm sorry, it's a little late. You had just read something out of your iPad about Darien.
You want to read?
Yeah, if you don't mind, that's not dyslexia, that's exhaustion.
I'll be a little more specific. in Darien's bylaws, or is it a policy? Policy 9310, meeting conduct. A, board meetings are conducted for the purpose of carrying on the business of the schools and therefore are not public meetings, but are meetings held in public. It wasn't just exclusive to Darien. That's kind of almost a CABE school board thing where.
I'm sorry, could I just insert for 1 second? I had something here that might be helpful, that was adapted from.
Knock yourself out.
Okay, if you could just pass that. I went online to, I'm sorry, I didn't go online. I went to the Connecticut school law book that we all got, the Thomas movie. It's just the one. It's front and back. And there's for the public, too, if they want it.
Can I just interrupt, because I was talking about Darien.
No, but I just want to say that language is actually adapted from this.
That's what I was about to say, is that language in there.
You said K, but it's actually this document, so that's why I wanted to give it to you. I'll step aside now.
No, the point that I was trying to make in reference to Darien, I think may not be the best example, because I believe the superintendent had to step down from Darien, if I'm not mistaken, fairly recently.
Any other comments? On the amendment only.
Just
Personality.
simply put, I haven't heard enough. I said I was coming into this with an open mind. I wanted to hear discussion. I'm not ready to strike anything until I've had more discussion. So I would not be in favor of this amendment for that reason only.
And my reason for not striking it is that the fundamental reason for limiting items to agenda items only is to ensure that our bylaws pass constitutional muster, and that I am in a position, or any future chair is in a position, to be able to enforce that comments on personnel or directed directly to a board member is enforceable. And I think we all attended the workshop, or many of us attended the workshop, where it was clearly stated that if challenged, and right now it has not been challenged, but if challenged, we would not win that challenge because it is not content neutral. The only way to make it content neutral, based on Shipman and Goodwin's and other people's, is to focus and limit public comment on agenda items only, and that's the purpose of number 2.
Wait, can I ask you a question on that? So based on this conversation that we had, my understanding is that we cannot, what did it say? That we can't ban discussion, we can't ban personal comments against any individual. We really can't, any official, any school official or teacher, we can't ban, we shouldn't. You're advised not. But let me just qualify that for a second.
I'm going to clarify your statement because it's an inaccurate statement. The statement, okay, is that if you have open public comment, you cannot restrict it. If you limit public comment only to voting items and items that are on the agenda, okay, then people can only comment on those. Then it is the theory of a public forum or a limited public forum. Once you say there is no open forum that says you can comment on anything in the school district, okay, and you eliminate that, you become a limited public forum. Therefore, you restrict public comment only to agenda items, voting and or discussion, or otherwise, okay? And that's it.
But you can still discuss an individual related to that agenda item.
Yes, absolutely.
So it doesn't solve the problem, but now you've limited freedom of speech across a whole array of topics.
My understanding of my conversation with various attorneys is that it would allow the chair that if somebody came forward to talk about math and started criticizing the math teacher at a particular school, that I would be in my rights to say, please talk about the principle of the math and not the personality. That's my understanding of what the purpose of this is, and it gives me the constitutional ability to do that and not be challenged on First Amendment rights.
The analysis is correct because the board in itself doesn't take up personnel matters except for him, okay? And that's the only personnel matter that they take up. So if we're discussing food service, okay, and they don't like a chef at one of the schools, okay, we don't deal with personnel matters.
But that's not true, because if you go again to the Code of Ethics under number 17, if there is an issue with anything that is not addressed via after going through the chain of command, it can arrive at our doorsteps.
It can arrive at our doorstep through proper means, which is petition, email, letter, so forth.
Correct,
It is
but
not
they cannot
public-
bring
It is
forth-
not open public comment.
They cannot bring forth the petition if we do not have open comment.
As somebody who had a petition signed by 8,500 people in this town, I'll show you how to do a petition.
No,
Okay?
I know how to do a
You
petition.
deliver it at the doorstep of the town clerk, addressed to the Board of Education. Then that's an extreme circumstance. All they need to do to petition the board is to write a letter to all the board members saying, I have exhausted all of
You
my
don't
means
think-
through administration.
You don't think it's
okay?
important to address the board? Did you have the opportunity to address the board when you delivered your petition? Did you
No.
address the board when you delivered your petition on the topic?
No, because my petition was to the RTM, and I wasn't allowed open public comment.
Well, at this forum, I think it is worthwhile that we give people the opportunity to address the board and deliver the petition. I think that is a right that any citizen would want. I would want to grant it if it was within my power, and I will definitely be voting to make sure that we respect individuals' right to come before this board and share things that they feel are important.
Any other comments on the amendment and the
Are you
amendment
cutting me
only?
off?
Because we're not talking about the amendment anymore. We're talking about the main motion. Any comments on the amendment and the amendment only? We'll go to public. I'm sorry. Mr. Vanderveen.
I think it's totally appropriate to put back in this particular proposed amendment the language that the agenda of the board meeting shall also include an item for public comments and petitions regarding any topic or issue germane to the operation of the school district. It disturbs me and troubles me greatly that this board is going in a direction, in my opinion, that is eroding incrementally the rights of the public to address this body under the guise of efficiencies and convenience, because they don't like what some members of the public say. So I agree that this amendment to the motion should be made because I don't agree with the direction this board is taking in circumventing public comment. And I disagree with the constitutional interpretation of the First Amendment that Mr. Dreyer indicated, that he can still stop, even though it's an agenda item and it's a germane to the agenda item on some sort of personnel issue, that he can then suppress public comment because he doesn't like the view the person's expressing. That's what I thought you had said, that you would give you the ability, if there's an agenda item addressing some personnel or some matter relating to math, and someone wants to talk about that agenda item and starts talking about some personnel matter, that you can then, even though it's an agenda item, he's probably talking about the agenda item, can suppress his expression that he is commenting on that on the agenda item. I think that's what you had said. It's a systematic. It troubles me greatly that this board is systematically going down a road that is eroding the public's input to this board, getting information from this board, shutting out the public in all different avenues. It's a systematic, incremental direction, and it's the whole direction. It's ridiculous in my opinion, and I disagree with it. So I'll support this amendment to re-include the ability of the public to address this board in a public forum, which I think is we've always had, and it's a venue which is appropriate, a venue which they can address in a much more widespread way than writing a letter to each individual board member, which the public as a whole may not see. As you know, this is televised. It's televised for a reason, so the public is informed and knows what's going on. We're saying we don't like the public to know what's going on. We're going to suppress it at the source, at the board table. We're not going to let them talk about it. It's wrong. It's just wrong, in my opinion, and it bothers me.
Ms. Gerber.
Well, one thing first in the Shipman and Goodman thing that I just handed out, there is a line here saying, no speaker at a meeting of a Board of Education, however, has a First Amendment right to be disruptive or rude. I mean, just wanted to put that out there. But what I really wanted to say is that my take on this is that I don't see us shutting out public input. First of all, we are not getting rid of public comment altogether, although it is within our legal means to do it. Not that I would ever suggest doing that, but we are under no legal obligation to have any public comment. That was one suggestion that the lawyers at the CABE workshop we were at suggested, and we uniformly said, no, that does not make any sense. Nobody wanted to do that for for many, many reasons. My concern with the open public comment has to do with the fact that, you know, if you get an email from someone and they have a concern, and we get lots and lots of emails from people, and sometimes they'll have factual errors. And I can, if I know off the top of my head that there's a factual error, I can respond and say, actually, you're wrong on this point or that point. If I'm not sure, I can ask and try to find out the answer and respond to them. And that's taken place in that way. If a member of the public comes to a public meeting during open public comment and says something that is not factually correct, it's out there. And because it's not an agenda item, the odds are good that no one at this table will be prepared to address that. And so it'll be out there, it will not be factually accurate, and by the time anyone gets around to trying to fix the fact or let people know the fact, and it has been on Fair TV. People in the room have seen and heard it. And so that troubles me because I feel that there has been a definite slant in recent times for members of the public to use the open public comment as a way to try to embarrass and belittle and humiliate members of this board, members of school staff, members of central office staff. And I do not think that that is what open public comment should be. And that is my biggest concern with this. And that is why I feel that by allowing, and I understand that if we have public comment on agenda items and voting items, there is still a chance that something like that can happen. However, at least we will be prepared to address it because it is an agenda item. And hopefully if we've done our homework, we will have information about the agenda item before us, as opposed to any random topic on any random subject in our entire very large school district that can occur during open public comment. And I just find it very problematic and very upsetting that we've seen people say false things that have been part of our meeting, and they have not been corrected at that time, and they've been out there, and I think it's wrong, and I think it's unfortunate. I wish it didn't happen. I wish there was more civility in these meetings, but there isn't for the time being. So perhaps this is a way to try to fix that. I'm not happy with it at all, but at the same time, I don't know what other options there are.
Are there any other comments on the amendment and the amendment only? Mr. Llewellyn?
Yeah, I think we need to support the amendment because I think it's ridiculous that we are going to limit the public to what they can speak on as a result of a couple of things having happened in the past that people may find offensive. You know, good can come of it as well. It brings things up, and people can look left and right and say, oh, that's an issue. Yeah, I get that. But to completely limit it, it's taking it too far. You put this on the heels of limiting, you know, up to 4 board members for asking for information that might require some work, and we'll see how that all plays out. I find this to be a really disturbing evening. Not to mention, it's the first night of budget season, so let's see how all that plays out.
If there's a concern about specific individuals again, which there seems to be an intimation that there are particular individuals who come before this board who speak harshly about staff or say things that are untrue or false, rather than subjecting the entire community to mute status on a wide variety of topics, instead, why don't we just have some sort of a policy where individuals can receive warnings on their conduct in public comment. And if within 3 warnings or what have you, they continue to behave in a particular manner, the board may act to politely ask them to cease participating in public comment if they cannot control their commentary because it becomes too specific. This addresses the specific incidents that we're concerned about. This is trying to, what we're doing, I feel like, is, and this is maybe just a guise or you know, to push this through, but you're using like a huge thing to solve like a couple of little issues that pop up. And I find that very disturbing, because just because some people, say bad things doesn't mean that we kill the First Amendment in our Constitution, because some people say not nice things. But you know what? We still protect their right to say them, whether they're nice or not. And that is the heart of what this whole democratic society is that we're in. We protect that right for individuals to come and say things that maybe we don't like, maybe aren't appropriate, maybe hurt somebody, and we warn them. But we don't censure the entire community.
Comments on the amendment and the amendment only? Ms. Carnell.
Also, I think that, again, we're forgetting it's the public that voted us in. And I think it's extremely unfair to limit the public to agenda items only. In addition, the public doesn't dictate what's on the agenda. So there may be issues the public wants to address that they're not allowed. And I think, it is despicable. This is a democracy, and to say to the public, you can't address what you want in open comment. The board's allowed to say what they want in open board comment, and it's the public that put us here.
This amendment has bothered me since day one, as an attorney.
Can you speak up?
I'm sorry. This amendment has bothered me since day one as an attorney. And as a citizen, because had it not been for open board comment, I know I would not have gotten some initiatives through as a citizen and not a board member. It has, in my opinion, in the last number of years been abused. I apologize to administration and staff for the way it has been abused. And I know I'm going to tick off a lot of people, but I cannot in good conscience eliminate the right of people to get up there and scream and yell. I can't. I have been back and forth on it, and I have no problem limiting what I can do as a board member, but limiting the public, it bothers me. So I think I will be supporting this amendment.
And if I could make a final comment. The struggle that I have with a legal argument is when the top education lawyers in this state say that if an individual under open public comment on any item can come up and defame, comment on individual staff, and that I would not have the constitutional right to limit that comment, because once you allow them to speak in open public comment, then you cannot change the content, you cannot limit the content of what they say. Everybody at this table has known that there have been more than a couple of instances. One of the speakers who came forward tonight commented about how embarrassing it was to her for this district to have some comments made in open session that criticized individual staff by name, by title, by school, undermining their professionalism as a teacher and as certified staff. Essentially, I will say this: those board members who cannot support this are essentially telling the public there's open game on our staff. We have an obligation to protect our staff from undue criticism in open public forum where they have no ability to defend themselves. They have no notice, which is required under generally our state guidelines in our contract, that if we're going to be critical of them in a meeting, they have a right to advance notice to defend themselves. And so while I appreciate Mr. Convertito's struggle, I would only hope that he would finish that struggle on the side of protecting our staff, and this is the only way we can do it, according to the best legal scholars in this state.
start with, I'm sorry, Ms. Connelly was up first. Go.
Well, so much for a quick vote of the amendment. So it appears we've quite hashed out some feelings about that language. And I have been very much in Mr. Convertito's boat. I know Mr. Patton and I have discussed our own tremendous reservations over impeding the public's opportunity to comment on whatever they liked. And I had always thought, and I did in fact interrupt someone during public comment, because I did think we legally could stand up for our staff, stand up for what could very well have been considered slanderous comments, legally slanderous comments made by a member of the public. I thought we could do that. And thus I, in error, apparently, which I did not know until that CABE conference, asked to cut somebody's public comment off. And I'm still torn about this, but one other issue that has come up as I've thought about this, the legal idea, I mean, again, to address Mr. Convertito's point, from the Practical Guide to Connecticut School of Law, to be sure the board can limit comments to a particular topic. I have no question that we can legally do this, but that doesn't mean it necessarily serves the public interest. And that's what I've been listening here to. That's what I've been, this is the amendment actually that I've spent the most time talking to other people about. And what I have found amazing, including at last night's PTA council meeting where two people approached me quizzically and said, so you mean this amendment is about the idea that the board should be focused on the business of the meeting? And I said, essentially, yes. And they said, and there's a problem with that? That was a comment made by multiple people to me. Now again, sorry. But what is actually almost more bothersome to me was getting back to some of Mrs. Gerber's point. We live in an age now, I believe it was Winston Churchill who said, and I'm going to paraphrase as opposed to quote.
Excuse me, while Mr. Convertito is managing the discussion, Mr. Brophy, if you would take your conversation out of the room so the board can discuss without the background noise. Thank you.
Okay. What has been more troublesome is the whole notion of, you know, a lie can get halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to put its pants on. And that when we have had someone come, so it's actually, while the issue of staff has very much bothered me, what has bothered me even more in some ways is how public comment has been badly used, and by that I mean erroneously. We have had in this past year a public comment regarding test scores, which made the district look very bad. And because this was not an agenda item, there was no one who had been noticed to it, who could speak to it, and most importantly, could point out that it was dead wrong, and the person apologized for it, well, sort of corrected it later. I'm not sure that there was an apology present. But that's now out there, a statement making us look very bad with a data point of test score. We have someone come up and made a financial accusation against the board for being financially irresponsible, for not being willing to fund something. That person presented incorrect information, but no one here was prepared to speak to it because it was not an agenda item. We have had someone come up and make a statement about the state statute. This happened to be involving allergy. The statement was wrong. And as a different example, that was an agenda item. And I was enormously grateful to have the opportunity to then correct the person on the statement they had made. And as a point of contrast, I found that invaluable. You know, yes, we are in this modern era when we have fair TV. It is not an opportunity. It's not someone's little microcosm of reality TV. So someone saying, well, that the only way that public comment, I have to be able to have my moment on TV. Well, one, no, you do not. There are many ways to express it, but I would also say on a productive point that I have had extremely worthwhile exchanges via email, one-on-one conversations. Some members of people who are here in the public today, that was a way to affect change, was when there was a chance for an exchange of ideas. Oh, that is factually wrong. Oh, that, I hadn't thought about that. But when it's on something that I'm not even prepared to talk about, it can catch us cold, and it can also, and this has come up with a data request of administration, which I think has been badly used, where a member of the public says something, and one or more board members get all upset about it and start asking for data issues. Meanwhile, it had already been taken care of, and it has taken up more time. All of this comes when there has been a lack of information because it's addressing a topic that's not on our agenda, we are not prepared to talk about, the staff is not prepared to explain. And so to me, just as upsetting in many ways as the whole issue of the attacks, and there have been attacks, verbal attacks on our staff members, which we now know we cannot defend against. There is this factual inaccuracy, and we have so many opportunities for the public to communicate us on whatever they want, and email is not one. As a PTA, yes.
I asked you to address
Trying.
the amendment.
Look,
the amendment.
Look, at this point, the amendment is the
yeah,
language,
I
so,
got it.
look, I tried to.
I know.
I sat at a PTA council meeting. That is an opportunity for the public to address me. We had a communication committee. Why? Because this board is extremely interested with the communication stance it has with the public. Part of that was we want to send out PTA reps. Why? We want parents to talk to us. What are they concerned about? What can we bring back to the board that we need to address as a board in a constructive and methodical way? We also had, as part of that communication committee report, the notion of having a public hearing. Let the public come and tell us whatever it is that they want to be concerned, and that we could take that back information and do something with it. And I have other points here, but I am sensitive to Mr. Convertito's point. But again, the Board of Finance does not have open public comment. The RTM does not have open public comment. The Board of Selectmen do not have open public comment. There's no one screaming about infringing on First Amendment rights there. The point being, there are other means to communicate with the RTM, the Board of Finance, and the Board of Selectmen. And we're still not inhibiting it to the degree that those town bodies are. We're simply trying to have it in a situation where people are prepared to talk to and address, and there actually almost is a degree of dialogue with the wording as it's currently on there, because it's prior to the discussion item, and then following the discussion item, and then again once it's a voting item. That's a conversation that I think would stand up very well to the public, and we are every bit as reachable, far more so, quite frankly, by email. And that's where I am at this moment.
Mr. Patton.
To the amendment, I will agree with much of what Ms. Kennelly has been saying, and anybody on this board or members of the public who think that many of us, since that discussion presentation at the CABE conference back in the fall, gave us all, I wouldn't say nightmares of sleeping at night, but just a lot of issues to think about in regards to, do we adjust public comment because of a lot of these implications. And trust me, I personally struggled with this for the last several months. I was not in favor of any amendment changing this at all originally. I thought what Mr. Convertito had originally brought forth, I'm sorry, what Mr. Dwyer brought forth addressed, the issues at hand that we were worried about, whether I liked all the repercussions or not. To the amendment, as amended by Ms. Lou McCormick, I've been reading through this like 20 times. I don't really like the way it would now read via the amendment. I would probably rather leave it the way it is and have us revisit that in the future. So I'm not sure how this plays out when we're in an amendment to a motion. but I would rather see the amendment withdrawn and the motion postponed and possibly rewritten or relooked at, than have the amendment as is voted through.
Can I,
Does that make sense?
may I comment, Mr. Confortito?
I would rather this be looked at and perhaps rewritten correctly than the way we are trying to, than the motion on the floor now to amend.
May I
Just certain
speak?
things rub me the
May I
wrong
speak to the
way.
amendment? I would share, speaking to the motion to amend.
The motion was not made, the motion was articulated, but not made.
That's what I thought he articulated it
Okay.
as well.
Okay.
I would share Mr. Patton's concern. If a majority of this board is not ready to act on this, then it might dispel some board members' comments that a majority of us control them. Clearly, this discussion would suggest that this board has multiple opinions and they wrestle with the issues all in different ways. But if that is the case, well, then perhaps the best motion would be to just table indefinitely, act on the motion to amend. I would say turn it down and then vote to postpone indefinitely this, pass the motion that says 2/3 vote, and then wait until 2/3 of this board comes to agree with me.
Has everybody had an opportunity to speak to the amendment? Everybody we have a public comment on the amendment, and the amendment only.
I don't know where to begin. I guess I just want to, we keep comparing ourselves, the Board of Ed, to maybe how the Board of Finance acts. And I think when we start to do that, we've lost all perspective. Because we're the Board of Ed, you are the Board of Ed, and
Please state your name. I'm sorry, it's not my role to do that.
Kelly Jacobson, Southport.
I'm
We're
sorry.
talking about kids. We're not talking about numbers. And when I think about restricting parents' rights to get up here and bring up a topic that might be not be on an agenda that's created by a couple people on this Board of Ed, what I need to kind of reflect on is something that's important to me, because I work really hard within our schools to do the best for our kids. And what I think about is a set of standards that the PTA has created. And these are the standards for family-school partnerships, which, in their words, offer a framework for how families, schools, and communities should work together to support student success. In that framework, some of those standards, these are what those standards say: speaking up for every child. What's the goal of that? Do parents know how the local school and district operate and how to raise questions or concerns about school and district programs, policies, and activities? What you're essentially doing by limiting public comment is taking out a vehicle for parents to advocate for their children. Another one of these is to say, sharing power. Families and school staff are equal partners in decisions that affect children and families, and together inform, influence, and create policies, practices, and programs. Are all families full partners in making decisions that affect their children at school and in the community? One of the indicators of this, do they have a voice? Having a voice in all decisions that affect children. Not just as decisions that the chairman of the board or a couple people on the board decide are important enough to include on an agenda. So I'm really outraged at the fact that we could even
we have
consider
time.
limiting people in this way.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Dawn Llewellyn Fairfield. It is because of public comment that parents were able to get the CPM debacle textbook on the agenda. And it wasn't because parents didn't try to email board members and talk about it and tried to say, my kid is suffering, help me. Millions did that, thousands of parents did that, but we were unheard. It is because we came to the board and publicly stated it one by one that our concerns were heard. And it was because of that that there were some changes. It was put on the agenda. We were able to discuss it. We were able to give facts to board members. But it was because of public comment that it all happened. And also, I'm getting conflicting reports here from Mr. Dwyer, who says it's because we're protecting teachers, and then Mr. Patton, who said it's for time constraints because it's because of public comment that we're here till like 1:30. No, it's because you pack the agenda with so many items. That's why we're here, not because of public comment. And Mr. Dwyer, many a times, you've stopped people in mid-sentences if they bring up a person's name, a teacher's name, a staff members. I've been at many meetings when you do that. So I don't think that's the issue. You're just suppressing the freedom of speech.
Your chairman, I think, quite inadvertently mischaracterized what goes on at other public meetings in Fairfield. Our Town Planning and Zoning and Conservation Commission, both, as one of the first items in their meetings, have what's called public communication. You can write a letter to either one of those boards and ask to have something put on the agenda. It's never been my experience that they don't do it. 2 months ago at Conservation, a group came forward that had a concern. It was discussed. Their letter was read at a Conservation meeting. They voted unanimously. The next month, that group was able to speak. The right to petition government is fundamental. I think they still teach that in Fairfield schools. Clearly, if there were government students here, they would hear it all the wrong way. Streamlining, the fact that people say things you don't like, those have nothing whatsoever to do with the right for free speech. It's frightening to hear you speak like that. We don't want to have free speech because it won't streamline a meeting, because somebody says something you don't like. This is a fundamental right that we have. It's handled by other boards through petition. You want to do away with it because your chairman wants to run the meetings the way he wants to run the meetings. Very unfortunate. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Trudy Durrell, Fairfield resident. I'm so sorry because I know that we're all tired and we all want to go home, and I really don't mean to intend to prolong this, but I couldn't in good faith sit there and not say something. As much as many board members have said that having a discussion helps you to inform your decisions, having other people come up during public comment to discuss something that is important to them, that it is germane to how schools operate here in town, and could very well be something that impacts my children or other children, is equally important to the public. So I would never in any way, shape, or form support an individual who came up here to publicly ridicule a single or even group of staff members, administration, teacher, or otherwise. I would certainly never support that. And you know, in my time that's been here, it hasn't happened. Well, maybe I haven't been here recently all that much. It hasn't happened all that terribly often that it's something that has to be controlled so much. But I just think that it's important that the public get the opportunity to hear discussion as well, not just among your board members. And if time at board meetings is going too long, then perhaps there's another way to streamline your conversations. I'm sorry, I hope that's not disrespectful, so that, you know, you say it once and you're done. Just a thought. But I would really, as a member of the public, support tabling this for another time.
Thank you.
Tricia Donovan. I think my legs are numb from sitting for so long. One thing that bothers me greatly is that I'm hearing that this is for efficiency's sake, and I would like to reiterate a previous comment that says your agendas are too packed. You need to go back to 2 meetings. You need to treat educational issues separately from organizational issues. You need to give due diligence. This is why all this behind-the-scenes emailing discussions of the board goes on, and the public doesn't understand your decision-making, because we're not privy to it. It's all being done through email, and it's not at the board table where it should be. And the board is a really great vehicle for informing parents of what's going on and how decisions are
Ms.
made.
Donovan, and I know it's late, could you speak to the amendment and the amendment only,
Yes, so please, strike number 2, put in the new language so that public comment remains open and people can be informed on all things throughout the district. As a parent, I know when I was in elementary school, you live in a cocoon. You have no idea what's going on through the rest of the district, especially at the other levels. Coming to these meetings allowed me to understand what was coming ahead of me and allowed me to lend support to issues that were important to other people. And that's very important to get movement from board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Having heard from the public, back any further comments from the board on the amendment and the amendment only? We'll start right, Mr. Patton, and work around. How's that?
I make a motion to table the, can I make a motion to table the main motion indefinitely or the amendment?
The amendment that's on the table, the motion that's on the table now is the amendment. You have to act on the amendment.
So we have to act on the amendment before
Then
that.
you can make a motion to table the main motion.
I'm sorry?
Or the,
The amendment could be withdrawn, correct?
Yes.
Only by unanimous consent.
By, or the person who made the motion?
No, no.
No?
The motion belongs to the board. Our tradition has been you first ask the motion maker, the seconder, and then by unanimous consent have we withdrawn the motion.
Understood.
is there a request on the table to withdraw the motion to amend? A request on the table.
Sure, I will make a request to have the, so again, the maker of the motion, just a motion to withdraw.
Okay.
The amendment, yes. Motion to withdraw the
Ms.
amendment.
Lou McCormick was the maker of the motion. She would have the consent along with the seconder, and then it would take unanimous consent from the board.
I think we've discussed this so thoroughly, everyone understands the issues. I think we should just vote this.
Okay, then we're back to a vote. All those in, I'm sorry, you
Just
have
one-
further
one-
comment.
one quick
Mr. Llewellyn had further comment. He had his hand raised up, I'm sorry.
The one benefit of taking it the way it's amended is that we're actually going to be giving the public 3 minutes instead of 2 minutes, and we'll still not be limiting what they're saying.
Any other further comments on the motion to amend?
I guess my question is that if you take out number 2, you're taking out the language describing the discussion of non-voting items. I don't know if that's something, because it's not specifically discussed, so that language isn't in there if you just take 2 out.
That's correct. That's what the motion is.
Okay.
Okay?
You can do it later. Just wanted to say.
Ms. Cornell.
You know what, I don't even know if I'm discussing the motion, because I have no idea what the motion is at this
Okay,
point.
the motion to amend is as such. It is the main motion, take out the red paragraph number 2, and insert the first line of the full striked-out paragraph.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. First sentence of B.
Ending school district.
Yes. Go ahead.
So, in supporting this amendment, I think there'll be a time that there's 9 of us sitting here, but the 9 of us will be sitting out there, and just remember that.
Seeing no other further hands, all those in favor of the amendment signify by raising your hand. Ms. McCormick, I'm sorry, Ms. Lou McCormick, Mr. Fatterbean, Ms. Cornell, and Mr. Llewellyn. Those opposed? Motion to amend fails 5-4.
4-5.
4-5, I'm sorry. The main motion is now on the table. Mr. Patton, you had some discussion about a motion to table. You want to confer that, or?
No.
Any further discussion on the main motion?
Move the table?
Motion to table is out. Any second? Second by Ms. Gerber. Motion to table is a 2/3 vote?
Motion to table
Is it simple majority vote? Okay.
You seconded it.
Any discussion on the motion to table? Any discussion on the motion to table?
Define tabling is for an indefinite period?
Laying on a table means it stays on a table until an indefinite period, until somebody pulls it back off the table, which means anybody, because it has been publicized and in an agenda, it can be pulled off the table at any point in time. as long as it's in with this, I mean, if it doesn't get pulled off before November 4th, okay, this session, then it dies.
Notice required?
No, it can be pulled off the table at any time.
Pulled off and voted at the next meeting.
Yes.
Person who's running the meeting.
I'm sorry, Mr. Convertito, could I just get some clarification from you?
Sure.
You had said that you were not going to support this, correct? I'm just trying to get some clarification here.
I haven't voted yet.
Okay.
But you did not vote in favor of the amendment.
I did not vote in favor of the amendment. So there's a motion to table. So those who, and I will, motion to table means the motion gets laid on the table, okay? And it can be brought up at any further meeting because it has been publicly noticed, okay? Is that correct? Mr. Fadimine has his cheat sheet out. I don't have mine with me. It's mine. I just don't want to. Okay.
I thought you had the dictum.
Then I think it has to be picked up by the, I'm sorry. Motion to table has to be picked up by the end of the next business meeting, correct? Or it expires. It expires. Okay? So it's not a motion to postpone, it's a motion to table. Okay, so it gets laid on the table. If it doesn't get taken off the table at the next business meeting, the motion expires and cannot be brought up again until the next,
And business is ordinary or special?
what?
Business ordinary or special?
Regular business meeting. Once it lays on the table, you can bring another amendment, yes. Not the same amendment.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought it was to postpone because we'd been discussing postponing and laying on the table. It's laying on the table, correct? Which means that the motion dies
Motion
at our
was
next
to
meeting.
lay on the table.
Okay, I'm going to
not
withdraw my
postpone.
second.
Second, is there another second on the motion to table? Ms. Carnell? Any discussion? Right, any vote? So it's non-debatable. What? I didn't, I was just clarifying, the motion. She withdrew her second. I said, is there a second? Ms. Carnell raised her hand. I was just explaining to everybody what a motion to table was. So there is no debate. It goes to an immediate vote. All those in favor of a motion to table signify by raising your hand. Ms. Carnell? All those opposed? What was the last motion? Motion, Ms. Gerber withdrew her second. Ms. Carnell then threw in her second. So we have a motion to table the amendment on the table. We called for a vote. Those in favor, Ms. Carnell raised her hand. Anyone else in favor of motion to table? Mr. Fadimine, Ms. Carnell. All those opposed? Ms. Gerber. Ms. McCormick, is she up? Okay, 1, 2. 7 opposed. Motion fails 7-2. Mr. 2-7, I'm sorry. Mr. Patton, you want to take a shot at it again?
Can I, before you do that, may I interrupt?
Sure.
I'm not sure who the chairman is right now, so I'll address it to either of you.
Yes,
Go
he's
ahead.
managing the debate.
Okay, well, I'm going off debate. I know that we voted to go to open extension of time, but do we have any?
ready to adjourn.
Well, you voted for it.
No, I'm ready to adjourn.
No, but you voted for extension. Is there a way that we can say, at this point, I'd like to adjourn the?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, I put in motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? Ms. Maxim Kennelly.
Excuse me, point of order. What happens to the thing that we're in the middle of?
No, you
Oh.
can't adjourn a meeting with a motion.
Oh, the motion is on the table. I am sorry. There's mine.
Adjourn a meeting with a motion on the table.
Okay. Yeah, it's getting ridiculous.
Well, I perhaps should not have asked Mr. Convertito to manage the debate on such short notice, and...
I'm going to give it over to Jessica. She does a better
And,
job.
And yes, I have tried to, from time to time, whether it's Mr. Brophy or whatever, manage the administration of the meeting, but the debate is still in Mr. Convertito's hands.
So there's a motion on the table.
No, the main motion...
The main motion is on the table.
Yeah.
The motion to adjourn is always, may interrupt the speaker, is non-debatable, is always.
Right, that's what I was told no. So you have the cheat sheet there? It takes precedent over the motion on the table, right? I don't think, you can't adjourn with a motion on the table.
A motion to adjourn can interrupt the speaker, implying that there's already a motion on the table,
Okay.
and it's non-debatable, not amendable. Requires a majority vote.
Okay, thank you. There is a,
Now, whether it takes precedence.
According, if Mr. Fattabine would let me, yeah, you have the same thing I do, right?
There's a red
Yeah.
light next
There's a
to
red
it.
light, which means you can't.
stop. It's a stop. Motion to adjourn cannot interrupt the motion on the table. It's not interruptible. So the motion on the table is Article 4, Meetings, Section 6, Public Comment 8560. It is still on the table. Is there any further discussion by the board?
Just act on it, be done.
Seeing none, going to the public. Seeing none from the public, the motion is on the table. Article 5, Meeting Section Minutes, it is unamended as proposed by Mr. Dwyer. Shall I read the amendment? Main motion, my apologies. The main motion is on the table. Do I need to read it, or does everybody have it?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. All those in favor of articles, of amending Article 5, Meetings, subsection 6, Public Comment, as proposed by Mr. Dwyer, signify by raising your right hand. All those in favor? All those in favor? Nobody, huh? One, Mr. Patton, Ms. Kennelly, Mr. Convertito, Mr. Dwyer, Ms. Gerber. All those opposed? All those opposed? Ms. Lou McCormick, Mr. Fattabine, Ms. Carnell, Mr. Llewellyn. Motion passes 5-4.
Motion to adjourn.
I second.
Well, yes, the motion
we
is.
can do that.
If, okay.
You just made it now.
So, now that I have the floor, if you will.
Matt, I still motion to adjourn.
Oh, Mr. Llewellyn, you've made a motion to adjourn?
I have.
Ms. Carnell?
Unanimous consent on that one.
Did you second that motion?
I want to second.
Well, Mr. Llewellyn beat you to it on the next one, earlier.
Ms. Carnell, I'm seconding.
All in favor of the motion to adjourn, please raise your hand. Ms. McCormick? Lou McCormick? Are you in favor of?
I did. I'm sorry with the other job.
I have to have at least a motions with a vote. Ms. Lou McCormick?
Motion to adjourn.
Mr. Fattabine? It's unanimous. Thank you.
So the unfinished business will go to the next meeting.
Correct.